This young man is the only superhero on Earth with extraordinary power and physical abilities. But instead of protecting humanity, he casually wiped out more than half of the world's population. Just for his own amusement, he even skewered the President of the United States during a live global broadcast, plunging the entire world into absolute terror with his bloody games of life and death. Faced with a madman possessing the power of a god world, governments joined forces, forming an alliance to deal with the self-proclaimed Black Friday. But against this depraved Superman, with his destructive power, all weapons were completely useless. Black Friday has no goals or ideals. He simply wants to see the human race drown in suffering and despair. However, he made a mistake when he kidnapped an innocent man's family just for sport, forcing the man to watch helplessly, as his loved ones were consumed one by a horrific inferno. From that moment on, he turned a gentle young man into a monster. A homicidal maniac with an intense desire for revenge, he swore to destroy every last piece of scum who dares to call themselves superheroes in this world. Amidst a bustling crowd under the sunset, a boy perched on his father's shoulders cheered excitedly, "Dad! Dad, let's go see the superheroes!" The father smiled indulgently. "If you want to go, then of course we'll go." But just then, the boy pointed to the sky in amazement. "What is that?" While the father was still mumbling that he was starting to feel a little hungry, his son shouted with excitement, "It's a superhero!" The bewildered father followed his son's pointing finger. He wondered which hero could have surprised his son so much only to be stunned himself when he saw a figure hovering in the air. The surrounding crowd began to buzz with chatter. Someone even wondered if they were filming a movie and spending a fortune on such realistic special effects. Amidst the crowd's skepticism, a man with glasses holding a camera roared, "You people don't know anything. This is why you civilians are worthless. That's the real deal." A Superman. He frantically snapped photos, insisting to everyone that this was the figure from the rumors. The photographer was ecstatic. "Mr. Superman, show us another pose." In response to that fervor, the entity named Friday flashed a sinister smile. He asked coldly, "What kind of pose?" "Like this." Immediately, a deadly beam of light shot down from his finger, giving the unlucky man no time to react. Not every superhero pose is worth trying out. The surrounding crowd fell silent. A young man screamed in terror, Did he just kill someone?" Their faith in a savior vanished, replaced by utter chaos. As the entity named Friday began his massacre, people trampled over each other to escape. Heart-wrenching screams echoed everywhere. "What kind of monster is he? Get out of the way! Where's Mom? Someone call the police!" In the midst of that nightmare, Friday hovered in the air, looking down at the panicking crowd as if they were ants, and uttered these arrogant words. "The official fan club is now disbanded!" He roared, his powerful voice silencing everyone. Once the space had fallen completely still, Friday brought a finger to his lips, savoring the moment. "Can you all hear that sound?" Right after he spoke, the sky erupted in flames. Giant fireballs began raining down from the void, incinerating everything they touched. The entire city was engulfed in a sea of fire. Humanity could only watch in despair as flaming meteors rained down from the clouds. All because of the appearance of one real Superman. The entire world now faced an extinction-level crisis. Even the iconic Tokyo Tower couldn't escape its fate, incinerated in the terrifying conflagration. Witnessing the scene of ruin and the tragic screams, Friday simply uttered with satisfaction, "Magnificent." The collapse began to spread across the globe at an uncontrollable rate. On day 2, the western United States was completely annihilated, turned into a fiery wasteland. By day 3, Greenland suffered the same fate as colossal entities rose from the depths of the sea, all wiping out all traces of life. On the 4th day, northern France was officially erased from the map. In just 5 days, 57% of the world had been plunged into horrific destruction. In this desperate situation, governments across the world joined forces to form a global allied force, bolstered by the appearance of the only superhero on humanity's side. A bold counter-offensive plan was quickly approved. While humanity feverishly prepared for a battle of survival, their enemy, Friday, was casually enjoying a vacation on a picturesque beach. He was sprawled out on a lounge chair, sleeping so soundly he was drooling. The Alliance's choice was simple and clear: a 100-megaton hydrogen bomb. The reflection of the bomber plane in Friday's sunglasses signaled the massive explosives heading straight for his location. An all-inclusive vacation with a complimentary bomb. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. A giant blazing fireball soared high, incinerating everything in sight. from space satellites recorded the explosion's terrifying destructive power. It completely wiped out 3 neighboring countries. A pair of shattered sunglasses lay alone on the scorched earth where Friday had just taken a direct hit from the most powerful hydrogen bomb in human history. And yet that monster was completely unharmed. Shortly after, at the White House, a breaking news report came in. It stunned everyone. An unidentified Superman had just appeared in front of a broadcast station claiming to be Friday. Witnessing a scene where even a nuclear submarine was easily defeated, U.S. President James Regan trembled, clenching his hands in despair and exclaiming, "What the hell is that madman?" An officer rushed in to report to the president. "Friday is at the Capitol building," James Regan exclaimed in shock. "Friday is at the Capitol." Hearing the dreadful news that the evil god was actively waiting for him, the president made his decision. "Let's go to the Capitol at once." At the Capitol building, a tense atmosphere hung in the air as the military forces were deployed and ready. A concerned guard advised the president at least put on a bulletproof vest, but Regan knew it was useless. He thought to himself, if bulletproof vests actually worked, humanity wouldn't be in this desperate situation. He adjusted his tie and clenched his fist, filled with resolve. "The whole world is watching. I have to project this confidence. Because I represent humanity. Even if I can't save them, I must maintain the dignity and bearing of a leader." James Regan walked alone toward the Capitol building. Majestically, he went to face the enemy. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am James Regan, President of the United States." Friday responded with a handshake, but his smile was utterly sinister. "A pleasure to meet you. So, you're the representative of humanity, are you?" I was so excited I couldn't even sleep. One side was being diplomatic, the other was acting like he was at a fan meeting. "Not wanting to waste any more time," the president said sternly. "Enough with the nonsense. What do you want?" Friday stared at him with ice-cold eyes. Then he casually delivered a death sentence. "What I want is your death." Immediately, he struck a brutal blow, impaling the president right in front of the cameras. With a face twisted in excitement, he roared, "How will humanity react when you die?" "I'm dying to know." Witnessing the horrific scene, the soldiers opened fire in unison, a hopeless barrage. "Mr. President," the bullets rained down but were completely useless against Friday's body. James Regan's body fell freely from above down to the cold, hard ground. The entire event was captured by cameras and broadcast live to the whole world. While all of humanity watched in shock, Friday's expression suddenly changed. He began to tell a tragic story from his past. "Am I the only villain here? I don't know why I'm doing this. When I was young, my family was extremely poor. We survived by digging through trash cans every day." He recalled the miserable days, his mother dying because they had no money for the hospital, and his father who out of desperation turned to drinking and was shot down by the police during a robbery. He spoke with bitterness. "I suffered so much, but the world didn't care about me." It's a real tearjerker of a story, isn't it? But right after that, his face suddenly contorted into a crazed expression with a chilling smile. "But you know what? I was just bullshitting." This cruel truth, along with the death of the American president, officially plunged the entire world into irredeemable chaos. A gunshot echoed through the snow-white forest. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally caught it. This is Baek Do-ha, a capable 27-year-old hunter. 5 years after the horrifying Friday incident, Seoul is now nothing but desolate ruins under a blanket of cold snow. Do-ha slung his prize over his shoulder and walked through the desolate, cold capital. Crushing a poster of the demon god Friday under his boot, he returned to his small house. It had a sign that read, "Great White Bear." He called out, "I'm home." Post-apocalypse, but still home on time. Seeing Yongji and Sella gathered on the floor, Do-ha wondered, "What are you kids doing over there?" The moment she saw him, Sella shouted with excitement, spotting the giant deer. "He caught a deer. See, I told you Do-ha would catch it today." The little girl quickly gathered the bear-shaped cookies from the floor and declared, "Now these belong to me." Immediately, a struggle broke out in the small room. Sella shouted, "Hey, Bang Jun-sik, give those back!" The mischievous Jun-sik grabbed 2 packs of chocolate and ran off laughing gleefully. "You think I'm going to give them back?" Despite the little girl's threat, "You're dead if I catch you." Jun-sik remained defiant, challenging her, "Try and catch me." The whole house descended into chaos with the sounds of a chase and shouts of, "Bang Jun-sik Park, Seo, give back the chocolate." The only response was Jun-sik's cheeky refusal. Never watching the chaotic scene, Do-ha could only think helplessly to himself, "These kids." Seo's screams still echoed through the room. "Bang Jun-sik, you're so dead." In the middle of a completely devastated soul, this noisy house was their sanctuary. His memory took Doha back to the day he first met the children about 4 years ago. Back then, he was strolling through the city's ruins, his mind preoccupied with one thought. What should I eat today? I haven't had it in a while. I'm suddenly craving some spicy stir-fried bear noodles. While lost in thought about food, he came across 2 large men relentlessly banging on a door, shouting, "Open up, you scum! If you don't open this door, we're breaking it down!" Noticing Doha's arrival, the 2 strangers turned and tried to justify themselves, claiming they weren't bad guys, then nonchalantly asked, "Got any stir-fried noodles?" Survival first, fight later. Ask for food first. Doha stared blankly at the 2 men before him, then asked with a forced smile, Are you 2 part-timers at the convenience store?" The one holding a hammer was enraged by his attitude and roared, "Hey, you want to get smashed into chestnuts?" He frantically swung the hammer and charged straight at Doha. In a flash, Doha had the guy knocked out on the ground. The hammer wielder trembled in pain, still not understanding what had just happened. He just attacked me for no reason. What did I do to this guy? He was so bewildered that he even wondered if he had somehow hit himself in the stomach while swinging the hammer. Without letting the other large accomplice react, Doha unleashed a thunderous punch that took him out instantly. Doha looked down at the goon lying flat on the ground with a weary expression. "This is ridiculous! This employee isn't friendly at all!" Suddenly a scream rang out. Before he could even react, another huge guy charged from behind, lifting Doha up into the air. He laughed with a sinister, triumphant grin. "You're the first person to ever block my 2-legged kick. That means I acknowledge your talent." Doha was baffled by his opponent's overconfidence. A 2-legged kick, huh? This guy was really strange. He easily overpowered the giant and pinned him to the ground. Then he added sarcastically, "I'm so happy to be praised." And with that, the guy was down for the count. Doha turned to call the man in the floral shirt nearby. "Hey, mister, can you get this guy out of here?" The other guy, looking bewildered, hauled away his buddy who was as heavy as a pig. He mumbled non-stop about his bad luck for running into a freak like Doha. As he casually picked up the box of raspberry spicy noodles, Doha suddenly remembered. Wait, wasn't there another one? From inside the room, the sounds of bickering children could be heard. "Shut up, you idiot, I really have to pee." Doha stepped inside and called out loudly, "Is anyone here?" He was stunned to realize the door hadn't been locked this whole time. Immediately, Sela grabbed an umbrella, getting into a defensive stance. "Get any closer and I'll hit you." The kids inside were still bickering, calling each other idiots and morons. Amidst the chaos, Junsik tried to stop them. "Guys, stop fighting. We need to work together now." But he was met with a harsh rebuttal from a teammate. "What are you talking about? You're the one who insisted we go to the convenience store, and now look what's happened." The children's tense argument filled the dark room. In the midst of their internal conflict, Doha's appearance startled the whole group into defensive stances. Sela immediately lunged forward, attacking with a broom. But Doha blocked the attack in the blink of an eye. Determined not to give up, Junsik, confident in his masterpiece, a bat swing perfected over his 9 years of life, decided to land a finishing blow on the stranger. However, instead of hitting Doha, the swing went wide and knocked Ionji out cold. Realizing their opponent's overwhelming strength, Junsik immediately changed tactics. He rushed over, latched onto Doha's leg, and began to wail, begging for forgiveness. Despite Sela's cautious objections, Doha stepped closer to check on the girl and realized it was their teacher. She had a very high fever. Instead of harming them like the children feared, Doha calmly took off his backpack and pulled out a box of fever medicine. He gave it to Sela, instructing her carefully, "Give this to her twice a day." He explained that he only came in here to look for some food. "Sorry for scaring you kids. I'll leave now." Doha said goodbye and asked Junsik to let go of his leg so he could leave. As the stranger's figure disappeared, Sela turned and scolded Junsik for his clumsy leg-hugging act. Looking at their unconscious teacher, the children realized that if they wanted to survive in this harsh world, they had to make a critical decision. System quest unlocked. Choose an adult to follow. Seeing Doha leaving, the children rushed to follow him. Sela yelled out worriedly, "We can't just follow him, it's not that simple." Doha stopped. He realized they were all going the same way, so he just smiled wryly and said, "I didn't say anything." Despite his silence, the children continued to follow him quietly. Walking through the ruined streets of Seoul and seeing the determination on the children's faces, Doha smiled and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Hearing that offer, Sela, stunned, blurted out, "Really?" While Junsok was so exhausted he couldn't take another step. From that fateful day onward, they stuck together, living as one until this very day. They had truly become a family. Seeing Doha return covered in dirt, his older sister said caringly, "Your clothes are filthy. You've worked so hard, Doha." Doha excitedly bragged, "Hey, sis, guess what I brought back a deer?" Knowing he was tired, his sister had already prepared a hot bath for him and urged him to go bathe right away. Doha took off his outer shirt, revealing a powerful physique with rippling muscles and incredibly broad shoulders. His sister offered to take the shirt from him, but Doha politely declined. Looking at the powerful young man in front of her, she marveled to herself at how much Doha had grown and matured. "I wonder what girl is going to snatch you away someday." Her teasing made even the weathered hunter blush in embarrassment. Just then, the little boy, his face dirty and bruised, approached and asked seriously, "Hey, what is the true meaning of life?" But right after, the kid revealed his true intention, pleading, "Can you teach me how to fight?" So much for philosophy. That ended in 2 seconds. As night fell, Seoul was enveloped in darkness and a biting cold. Standing silently on the balcony, Doha accepted a steaming cup of Junmo tea from his sister. She said gently, "Doha, you must be freezing. Here, drink this." Looking up at the brilliant galaxy, Doha remarked that he'd never seen so many stars over Seoul. His sister wistfully remembered the Seoul that used to be ablaze with lights. Noticing that their supplies were running low, Doha decided, "I'm going to head to one of the big supermarkets." Hearing that, his sister asked worriedly, "A big supermarket isn't that dangerous? What if there are bad people there?" Doha reassured her that he hadn't seen any strange footprints around for the entire past month. He looked over at the soundly sleeping kids where Jun Seok still had his leg draped over his friend, causing Ionji to mumble in his sleep from the weight. Doha said gently, "More importantly, Jun Shik's birthday is coming up. We should at least give the kid a nice meal on his birthday." Touched by his thoughtfulness, his sister quietly asked, "You've tried really hard to take care of the kids, haven't you?" Doha was silent for a moment, then replied sincerely, "You and the kids are the first real family I've ever had. And that's enough for me." Her sister was flustered by his words. She quickly urged him to go to sleep to avoid the cold, but just as Doha turned to leave, she suddenly asked, "If we're a family, does that mean you're the husband? And I'm the wife?" Doha stammered in shock, "Husband and wife?" His sister burst out laughing, waving her hand dismissively. "Just kidding." Seeing Doha still looking dumbfounded, she pressed, "Or, do you not like the idea?" Doha awkwardly fumbled, "No. That's not it. It's cute." Their little chat came to an end. When the group stepped outside, they were all in awe of the sight. Snow was falling, blanketing the streets like white clouds. Yeonji shivered from the drop in temperature. "Man, I hate the cold." He then urged everyone to hurry home, but Jun-sik and Sella were already engrossed in chasing each other, laughing and playing happily in the snow. Jun-sik even excitedly announced he was going to make a snowman, in the shape of his 2 friends, just to tease them. Walking behind, Doha smiled quietly as he watched the kids mess around. Suddenly, a giant snowball came rolling out of nowhere, sending the whole group screaming and scattering. "Run. That snowball is huge." After a while of playing, they had managed to build a giant snowman right in the middle of the street, taller than any of them. Finally, the group's destination came into view. It was an old, rundown supermarket. The moment he saw their target, Jun-sik shouted excitedly, "All the bear cakes are mine!" Sella was just as quick, demanding they get some wax candy. Doha quickly reminded everyone, "Hey, slow down." Suddenly, he stopped short when he noticed something unusual about the dry branches nearby. "Huh? Why are these branches—" Doha stared intently at the twigs, his face filled with suspicion. He thought to himself that at that moment he had no idea of the danger that was lurking nearby. The kids' voices cut through his thoughts. "Come on, hurry up. Hurry up, if you're slow all my bear cakes will be gone." Doha answered, all right, I'm coming." He walked behind them, his mind filled with thoughts of their bleak future and how his own story would end. As his feet sank deep into the thick cold snow, Doha handed each of them a safety whistle. "Everyone take one of these," Jun-sik asked blankly. "What whistle?" Sella immediately snapped, "Be quiet, you idiot." While Ionji was already playfully blowing his whistle, Doha quickly split them into groups. "Jun-sik, you go with Ionji. You'll be in charge of Sella." As they moved deeper into the supermarket, Doha continued giving orders. "Stay in your pairs, okay? Don't go to the other floors. If anything happens, blow your whistle immediately." He set a time for them to regroup. "Meet back here in 1 hour." With a confident smile, Doha believed everything would be fine. The group began to spread out inside the supermarket. Amidst the desolate snow-covered space at the fashion counter, The older sister mulled over what clothes to pick for the kids. Which one should I choose? These kids grow so fast. Should I get them a bigger size? In the end, she decided a perfect fit would probably be better. Suddenly, Sella appeared in a new outfit, showing it off excitedly. Hey, look at this. I tried to dress just like you. The little girl wore a pink sweater with a long skirt, looking absolutely radiant. A mini fashion show even in the middle of the apocalypse. Her sister didn't hold back her praise. You look so much prettier than me. Don't you think? Sella, you could totally be a model. The little girl asked excitedly. Really? Her sister smiled. How about I pick out a few more outfits for you? Sella replied joyfully. Yes, I'd love that. Meanwhile, in the food aisle, Junseok was hurrying Ionji. Get all these snacks packed up. Hurry up and pack Ionji. You know you're here for my birthday, right? Being rushed, Ionji could only grumble, Stop nagging so much. Yongji was struggling under the weight of a towering backpack already stuffed with snacks. He whined, How much more are you planning to grab? I can't carry all this. But Jun-sik just replied nonchalantly, What, you think you can't handle it? Don't worry, I'll just stuff more into your backpack for you. Despite Ionji's fierce protests telling him to shut up so he could focus, Jun-sik wouldn't stop chattering, causing his friend to let out an exasperated sigh. A backpack has its limits, but greed is infinite. The sheer weight of the food caused Aongji to lose his balance and tumble to the floor, sending snacks scattering everywhere. Junseok wailed in anguish, My snacks! As Aongji groggily picked himself up from the mess, threatening to give Junseok a piece of his mind. A box of Frango's potato chips silently rolled away. Jun-sik quickly ran after the rolling box of chips. Yongji yelled in alarm, Bang, Jun-sik! But he was met with a terrifying silence. Jun-sik had vanished without a trace. Among the deserted aisles. The boy looked around anxiously, wondering to himself, Where did he go? Meanwhile, in a separate maintenance area of the supermarket, Doha was walking silently amidst industrial pipes and machinery, completely unaware of the mysterious disappearance. On one hand, Jun-sik is mysteriously missing. On the other, I'm just here farming for supplies like nothing's happened. Doha thought to himself as he walked through a tangle of pipes and machinery, a place where it seemed no human had ever set foot. It's strange that a supermarket this big is still fully stocked. Someone should have come here for necessities, right? Did they leave without taking anything? Or maybe they couldn't leave. A horrific sight appeared before Doha's eyes. Dry skeletons now lay scattered across the cold ground. Whether you wanted to accept it or not, there were now more dead than living. Humanity had gradually grown accustomed to the presence of death. According to the final reports from the Black Bear Daily in August 2025, the global death toll had reached a terrifying 5.7 billion people. Refugee camps sprang up across Europe, but they couldn't salvage the situation. The world had frantically dropped countless bombs to deal with the entity known as Friday, and the result was pushing the entire planet to the brink of collapse. The people of Seoul had once fled in panic to regions like Gangwon or Chungcheong, but ironically, the very place they abandoned was the one that suffered the least damage. Amid the rubble, Doha wondered where Friday was now and what it was doing. A beep from his wristwatch announced that a full hour had passed since they started gathering supplies. Doha quickly returned to the meeting point and saw the older sister and Sarah already waiting. The little girl waved brightly, calling out, Hey, brother! Doha smiled and asked, Sarah, did you get lots of things you like? The little girl replied playfully, It's a secret. However, the smile on Doha's face vanished when he looked around and didn't see the other two boys. He asked worriedly, Didn't Yongji and Jun-sik come with you? The sister also started to feel anxious, but tried to reassure him. I'm sure it's nothing, right? Why does that sound like the classic line right before the drama starts? Sarah pouted. Those idiots. They're probably fighting over snacks. But just as Yongji appeared with a bruised and dirty face, she jumped in shock. Whoa! What happened to your face? Did you two actually get into a fight? Yongji replied resentfully. I'm not an idiot. Noticing something was wrong, Doha immediately pressed Yongji. Where's Jun-sik? The boy looked around confused. Huh, I thought he went ahead of me. He's not back here yet. Doha's face hardened with worry. He quickly handed the supplies to the sister and instructed, Here, take this. Take Yongji and Sarah to the machine room. I've checked it, it's safe. I'll go to the place Yongji mentioned. Seeing her worried expression, he asked, What about me? Doha flashed a mischievous, reassuring grin. Don't worry, it's what a husband should do. At her stunned expression, he laughed loudly and ran off. Just kidding. How dare you tease me? Whoever finds Jun-sik first, blow your whistle. The group split up, searching every corner of the deserted supermarket. Calls for Jun-sik echoed relentlessly. Yongji roared in anger. "Where are you, Bang Jun-sik? Get out here or you're dead to me!" Doha searched through every aisle, constantly calling out, "Jun-sik, Bang Jun-sik." Standing in the middle of a vast warehouse, Doha persisted, "Jun-sik, if you can hear me, answer." He looked down and saw a lone box of potato chips on the floor. Suddenly, from the game zone area, excited shouts rang out. "Punch, punch, kick, kick! Ultimate move." Doha froze, his sharp gaze fixed on the game zone, where a faint light still flickered. In that moment, he realized that some people go missing simply because they're too obsessed with games. Doha entered the arcade and found Jun-sik shouting excitedly at a screen. "Ha ha ha! Come on and try to hit me! I'm about to give you a real beating!" Doha sighed in exasperation. "Ha! What are you doing here?" Seeing him, the boy eagerly invited him. "Huh? Brother? You want to play?" Doha's voice turned stern. "Stop messing around and get up. Do you have any idea how worried everyone is about you?" Jun-sik looked crestfallen when he was ordered to carry the bear snacks for the whole group for the next week as punishment. Doha suddenly paused when Jun-sik explained, "But that guy said we had to play first." A wary red glint flashed in Doha's eyes. That guy Jun-sik, still oblivious, tattled on his opponent. "Yeah, he's terrible at the game. I'm even better than him." Doha stood silently in the dark space, sensing a chilling, murderous aura emanating from behind the row of arcade machines. Doha's heart pounded. He quietly reached a hand behind his back and gripped the handle of his battle axe, ready for a life-or-death confrontation. Jun-sik asked blankly, "Brother, what's wrong?" Doha didn't answer, his eyes glowing red as he stared into the darkness ahead. The air was so thick you could almost feel the combat trigger just by breathing too hard. From the machine, a deep, disappointed voice spoke. "Ah, I lost again." On the screen, the words clearly announced that the character Friday had won. The person sitting there muttered, "This is the 9th loss in a row, isn't it? At this rate, I'm going to get hit again." He was horrified to realize that his opponent was none other than the superhero Friday, the one who had wiped out more than half of the world's population. He bitterly admitted that the kid's hits, Jun-sik's hits in the game, were much more painful than he had imagined. The man's face suddenly twisted, his bloodshot eyes glaring with insanity as he roared with rage. "This is driving me crazy! A 9-game losing streak!" The stranger's furious roar seemed to freeze the very air. He knew there was no time left to think. All he could do now was to restrain himself and endure at all costs so his family could escape safely. Witnessing the murderous aura coming from his big brother, Yongji called out nervously, "Brother!" The boy wondered in shock why Doha's eyes had suddenly become so terrifying. Doha tightened his grip on the axe handle. His crimson eyes locked on his opponent, not breaking contact for a second. The bizarre man spoke nonchalantly. "I didn't harm anyone. It was just because I lost a game, even though I absolutely hate losing." He slowly turned around, a cryptic smile on his face. "But you know what?" After everything was over, "I promised I'd play hide-and-seek with that kid." His face suddenly twisted, revealing sharp teeth and a crazed smile. "So run as far as you can and don't get caught. I won't lose again." Facing the declaration of war from the evil god, Doha's face hardened as he silently resolved to protect his family, no matter what, before returning to the meeting point. His sister stared at Doha in shock. "What are you talking about? I don't understand any of this." Seeing how rushed he was, she asked worriedly, "What happened?" Suddenly a loud noise echoed. It startled them both. Turning, they stepped out into the snow and froze, stunned by the sight of a giant, brightly colored pile of presents with a large star on top set right in the middle of their path. Doha exclaimed in astonishment, "What the? Why is there a gift box here?" His sister trembled, wondering to herself, who could have put this pile of gifts here? Realizing the death game had begun in the deserted supermarket, Doha urgently ordered, "Sister, quick, pack the important things. We have to get out of here right now." The group was immediately thrown into a state of emergency. Sele quickly packed her backpack while Aong-ji hurriedly stuffed clothes into a bag. The life-or-death game of hide-and-seek had officially begun. We didn't even have time to understand the rules before we were already running for our lives. In a distant memory of a school sports day, the young Doha quietly looked at the first-place stamp on the back of his hand, watching his friends around him cheering, excited about their victory. He silently wondered, is he happy because he got first place? Is that really something to be so happy about? Doha's eyes were filled with sadness as he pondered what truly makes a person feel happy. While his teammates celebrated their victory, He was thinking, this game isn't that impressive. He saw a mother affectionately patting and praising her son. "You did so well. Why are you crying? My son is the coolest." Back then, little Doha only wanted to be number one so he could hear his mom praise him like that just once. But then he bitterly realized the harsh truth. I wouldn't know, because I don't have a family. Back in the grim reality, the group was trudging across the majestic Benpao Bridge amidst the white snow. To encourage the tired children, his sister gently coaxed them. "Don't cry anymore, don't cry. Santa Claus won't give presents to kids who cry." Hearing that, Jun-sik quickly argued, "I've never cried, so I should get a present right." But Sella immediately poured cold water on his hopes. "We have to move because you did something bad. Santa doesn't give presents to naughty kids either." The little girl cruelly revealed the truth to stop her friend's daydreaming. "Besides, you won't get any presents anyway because Santa Claus isn't real. All this time Santa Claus was just Doha." Oof. The truth that Santa wasn't real must have hit so hard it stopped Jun-sik's fragile little heart. Doha quietly checked his watch. It was now 4:35 p.m. In the middle of the thickening snowstorm, as the sky began to darken, the tired kids asked Doha how much longer they had to walk. Doha looked ahead resolutely and reassured them. "We just need to cross the Han River. Don't you guys worry. We'll go into the first empty house we see." Suddenly, Jun-sik looked around and asked curiously, "Brother, I'm curious about something too. Why are there so many snowmen here?" The little boy pointed towards the strange figures lying along the roadside and commented, "All the snowmen look so weird. And they're terribly ugly. If these snowmen entered a beauty contest, the judges would probably resign en masse." Looking at the frozen and buried corpses, under the thick, cold layer of snow, Doha just answered quietly to protect the children's psyches, "Don't mind them. They're just normal snowmen." The snowstorm grew more intense, hampering the group's every step in the white expanse. Exhausted Sele uttered between ragged breaths, "Sister, how much longer until we get there? I'm so tired." Doha tried to encourage the little girl. "Just a little more. Arcella can always do it right." His sister's voice, full of worry, called out from behind Doha. "How much longer until we get there? The kids and I are about to collapse." Doha could only grit his teeth and reply to reassure everyone. "We're almost there." He said it with certainty, but his head was probably spinning like Google Maps with no signal. A sense of helplessness washed over him as he himself had no idea when they would find shelter in this white flood. Looking at the deep snow under his feet, he wondered since when the weather had become so harsh that it turned Korea into a snowy, deadly Siberia like this. Disaster struck when Sella suddenly collapsed into the thick, cold snow. Doha and the others rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Park Sella, wake up!" He shook the little girl forcefully. He tried using harsh words to awaken her will. "Hey, Park Sella, if you want to sleep, do it at home." Faced with the children's desperate pleas, Doha stood frozen. His eyes were bloodshot with stress as he realized he was completely helpless against the Grim Reaper's scythe. Amidst the blinding snow, a strange figure suddenly appeared with a bright lamp in hand. He looked at the group and ordered in a stern voice, "Follow me, if you don't want to die here." The man led them towards an old apartment building where the light from a single room was still flickering in the winter night. As soon as they stepped into the spacious apartment, the children couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Whoa! It's even bigger than our house." In the cozy and well-equipped space, Doha felt a bit restless, an itching sensation all over his body from the sudden change in temperature. His sister noticed and reminded the kids. They all chimed in with a polite greeting. "Thank you, mister." The strange man coldly pointed to the corner of the room and instructed, "The bathroom is over there. Don't take too long in the shower, the hot water is limited." While Doha was still holding Cell A, Junseok was already excited to see the soft bed, forcing his older sister to quickly stop the kids from rushing into the rooms on their own. Seeing Doha's contemplative look, the old man spoke with a stern warning. "Hey, you! If you kids had been any later, you would have frozen to death. How dare you wander around in a blizzard like this? Don't do something you'll regret later." Doha quietly lowered his head in understanding, but in his heart he couldn't help but feel a flicker of suspicion. He wondered if this man was really as kind as he appeared, and whether or not staying here would turn into a dangerous trap. Just as Doha was considering whether they should leave immediately despite the blizzard, Junsik innocently ran up to the old man to ask for a room, making him sigh in exasperation. Just then his sister approached and urged Doha, "You go shower first." She smiled, gently comforting him. "You've worked so hard today." That gentle smile dealt a critical blow of psychological damage. Faced with such kindness, Doha looked down, filled with guilt. He confessed that he honestly didn't know when they would find shelter. Yet he still forced everyone to push on just a little longer. His voice choked with emotion as he apologized for nearly getting the whole family killed in the blizzard. His sister looked at him with understanding eyes. She admitted that they really had been in danger, but she understood that no matter what Doha did, he always thought of everyone else first. She gently reached out, touched his face, and murmured, "That's why I hope you won't carry everything on your own." "I told you, didn't I? We're family." The simple phrase was touching enough to make long-running soap operas jealous. She playfully smoothed his hair back and teased him. "You know, when you brush your hair back and show your forehead, you look way more handsome." Seeing his sister's radiant smile, the burden and stress in Doha's heart felt as if they were lifted away into the cold night. The light from the old apartment building still flickered, shining through the dense snow. In a corner of the room, the old landlord quietly lit a cigarette, his heavy eyes gazing at an old family photograph. He sighed sorrowfully, holding it in his hand. "Ha! Where have all the children gone?" Doha came out after his shower, drying his hair, as he called out, "Nuna, I'm done." "It's your turn," his sister replied cheerfully. "All right." She turned and called to the little blonde girl. "So, let's go take a shower." After the two of them had left, Doha sat alone with a map of Seoul spread out before him, looking as tense as if he were taking a university entrance exam in the middle of a blizzard. He calculated silently, "We've crossed to the south of the Han River, but I still don't have enough information about this area." His eyes showed clear anxiety as he told himself he had to get everyone as far away from Friday as possible, even if it meant crossing the sea to find safety. He saw Junsik sitting on the floor, happily eating potato chips. The little boy enthusiastically offered, "Hey, Santa Claus, want some chips? There's a lot here." Doha walked closer, his expression serious, and asked about what happened at the supermarket. "Junsik, what did you say to that man at the supermarket?" The boy answered innocently, "We were just playing together." When Doha pressed him about what kind of game it was, a hand with long, menacing fingers suddenly pressed against the glass door. It was accompanied by a chilling voice. "Found you, kiddo." Friday's crazed face appeared right outside the window, his eyes glowing red. Doha exclaimed in shock, "Friday." Meanwhile, Junsik was still innocently pointing, "Oh, it's the guy who's bad at games." Doha trembled in fear, unable to believe he'd found them all the way here. Friday gave a chilling smile, his body radiating a blazing energy as he declared, "I win at hide and seek." Doha screamed in desperation, "Run! Run! Now!" But before they could, everything exploded. In an instant, like a fast-forwarded action movie, a violent blast of energy erupted. It blew everything away, turning their warm shelter into a blazing inferno that lit up the sky. Doha was thrown out of the building. He was free-falling through the air, watching helplessly as the fire consumed his family. Amidst the fiery wreckage, his sister's desperate scream rang out. Junsik held his sister's hand tightly. "I'll pull you up." Friday floated high above like a grim reaper, casually enjoying the scene of destruction he had just created. Witnessing that sight, Doha gritted his teeth in agony. "This can't be happening!" Images of the children and the hardships they had overcome together flashed through his mind. From life-or-death moments to the peaceful time when they all built a snowman together, it all replayed like a slow-motion film. Unfortunately, this was a tragedy, not a comedy where you could fast-forward through the heartbreak. His sister's gentle smile was the last ray of light, urging him not to give up. Back in reality, Friday was still there, standing tall amidst the halo of fire engulfing the collapsing building. "What does family mean to you?" That question echoed in Doha's mind. To him, family was more precious than anything in the world. The image of his sister and the three kids playing under the sunset returned like a beautiful but painful memory. The brutal reality crashed down. Doha stood frozen. His face was covered in wounds as he watched his family being swallowed by the fiery nightmare. Just then, the old landlord's voice sounded beside him. "It's a good thing we both survived." The old man looked towards the furiously burning building, remarking that it was the thick, a layer of snow that saved them from the Grim Reaper's scythe. But he also dashed Doha's faint hope, adding, "But I'm not so sure about your family." Ignoring his injuries, Doha used his bare hands to frantically dig through the cold rubble. He screamed each of their names through his tears. "Nuna, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" "Sele, Imzi, Junsuk, anybody. Please, someone answer me. Please, I just need one answer." Doha's cries for help were lost in the silent night. "We've already searched everywhere." The old man looked sympathetically at his shredded, bleeding hands. "Look at your hands. Are you trying to destroy them? How are we supposed to know if they're alive or dead?" But Doha collapsed to his knees, clinging to the one belief he had left. "No. They're still alive. My family is definitely still alive." The old man stared at Doha intensely and shot back. So what if they're dead? Are you just going to die with them? Doha roared in utter anguish. Damn it! Then what do you want me to do? For this lonely hunter, what meaning was there in a world without his family? This was the first time in his life he'd had a family that was truly his own, and he couldn't just accept losing them like this. And in his moment of deepest despair, a strange man suddenly appeared insisting they were still alive. He casually claimed to have seen everything that had just happened with his own 2 eyes. Like a drowning man grasping at a reed, Doha trembled as he approached and bombarded him with questions. Wait, is that true? My family, they're still alive, right? All 4 of them. They're all alive, aren't they? In response to his desperate hope, the man just smirked sinisterly. Heh, you really are an easy mark. He began to reveal his opportunistic nature, laying out his terms. But I can't just give you information for free. I'm hungry, get it? The man casually demanded that Doha bring him enough food for 20 people, and he didn't forget to add that spicy canned tuna would be even better. Witnessing this blatant exploitation, the old landlord immediately stepped in with a warning. Don't you lie to him like that. You think I don't know you're just making this up to get some food? Having been exposed so quickly, the portly man flew into a rage and roared, You damn bastard! Are you trying to make me out to be the bad guy? Fine, have it your way. If you don't want to listen, then don't. Hitting a nerve, his reaction was faster than a Wi-Fi signal. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Doha shouted, Besides the tuna, is there anything else you need? I'll bring you all of it. The stranger continued to list his greedy demands. In that case, fried noodles and snacks, too. His order list was growing longer than a weekend superstore's combo deal. Doha stood silently in the snow, his eyes heavy with anguish as he clung to such a fragile promise. Witnessing this, the old landlord couldn't help but ask worriedly, Are you really going to believe him? He advised Doha to stay calm, saying it was obvious the man was just exploiting his situation to bargain for supplies, but Doha's eyes remained firm. He replied, Whether he's lying or not, we have to get something out of him. Doha then turned to the old man, puzzled. I don't understand why you're helping me, sir. You don't owe me a thing. The old man grew somber, his weathered face creased with hardship. But you wouldn't understand, would you, what it feels like to lose your family? He reminded Doha that this cruel world was always ready to snatch away even the faintest glimmer of hope. With world-weary eyes, the old man urged him not to throw his life away. Not after you fought so hard to survive this long. You have to see it through to the end. Before heading out into the thick snow, Doha bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for last night. If I get the chance, I'll repay your kindness. His lonely figure slowly vanished into the blinding blizzard, his mind drifting back to another painful memory. In the flashback, a frantic Doha was asking his older sister, Sis, what's wrong? His sister, her face etched with anxiety and regret, sobbed, The kids, they still aren't home. They said they'd be right back, so I let them go. It's all my fault. Seeing her consumed with guilt, Doha quickly put a steadying hand on her shoulder to calm her. Hey, calm down. Nothing's happened yet. He gently told her to stay and wait at home since the kids could be back any minute. I'll go look for them right now. Doha wandered out into the sunset, his heart heavy with worry. Where could they have gone? They should have been home by now. His thoughts raced his mind, spiraling into a panic. Just as he reached for the door, there was a loud pop and a shower of colorful streamers. He froze. The kids and his sister all shouted in unison, full of excitement. Happy birthday! Doha stood there dumbfounded, sweat beading on his forehead as he realized the kids' mysterious disappearance. Was all just to set up this surprise. So you all disappeared just for this. And it's not even his actual birthday. It's been exactly 1 year since we met him, and since we don't know his real birthday, we decided today would be his day. The older sister also approached guiltily. Sorry for making you worry. She explained that the kids had put their hearts into baking a cake for him themselves. Sawa excitedly brought out the small cake, urging him on. Blow out the candles before they melt. But before he could, Jun-seok snuck a taste, making the little girl fly into a rage, yelling, You idiot, don't eat it first. Witnessing such a chaotic yet heartwarming scene, an indescribable emotion swelled up inside Doha. It was the sincere love for a family, a warmth he had never known in his entire lonely life before. Under the brilliant sunset, Doha gave the happiest smile, a tear of emotion gently rolling down his cheek. Back in the cold reality, looking at the mountain of supplies at his feet, the fat guy couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, Wow! He frantically grabbed at the food with a gleeful face. Not just tuna, but candy and ramen too. This is a real feast. Seeing him so happy, you'd think he'd just hit the jackpot. Not that he was bargaining. Doha replied coldly that since he didn't know what the man liked, he brought everything to the table. So where is my family? The man's expression suddenly changed, becoming serious as he told Doha to listen carefully. He revealed that Friday had gone straight for and crashed into the apartment building, and right after that he completely vanished. The fat man smiled sinisterly, casually dropping a chilling line without a single trace. After hearing that anyone would want to rewind their life to see if they'd heard wrong, Doha was stunned, cold sweat running down his face. He stammered in disbelief, asking again, "What are you talking about? Did I mishear you?" But the swindler just casually joked, saying he must have forgotten because he was hungry, and demanded that Doha bring more tuna before he could remember. Fury erupted. Doha roared, "You dare lie to me! You dare joke about my family!" The man's attitude changed, and he laughed with a defiant sneer. "Ha, family! So what? You think you're the only one with a family?" He mocked Doha's kindness as pathetic and revealed their true nature as people who had killed before. Hulking henchmen began to emerge from behind, surrounding Doha with a murderous aura. One of them even made an insulting remark about the sister's physique in a vulgar tone. That was Doha's final limit. Before his opponent could react, he threw a lightning-fast punch that sent the big guy sprawling. He charged in, attacking furiously, unleashing all his pent-up rage on the one who had just insulted his family. His ruthless blows left his enemy unable to fight back. The scene turned brutal under the hunter's wrath. The fat man and his cronies were frozen in terror. He yelled, accusing Doha of playing dirty for attacking before he had finished talking. Since he couldn't win the fight, he resorted to blaming the rules, a truly righteous move. He panicked. He screamed when he saw his comrade seriously injured. "You bastard, I wasn't done talking and you hit him. That's a dirty move. What if you killed him?" Doha stopped repeating the man's earlier threat, then said with cutting sarcasm, "Didn't you say you've killed people before? What a coincidence. This isn't my first time either." The fat man roared with laughter at Doha's declaration. "Ha ha!" he sneered, thinking Doha had just gotten lucky with a few hits, and he started getting cocky. "Do you know who we are, kid? We're professionals. Confidence is a good thing, but it's usually right before getting beaten up again." He smugly asserted that all they did their entire lives was eat, sleep, and train in martial arts. He boasted about being beaten down in harsh training camps since they were kids to prove one thing. "That means you're not even in the same league as us, you useless piece of trash." Immediately after, the man ordered his underlings, "Now give him a taste of real pain." Doha was trapped in a circle of hulking men, his breathing growing heavy. A guy in an orange tracksuit stepped forward violently, grabbing his hair and yanking his head back. He boasted that he was ranked number 2 in the welterweight division and taunted him. "Scum like you don't even deserve to set foot in a gym." Despite the threat, he wasn't afraid at all and calmly asked again, "Where is my family?" This question infuriated the fighter for being ignored. He continuously rained brutal blows down on Doha and roared, "Didn't you hear what I said?" He screamed maniacally about his ranking and challenged him. "I said I'm ranked number 2 in welterweight. If you've got the guts, land a single punch on me, you idiot." Seeing Doha still silently taking the beating at his feet, he asked smugly, "Don't you dare! You're avoiding my question." But amidst the excruciating pain, Doha calmly realized a harsh truth from his opponent's attitude. He thought to himself, "So you really don't know?" A cold leg break made the fighter scream in absolute agony. "Ah, my leg." Doha slowly stood up. The one who was so smug just a moment ago could now only lie writhing on the ground, trembling and screaming, "Get a doctor." Witnessing the gruesome scene, the fat man gritted his teeth in contempt. "Pathetic!" He furiously ordered all of his men, "All of you get on him and beat him up." A brutal, chaotic fight officially erupted. Doha charged into the crowd like a beast uncaged, launching thunderous kicks that his opponents couldn't react to. Each of his punches landed squarely on his enemies' faces, leaving them unable to resist. He moved like a phantom through the circle, continuously landing crippling blows, taking them down one by one with absolute precision. One guy tried to dive for his legs, but was immediately met with a sharp elbow to the back of his neck. He was out cold before he could even get a good grip. Doha at this moment was no different from a grim reaper, unleashing his fury. Every time he swung his arm, another man went flying, knocked unconscious. Amidst the wreckage, Doha grabbed a large man and with terrifying strength slammed him onto the floor, making the ground seem to shake. Doha stood tall amidst the devastating scene, breathing coldly as he looked at the remaining men. The professional fighter suddenly closed in. He locked Doha tightly and roared in anger, "You bastard, you dare cross the line? He smugly thought he'd been too lenient, which gave Doha the chance to interfere. At the same time, he spat a contemptuous threat. Just because I went easy on you, who the hell do you think you are? If this were the ring, you'd already be dead. However, Doha showed no fear. He replied coldly with a defiant tone, "Aim for my throat instead of spouting nonsense." Immediately, he launched a lightning-fast counterattack. He twisted his body, putting the opponent's arm in a reverse lock. A horrifying crack echoed, causing the fighter's face to distort in pain. He screamed miserably, "My arm!" The excruciating pain made him collapse. All he could do was clutch his broken arm and groan. Doha didn't give his opponent a chance to breathe, delivering a thunderous kick straight to the fighter's neck, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Witnessing their comrades lying scattered at the hunter's feet, the remaining henchmen were stunned, wondering to themselves, what the hell is he even human? The leader screamed madly, cursing at his underlings, calling them idiots to hide his own surging fear. In their desperation, they started grabbing anything that could be used as a weapon. From nailed clubs to iron pipes, they frantically hyped each other up. Just grab whatever you can and charge him. One of them, holding a baseball bat, shouted in desperation, trying to use their numbers and weapons to reassure themselves. But deep down, they all understood a bitter truth. No matter what weapons they used, no matter how many of them there were, they couldn't defeat the man in front of them. A clear sense of failure enveloped the lackeys. "I give up." After that bold declaration, he retreated faster than a 100-meter sprinter. Confusion spread as they began to ask themselves, why do we even have to fight him? The fat guy stood dumbfounded in the middle of the scene, unable to believe his eyes. "What's happening? We're all former athletes, and we still lost. This is absurd." Doha stood towering before the fat guy and asked coldly, "What are you thinking about?" He trembled, sweating buckets, and stammered, "Sorry." Immediately, a powerful punch slammed into the fat guy's ribs, making him scream in pain. "An apology like that, if it were me, I'd throw a few punches too." Doha looked down at the man writhing on the ground with a sharp gaze and declared, "Don't end it with an apology like that." The fat guy prostrated himself, crying and begging, "Yes, sir, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry for lying." "I'm truly sorry," he said, trying to justify his cowardice. But that's not a crime punishable by death, right?" Doha moved closer to his face and growled, "Not punishable by death!" Sensing the chilling killing intent, the fat guy shrieked in fear, "Wait, don't kill me, your family! They're still alive!" Hearing this, the man's life suddenly had value again. Doha froze instantly, his eyes showing a flicker of hesitation. "Really? But right after that?" "Right after." Doha's eyes flared with a deadly red light. He said contemptuously, "You think I'd actually say that? I'm not falling for the same trick twice." The fat guy probably felt his blood pressure drop on the spot. He screamed miserably in a state of absolute panic, frantically pointing into the distance and yelling, "It's not like that! Go ask him yourself, it's Friday." Doha fell silent upon hearing that fateful name. He thoughtfully repeated, "Ask him." The fat guy tremblingly confirmed, "Yes, you can meet Friday." Doha furrowed his brow doubtfully upon hearing the name Church of Heroes. It was a newly risen religion with posters touting the slogan, "You too can become a hero." Doha sat on top of the fat guy in the middle of the basketball court, coldly interrogating him about the nature of this cult. He confessed that it was an organization that worshipped Friday as a living saint. The strangest thing was that its leaders gave themselves the title of hero. In this age of ruin, Doha found it insane. However, this was no ordinary cult, because they had been officially recognized by Friday and allowed to exist under his banner. Seeing that Doha remained silent, the fat guy was about to explain further, but he was immediately and brutally stomped on. A scream of pain echoed through the area. Doha growled, "Spit it out." The fat guy cried and yelled, "I mean, you can meet Friday through the Church of Heroes." Doha continued to press down with his weight, leaving the man to do nothing but groan in despair under the sole of his shoe. He coldly summarized the situation. "So you're telling me to go ask them myself?" The fat guy nodded frantically, affirming it was the only and most certain way to find the whereabouts of the evil god and his family. He explained that the Church of Heroes was the only group of humans that could actually communicate with Friday. According to him, the people there were completely different and possessed powers that ordinary people didn't have. Doha looked at the fat guy prostrating at his feet and ordered, "Then take me there." The fat guy's face distorted with terror. He tremblingly refused, "No way." "Do you think I'm crazy enough to go back to that place?" In the distance, the majestic cathedral of the Church of Heroes loomed mysterious in the cold night. A little girl named Neon ran excitedly towards a man in a black cloak and cheered, "Hero, look, I'm back, hero." The little girl proudly showed him a picture she had just drawn, but the man just calmly reminded her, "Neon, you should knock before you enter." When the little girl mumbled an apology, he gently patted her head and comforted her. "There's no need to apologize." He gave a cryptic smile and then philosophized, "A child's mistake is an adult's responsibility." This was Gyunsu, one of the leaders of the Church of Heroes worshipped by the people. Back in the present, the fat guy took a drag from his cigarette as he explained to Doha. "Because these guys meet with Friday regularly, the only way to get to that evil god is through those fanatics." With an anxious look on his face, he looked at Doha and said, "But if I could give you one piece of advice." The fat guy's voice turned into a low warning, "Don't go to the main temple." The fat guy trembled as he insisted, "That guy they call a hero. You'll soon realize he's even more of a madman than Friday." Behind the priest's robes, Gyunsu revealed a ferociously tattooed back as he knelt before a statue. Model, the giant Friday. He calls that brutality love, a gift that Lord Friday wishes to bestow upon us. The priests of the Hero Cathedral sincerely believe that Friday is the savior of mankind. To them, the destroyers of this world isn't an evil god, but the one and only savior. Their reverence doesn't stop at simple worship. It has twisted into an extreme fanaticism. They yearn to become just like Friday, the only superhuman left on this earth. Those who couldn't attain innate superpowers made a brutal choice to prove their devotion. They decided to become heroes, in their own way. A way filled with blood and violence. In the dead of night, the majestic cathedral looms looking menacing. Even from a distance, you can tell it's not a place for a free tour. Here, fanatics executed their twisted doctrines in Friday's name. We will all come to realize the love that Lord Friday has bestowed upon us. The reason Gyunsu punishes the followers until they can no longer resist is simply because Friday himself casually takes the lives of others just for daring to defile a holy place, by wearing dirty shoes inside. Every hero in the cult worships Friday, but Gyunsu's reverence has surpassed that, becoming an uncontrollable madness. To call him a hardcore fan would be an understatement. He is Hero Gyunsu of the Gamsu sect, the leader of this cathedral. Memories of an abusive, tear-filled childhood seem to have molded the monster he is today. As Gyunsu was wallowing in his self-importance, a burly figure suddenly appeared. Shattering the cathedral's gloomy atmosphere, Baek Doha strode in with a piercing gaze and declared, "I don't give a damn about any of that nonsense." He looked straight at the cult leader and growled, "Where is Friday?" Doha's eyes blazed with a red, hateful light as he took in the madness around him. He uttered contemptuously, "This damn cult!" Despite the stranger's arrogant entrance, Gyunsu simply kept the sinister smile on his face and asked nonchalantly, "And who might you be?" He glanced around, puzzled. There were supposed to be followers guarding the entrance. Doha coldly gestured behind him where a pile of bodies lay scattered and shot back, "Followers? You mean this lot?" Completely unfazed by the cult leader's authority, Doha roared decisively, "Drag that bastard Friday out here!" Gyunsu froze for a moment, repeating, "Bastard Friday." Then a grotesque smile spread across his face as he asked, "Is he a friend of yours, perhaps?" Doha continued to provoke him in a mocking tone, "Or should I call him that piece of shit Friday?" He immediately lunged forward, attacking with incredible speed. But Gyunsu reacted in time with terrifying reflexes. In a flash, a stunned Doha found himself thrown backward. This hero's speed was far beyond anything he had anticipated. He landed a critical kick that sent Doha into a free fall, crashing hard into the ground. A cloud of dust exploded from the debris after the horrific impact. Gyunsu casually sat down on a pile of rubble. He dusted himself off and said mockingly, "Oh my, you were being quite aggressive, weren't you?" Witnessing the lightning-fast exchange, the fat guide stood frozen to the spot, sweating buckets in terror. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, that incredible reaction speed. It was inhuman. He thought to himself that even a former athlete like him couldn't possibly follow those movements. The fat man realized with a shock that both Doha and Gyunsu were beings far beyond ordinary humans. He trembled, wondering to himself, since when was this country so full of monsters? So terrifying! Suddenly, Gyunsu lunged forward and grabbed the fat man's face, his eyes wide with madness. With a chilling grin, he roared about the insult of someone daring to commit blasphemy against the gods, and brazenly treading upon this hallowed ground with filthy shoes. Looking over at Doha, who was struggling to get up from the rubble, Gyunsu warned coldly, "Don't make me repeat myself." Standing amidst the rubble, Doha growled decisively, "I don't have time for this. Bring Friday here." "Cut the crap. No long-winded sermons." He roared, Hurry up!" and then unleashed a thunderous stomp that shook the entire majestic cathedral in the dead of night. Doha exclaimed in shock, "What the—" Right behind him, Gumsu had appeared with a sinister smile. "I knew it. You must have some guts to be shouting so loud." Before the stunned hunter could react, he launched a lightning-fast attack and declared, "But that's still not enough." Thin yet incredibly sharp wires began to wrap tightly around Doha's body. Gumsu looked smugly at his trapped prey. "Tisk, tisk. Don't even bother trying to struggle. This is the fishing line I use to hunt blue marlin, you know." He casually mentioned that blue marlin can weigh over 900 kilograms and have strength beyond imagination, just to emphasize how hopeless Doha's situation was. But then, Gumsu paused, a flicker of doubt in his eyes as he saw Doha, still straining against the line, stretching it to its absolute limit across his muscular, wounded back. Looking at the web of scars on Doha's back, Gumsu remarked, "Looks like you've had a rough past." But Doha couldn't be bothered to pay attention to his analysis. He strained his muscles, snapping the heavy-duty fishing line, and roared, "Enough with the analysis, I said, bring Friday here now." Gumsu was stunned to see his weapon for hunting giant fish get destroyed. He realized with delight that he had truly caught a big one. Gumsu acknowledged that Doha had earned the right to make that demand, "Because you're the one who so desperately wanted to meet Lord Friday." Doha was stunned to hear that name again. Amid the snow-covered night, a luxury car rolled through the ruins of Seoul. Sitting inside, Doha realized with a pang that it had been 5 years since the world ended. He never thought he'd get the chance to ride in a car ever again. Doha wondered how he'd ended up in this situation. Sitting in the same car as the cult leader Gumsu was the first to speak. "Your name is Baek Doha, right?" He began to philosophize about the long, drawn-out course of human history, where in his view violence is the only thing that has truly endured. His lecture felt about as long as history itself, but the conclusion could be summed up with a fist. Gumsu argued that throughout history, human beings have never stopped killing each other even when there were countless other ways to resolve their problems. But Gumsu insisted that violence is always a much clearer and quicker solution than words. He looked at Doha with a sinister smile, assuming he was the same. When words fail to get you the answer you want, violence takes over. Doha coldly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Suddenly, a man's scream from inside the car shattered the air. "A new player has appeared. Look." Doha's arrival caused a stir in the crowd outside. They murmured, "Did the hero bring back a rookie?" At the same time, they were in awe of his impressive height. "He looks at least 190 centimeters tall, doesn't he?" Doha looked out the window, filled with suspicion. "What's with these people?" When his subordinate respectfully announced their arrival, Gumsu stepped out of the car and continued his lecture, saying that all human emotions are linked to violence. He asserted, in other words, violence is a gift from God. He argued that even in movies, heroes must use violence to achieve victory. Even though Doha had acted and spoken wrongly towards Lord Friday, Gumsu saw a special quality in him. "Doha, you have what it takes." He stood in the shadow of a giant statue of Friday. With a bewitching invitation, he said, "Come with me." Gumsu led Doha to the fighting pit where he insisted he could become a hero. A magnificent panoramic view of Seoul Stadium came into sight. Laser lights swept across the night sky, heralding the beginning of a brutal game. It looks so spectacular, but the content isn't for kids. In the second basement level of Seoul Stadium, home to the main fighting pit of the Jamsil Hero Church, a fanatical atmosphere gripped everyone. Roars echoed through the stands as two daredevils stepped forward to face each other in a fight to the death. The first was Mark Diamond, a ferocious giant with a body as muscular as a block of steel. He arrogantly raised his fist, roaring contemptuously at the crowd. "Come on, you losers!" His opponent, however, was a scrawny, sickly old man who looked like he already had one foot in the grave. Faced with the giant's humiliation, the old man could only mutter bitterly, "Have some respect for your elders, you bastards." The fight began with a ridiculous disparity in their physiques. Mad Diamond lumbered forward, swinging a colossal hand ready to crush his tiny opponent. The crowd above went wild, shouting, "Beat the old geezer!" They cheered as passionately as if they were watching a soccer game. The only difference is that there's no second half. A brutal truth was made clear. This is violence. The story suddenly flashes back 5 years to Beiju Mountain. This was when Gumsu was only 24 years old. Before he became a hero of the Hero Church, he was still a soldier in the United States Marine Corps. Back then, humanity was going insane. Frantically trying to escape Friday's relentless pursuit, they scattered across the globe searching for a way to live. But it wasn't long before they were found. Friday appeared full of arrogance and uttered a taunt. What's the point of hiding here? Facing the presence of the malevolent god Jumsu and the other survivors could do nothing but prostrate themselves in despair. It was a moment where utter hopelessness and extreme terror converged. Friday looked down at the trembling crowd and said with a bored sigh, "You know, I'm starting to get tired of this. Show me a different reaction." What had once been a simple pleasure quickly grew dull, and he grew tired of humanity's predictable reactions. He coldly placed the blame on the victims kneeling before him. "You people are so unreasonable, forcing me to play the part of the villain." And so, to find some amusement, Friday was left with only one choice to destroy humanity. He raised his hand. Summoning massive fireballs from the sky, he made them rain down. The special effects were incredible. Too bad there are no tickets for a repeat performance. Friday let out a cruel smile. As he watched the scene of utter annihilation, he said nonchalantly, "I want to witness something new." Desperate screams echoed everywhere as people realized there was no escape. Only 15 short minutes remained before the world completely collapsed into a sea of raging fire. A stunned young man asked himself, "Am I really going to die such a horrible death?" He regretted that he was about to die without ever having been in love. He hated himself for not living a wilder life, instead working his ass off like a corporate slave. It was a classic case of only realizing you forgot to live when the final deadline hits. Nearby, a young woman clutched her head, sobbing in agony. She didn't want to die. She desperately wanted to live. The darker side of human nature awakens powerfully when faced with imminent death. A frantic man grabbed the crying girl, forcing her to smile for him. In the midst of this nightmare, others also began to lunge at each other, attacking and tearing one another apart. Thinking that everyone was going to die anyway, a burly factory worker seized the chance to unleash his pent-up resentment. He knocked the boss who had always despised him to the ground and taunted him. "Just try to pull your usual stunts in front of me one more time." When faced with death, humanity's true nature slowly began to emerge. Amidst the sea of fire, the survivors were no longer trying to save one another. Instead, there was only maniacal laughter. "This is amazing, ha 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 ha!" It was a survival game, but everyone chose to go insane. Ironically, this brutal behavior spread rapidly, like a plague. Women with twisted smiles, madmen attacking one another, screaming, "Stop sucking up, you old fox!" Humanity on the brink of annihilation. The scene at this moment was truly a chaotic hellscape where the strongest unleashed their fury on their fellow humans, roaring, "Die, you scumbags!" Yes, this is what I wanted to see. Even Friday, watching the massacre from on high, couldn't help but be surprised. "Why are you people only showing me this little play now?" He beamed, feeling satisfied for the first time by humanity's chaos. Lord Friday delighted in the destruction of mankind, and it was precisely because of that insanity that the apocalypse was ironically delayed. Back in the present day, Gyumsu calmly explained to Doha that the very thing that saved humanity back then was violence. He smiled sinisterly, his eyes glowing red with fanaticism. "So to show my gratitude to Lord Friday, I hold this festival every single day." It might be called a festival, but the contents are not suitable for children, or any sane adult. Doha gritted his teeth, disgusted by the insanity of the man facing him. He thought to himself, "You're doing all of this just for Friday's entertainment. This guy is completely insane." He couldn't believe that all this brutality was truly being carried out for the singular pleasure of that malevolent god Friday. Down in the fighting pit, Mark Diamond was still on a rampage. He struck the poor old man and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, that's right. This is what I want. A fight with no rules is a true fight," he roared insultingly. "My opponents are a bunch of old geezers." "Damn it," he said before unleashing thunderous blows that left the scene splattered with tragic wounds. "My performance has only just begun." Mac Diamond laughed with glee, but he immediately stopped, bewildered. The bruised and battered old man suddenly spoke up. "Young man, your blows are strong, but you're aiming at the wrong spot. I don't have any teeth. There's nothing to break, so just consider me to be wearing a mouth guard." The old man's face twisted into a bizarre expression, enraging Mac Diamond, who roared, "What kind of absurd logic is that?" A chilling slash rang out. Mac Diamond clutched his face, screaming horribly in agony. "Ah, my eyes." One second he was crowing, the next he was the victim. The surrounding crowd watched in shock as the old man's bony hands performed a ruthless eye gouge. Mac Diamond collapsed to the fighting floor, lying motionless at the old man's feet. To everyone's astonishment, the old man calmly wiped the blood from his hand and uttered a scornful remark. "You little brat! Daring to be insolent to your superior, huh? This world is truly upside down. I really hate the kids these days. The old man's ho-ho-ho laughter echoed amidst the audience's extreme fervor. The crazed crowd roared with excitement. That old man is a total badass, right? This is what a real fight looks like. Witnessing the brutal scene, Doha was stunned, wondering to himself, what the hell is going on here? Gumsu approached and casually remarked, "Everyone looks so excited, don't they?" Seeing Doha's expression, he gave a sinister smile. "You're mistaken. Violence possesses a divine power. We are only now realizing its true value, something once obscured by prejudice. So don't worry, you'll understand soon enough." Doha clenched his fists and growled impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm here to see Friday." Faced with this harsh attitude, Gumsu remained as nonchalant as ever. He quietly wondered if he was being too roundabout. Suddenly, he played his trump card, leaving Doha speechless. "You're looking for your family, aren't you? Han Soo-hyun, Bang Joon, Seok Sel, Youngji, and Park Seo-ah. Am I right?" Doha was aghast, a cold sweat running down his back as he heard the familiar names. "How do you know those names?" Having grasped his opponent's weakness, Gumsu flashed a triumphant smile and made a bewitching offer. "So, do you want to join the match now? This kind of invitation sounds like a job offer, but the salary is paid with your life." He moved closer, his fiery red eyes staring straight into Doha's mind to repeat the one condition. "Let me say it again. If you become a hero, you will get to meet Lord Friday." Gumsu urged Doha not to just stand there, but to immediately join the fight to the death. He roared with excitement, demanding, "Unleash your true nature and show me your violence." It sounded like a lucky star, except if you fell, you'd be erased. A mysterious woman with short hair and pointed ears observed silently from above. She softly repeated, full of meaning, "That's right, show me your violence." Her eyes were fixed on Doha as she wondered, "Is Baek Doha that black-haired guy?" Looking towards the hunter standing in the middle of the arena, she calmly stated, "It seems he's the fighter I manage." Gumsu leaned close to Doha's ear, his eyes flashing with crazed excitement. As he made his final offer, he said, "So, if you want to meet Lord Friday, show me your violent nature." He roared demonically, demanding the hunter unleash his most primitive brutality. Without a moment's hesitation, Doha's face hardened, his eyes burning red with determination as he retorted, "Then set it up now. I'll smash them all before the day is over." Doha's decisiveness made Gumsu exclaim in surprise, "Oh, really?" However, he quickly broke into a sinister smile and reminded him that the festival ends at 10 p.m., so things need to be prepared more carefully. Gumsu placed a hand on Doha's shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll prepare everything, so let's postpone it until tomorrow." He led Doha past the giant statue of Friday, not forgetting to emphasize an ironclad rule. "And Doha, there's one rule you must follow. Violence outside the ring is forbidden." Doha asked blankly, "What?" The rule sounded moral, but Gunsu's application of it was a bit selective. To him, violence was a faith more sacred than anything, and using it crudely outside the ring was nothing short of blasphemy. He suddenly turned towards the shadows and called out, "Hana, over here!" A woman with stylish short hair and a sharp gaze stepped out from behind the stands. Gumsu spoke politely. "My apologies for calling you on your day off." The girl calmly replied, "It's all right, Lord Gumsu." He announced that he was putting Doha under her management and responsibility. As soon as he saw the woman's face clearly, Doha was completely frozen, sweating buckets from the shock. He uttered unconsciously in bewilderment, "Huh, sis?" The woman before him looked just like his missing older sister. The resemblance was so strong it made Doha mistake her for a moment. His heart seemed to tighten at this cruel coincidence. The next morning, in a tall building bathed in the brilliant dawn light, Doha was frantically training to prepare for the coming death match. He performed a handstand. He did a spectacular one-handed version revealing a muscular physique with rippling sweat-drenched muscles. Doha poured all his hatred and strength into every fiber, ready to become the most violent monster. To find his family again. Doha quietly gazed at a family photo where the happy smiles of the children and his sister seemed to give him strength. Amidst the harsh reality, he let out an exhausted sigh, drenched in sweat after a long night of relentless training. From behind, Hana spoke with admiration, impressive. "You can be alone with a woman and still truly just train without even sleeping a wink." She moved closer, a slightly pouty look on her face. "My pride is a little hurt, you know." Doha turned to look at her with a cold gaze and asked directly, "What are you trying to say?" Hana calmly explained that her job was to care for and analyze the fighters. But above all, she was incredibly curious about the man in front of her. She reached out and touched the rippling muscles on Doha's chest, but quickly withdrew when she saw his expression. She smiled faintly, full of meaning. Sorry, it's nothing. Let's go to the arena. Hana signaled as the dawn began to break. Their destination was the main branch of the Hero Church, where a colossal statue of Friday stood imposingly atop the stadium. A statue this big must really boost morale. Doha couldn't help but be stunned when he witnessed the massive crowd carrying luggage in their hands and under their arms flocking towards the church. He thought to himself, so many people, where did they all come from? Hana calmly explained, about 10,000 people. Doha exclaimed in astonishment, 10,000 people just for one match like this? This event would probably sell out without any advertising. She looked towards the fervent crowd and asserted that watching a fight is by nature a primitive human pleasure. In a ruined world, people weary from the fight for survival just want a way to escape their grim reality, and the James Seal cult gave them the answer they craved. Standing before the giant statue of the evil god, Hana softly spoke of the pleasure of violence. She wondered if Gunsu, the one who bestowed that pleasure upon mankind, wasn't the true hero. Baek Doha coldly dismissed her. Don't talk nonsense. He looked her straight in the eye and asserted, someone who builds an arena for violence to run rampant can absolutely not be called a hero. Doha glanced down at the crowd jostling below. It was ironic that in a situation no different from the apocalypse, people were still voluntarily lining up neatly just to wait to see a death match. Hana reminded him that he just had to obey. The one and only rule, no violence outside the ring. Doha looked at the crowd pensively. He realized violence made some miserable, but it made others happy. It was a paradox happening right before his eyes. He challenged Hana, asking if she meant that someone like him was forced to be a sacrifice. Hana calmly replied, that's right. It is that very sacrifice that creates value. She believed that sacrifice is a hero's virtue, and that was why not just anyone could bear that title. Heading towards ring number 2, Hana instructed Doha that to become a hero, he had to meet Gunsu's strict standards. She emphasized that just winning wasn't enough. You have to win overwhelmingly. The announcer's voice boomed through the stands, calling for everyone to welcome the new fighter with a huge round of applause. Baek Doha stepped out from the shadows. He shed his robe, revealing a muscular physique with muscles like carved stone under the bright stadium lights. The rookie making his debut was introduced as someone with no experience. His true strength was still an unknown. The large screen clearly displayed his information. Baek Doha, 189 centimeters tall, 88 kilograms. Doha's opponent in this debut match was McGregor, an experienced former MMA fighter with a fierce look and arms covered in tattoos, swaggered out arrogantly, declaring there was no need for introductions for this rookie. He also demanded the organizers make sure Doha wouldn't leave the ring alive. The moment the match began, McGregor immediately rushed in, closing the distance and using professional technique to take him down, and tried to pin Doha to the mat. But McGregor's advantage didn't last long. In a flash, Doha displayed his superior physical strength. Turning the tables, he unleashed a powerful reverse takedown, slamming his opponent hard onto the ground. He looked down at the man he had pinned with a cold gaze, completely dominating the fight in just a few short seconds. Even though his face was already starting to swell with red wounds, McGregor was still screaming frantically, threatening to break Doha's arm, and boasted about having an iron chin that couldn't be beaten. However, that confidence quickly vanished, replaced by terror as he realized his body was being lifted effortlessly into the air. So high, was all McGregor could gasp out in astonishment before Doha delivered a thunderous blow, smashing him straight down onto the mat with terrifying force. The impact made the ground seem to shake. The crowd in the stands erupted with extreme excitement. Not bad for a rookie. The cheers echoed throughout the arena. Now this is a real fight. Off the charts. Everyone realized in shock that McGregor had been completely defeated without even a chance to fight back. Witnessing Doha's overwhelming power, the audience could only gasp in amazement. He really is a James Seal. McGregor lay motionless, his face heavily injured. The referee announced loudly to the entire arena, McGregor is down, the winner is Baek Doha. He stood tall before the giant statue of Father Friday, a symbol of the fanaticism and violence that permeated this place, preparing for the more brutal challenges that lay ahead. Immediately after, a mass murderer serving a life sentence named Park Dusik appeared, his face twisted and deformed. With a record of 15 matches, 13 wins, and 2 losses, he looked around the arena and exclaimed, the atmosphere here, it's incredible, isn't it? I love this place. A place where I don't have to give a damn what anyone else thinks, he screeched madly. In this place, I'm the main character. But before he could finish, Doha unleashed a thunderous punch. It sent him flying straight back and slamming hard into the rock wall behind him. Park Dusik only managed a weak groan before falling completely unconscious, stunning the entire audience into silence. Doha calmly wiped a smudge from his face, his cold gaze fixed on the organizers as he ordered, "Well, bring out the next opponent. Now!" He just ordered his next fight like it was a dish at a restaurant. He stood proudly over the body of his defeated foe, ready to sweep aside any opponent blocking his path to finding his family. The crowd in the stands erupted in a frenzy. They roared with excitement. This guy is the real deal. Doha's strength had completely won over the bloodthirsty spectators. Someone even shouted, "Awesome, from now on, I'm your fan." Amid the cheering, an opponent with a green mohawk charged forward. He screamed wildly, "Crush the rookie! Crush the rookie!" He swung his arm to attack, but Doha was one step faster, successfully closing the distance. But you picked the wrong guy. Ignoring his enemy's sinister grin, who thought he had him cornered, Doha unleashed a thunderous knee strike, burying it straight into his gut. The large man collapsed on the spot. Doha's eyes glowed with a deadly red light. He calmly uttered a single cold word, "Next." The following opponents stepped into the ring one by one, but they all met the same gruesome fate. Doha didn't stop. He continued to take down more opponents, leaving behind a scene of bodies no longer able to resist, standing tall in the middle of the arena. He repeated his authoritative command, "Next." Even a giant wrestler was defeated by Doha, left lying motionless on his back on the mat. He walked on his muscular body, drenched in sweat and bloodlust. Doha thought to himself, "I'll be there soon, so please stay safe, you and the kids." This yearning to find his family was what was turning him into an unstoppable monster. From a high balcony, Hana and her assistant quietly observed the frenzy of the crowd below. The assistant couldn't help but be impressed. Even though he just debuted, he's already won 8 consecutive matches. Master Jumsu really has a good eye for talent. Sounds like an esports pro, but with a survival cheat code. However, Hana looked displeased when she noticed that Jumsu hadn't even bothered to come watch this match. She understood that this meant Doha still hadn't met the expectations of the cult's leader. With a sharp glint in her eyes, Hana decided it was time. "Bring out the opponent we prepared for Beck Doha." The announcer's voice boomed, signaling the start of today's main event as a small figure appeared from behind the majestic stone gate. The announcer posed a challenging question. "Can he stop the murderous rampage of the rookie monster?" The crowd roared, chanting the name of the beloved star and promising fighter of James Seal. Doha asked, bewildered, "Huh?" as his opponent was gradually revealed. It was Sim Ji-hoon, a small boy with spiky hair and teary eyes, standing trembling in the middle of the ring. "What kind of plot twist is this?" It made the entire arena pause for 3 seconds. Doha exclaimed in shock, "What, you're making me fight this kid?" He stood stunned, looking down at the poor child who barely reached his chest, unable to believe the cruelty of the organizers. But the surrounding crowd had completely lost their humanity. They cheered wildly, "Crush him, rookie monster!" The bloodthirsty screams echoed throughout the stands. A man with a face distorted by excitement yelled, "Beat that little brat to death!" Standing amidst the bloodthirsty roars, Doha suddenly felt a cold, murderous aura wash over him. He realized he had just stepped into an unimaginably insane place, a place where a child's life was merely entertainment for demons in human form. Doha looked at the crowd with utter disgust, unable to believe they could be so cruel as to demand the life of a child, just to satisfy their bestial urges. He wondered how they could cheer excitedly at such an absurd spectacle. What great sin could this child have committed? Or is he actually an incredibly skilled fighter in disguise? While Doha was still lost in thought, Ji-hoon suddenly lunged forward, throwing a relentless barrage of punches at him. Despite his superior physique of 189 centimeters compared to the boy's height of 128 centimeters and meager weight of 25 kilograms, Doha stood still, taking the blows to observe his opponent. A chilling thought flashed through his mind as he looked into the eyes of the spectators in the stands. Don't tell me. This is all just for entertainment. He realized with bitterness that all those screaming people were human, but they had completely lost their humanity. This life-or-death battle was taking place under the watch of the colossal Friday statue of being worshipped as a supreme god in this doomed world. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, mingling with the roaring screams of thousands of bloodthirsty spectators. Doha coldly ordered, "Clench your teeth." Though his heart was full of tormented apologies, he told himself, "I have no other choice." He decided to unleash a brutal finishing blow. Ji-hoon was sent flying, collapsing onto the dusty arena floor. Witnessing the scene, the crowd showed no mercy. Instead, they roared in outrage, Is Ji-hun finished already? You bastard. They furiously incited Doha, hit the kid harder, just like you did in the last match. The cruelty from the stands escalated as they threatened him. If you stop the fight, you're dead. Realizing Ji-hun was completely exhausted, Doha turned to the referee. He's in no condition to fight. Bring out the next opponent. But the referee, with a sinister smile, immediately overruled him. The referee decides when the match stops. Please continue the match. The rules here sounded more like a curse than regulations. Despite his injuries, Ji-hun staggered back to his feet, causing a man in the stands to cheer. Oh, I knew I could count on you, son. Kids are even better than adults. Doha stared in shock at the child trying to stand firm, wondering why he was pushing himself this far. The terrible father's shouts rang out again. Come on, my son. My son Ji-hun, you're the best. Just hold on for 5 more minutes and you'll get a box of ham. A price so cheap it made everything grotesque. Doha was stunned by the harsh reality. Just for a box of ham. How could his father make him do this? Suddenly, a rough hand landed on his shoulder. An authoritative voice boomed from behind him. You know how it is, don't you? My word is law. A painful memory flooded Doha's mind. As a child, he had learned a harsh truth from his own father, standing before his small, trembling son. The bearded man growled, Mom, I told you not to contact her. What, trying to run away again? He casually blamed the poor child. This is all because you treat me so badly. It's okay, a good beating will straighten you out. A sharp slap echoed through the stormy night, drowning out the thunder outside. Inside the dark room, the child lay curled up on the floor while his father slept soundly. After venting his rage, his threats still echoed in the boy's ears like a curse. If you call her one more time, I'll kill you, to have a useless son like you. Just you wait until I get home. For Doha back then, his father's word was an absolute law he could not defy. Back in the present, the terrible father's screams were relentless. Come on, my son! The man drew closer, roughly grabbed Doha's face and whispered like a demon, So hurry up and hit that kid hard. You have a goal too, don't you? In his desperation, Doha saw a vision of his family, their hauntingly crimson eyes staring at him. Junseok, Ionji, and Sella called out in unison, Don't you want to see us? We miss you so much. Please come back soon. Even his older sister choked out the words, I miss Doha so much. Hana watched silently from above. She knew that to become a hero, Doha had to meet Gyunsu's brutal standards. A relentless heartbeat pounded in the hunter's chest. Doha's eyes blazed with a deadly red light. He had completely lost his reason, sinking into his violent instincts. His powerful hand gripped Sim Ji-hun's small, wounded body and coldly dragged him through the rubble. The crowd in the stands erupted in a frenzied roar. Their screams echoed throughout the arena. That's it. That's the stuff so cool. He really is the rookie monster. They chanted his name in unison, Baek Doha, cheering on the brutal violence unfolding on the arena floor from high above. Gyunsu smirked sinisterly and casually dropped a sarcastic remark, a grown man beating a child, ha. Seeing Doha's brutality, however, Hana seemed extremely satisfied. She noted to herself, as expected, he never disappoints. Down in the stands, faces twisted by bloodlust continued to roar. An old man cackled with satisfaction at the tragic scene. Amidst the rubble, Doha told himself with steely resolve, I'm different from you, I'm different. I will protect my family. Doha's face became terrifying, twisted into a grotesque smile, his crimson eyes filled with killing intent. He roared in his mind, I'm different from you. Just then, a bell rang, signaling it was time for prayer. An authoritative voice echoed throughout the stadium. Pray to Lord Friday, who has granted us this precious moment. The entire audience bowed their heads in reverence before giant screens displaying Friday's image, chanting in unison, I love you, Lord Friday, even Sim Ji-hun. Though in so much pain, he had no strength left, trembled and unconsciously uttered, I love. Thank you, Lord Friday. Doha stood silently in the middle of the arena, his breathing heavy. Ha! Exhausted after the horrifying battle, the chant of Thank You, Lord Friday continued to echo through the space like a fanatical cult as night fell. The light from a single room in a high-rise building still flickered faintly against the snowy sky. Inside, the sound of a shower echoed coldly. Doha stood silently, letting the jets of water pour down on his muscular but weary body. His gaze was distant, lost in memories of a small house. It was peaceful, nestled in a lush green forest. That was where it all began when the old instant camera was unexpectedly found. An instant camera, Doha asked in surprise as he saw his older sister excitedly holding it, feeling as though she'd just discovered an antique in an age that was no longer ancient. She smiled brightly. She replied that she'd just found it in a drawer, then quickly called the kids over to take a family photo. The camera clicked, but the film that came out was completely white. This left Doha bewildered. The kids crowded around to look. Yeonji was disappointed that she couldn't see anything, while his sister worried that the camera had long been broken. But she quickly had an idea and told the kids to look closely. Just a little shake, and the image would gradually appear. Junsik and Sella cheered with excitement, as if they had just witnessed a magic trick as the faces slowly came into focus on the film. "Doha, look at this!" his sister called out loudly. Then she burst out laughing, teasing him for his somewhat funny expression in the picture. Doha came closer, looked at the vibrant photo under the sunlight, and smiled. "This turned out pretty good, huh?" That was their first family photo, proof of the happiest days they ever had. Back in the present, Doha quietly looked at the old photo in the dark room. Here memory was the only thing left to warm his heart. He sat with his head down, utterly alone in the silent space, consumed by an intense longing for his lost loved ones. Suddenly, Hana walked in and handed him a can of beer. "Here, take one." She looked at him and then added nonchalantly, "Don't tell me you don't drink beer." That'd be so boring. Doha took the can from Hana's hand and replied softly, "Thanks. I'll drink it." His eyes were still heavy with thoughts about his one and only goal. He looked at her and asked directly, "Hana, so when can I become a hero?" Hana took a sip of beer and casually remarked that his match today wasn't bad, that in fact he fought very well. She affirmed that Doha just needed to keep showing them fights like today's, especially the main match where he faced that soul-shifting kid. Hana let out a quiet sigh of relief. She admitted she was glad Doha had managed to keep his composure. She said that many people had given up halfway because they just kept whining and wallowing in guilt. After acting so brutally in the arena, in response to her concern, Doha's expression turned cold and determined. "You don't have to worry. Compared to this fight, I can do even worse, as long as I can see my family again." Seeing the hunter's ruthless determination, Hana decided to tell him an interesting story about why Friday had abandoned humanity all this time. The story took Doha back to a completely different perspective on the entity known as Friday. In his world, Friday was like a soccer player wearing number 7 on his back, the one who always takes the free kicks in the most decisive moments. Friday unleashed a powerful shot. The ball transformed into a stream of green energy, tearing through the sky and piercing through the city's skyscrapers. That godly kick created an earth-shattering explosion. It incinerated a vast area in a sea of blazing fire. Its horrifying destructive power plunged the entire city into destruction in a mere instant. Amidst that brutal fiery scene, Friday performed an excited celebratory jump and let out a resounding roar, "Xia!" The horrifying incident named Friday had entered its 8th day amid the desolate blazing ruins. The evil god lay sprawled nonchalantly on the ground. The truth was, Friday was feeling incredibly sulky and bored with humanity's repetitive, fearful reactions. He was more like a villain waiting for a new script than one who was actually causing chaos. What he craved now was a newer, fresher stimulus. Meanwhile, a wave of protests against the World Alliance was spreading everywhere. Public opinion was extremely dissatisfied with the World Alliance's utterly incompetent response to the destruction caused by Friday. Under a sky red with the sunset's glow, a fleet of helicopters from all 6 continents was converging on the temporary headquarters of the World Alliance, with all the leaders from 228 nations in attendance. The summit of heads of state was officially open to find a path to survival for humanity. A wave of outrage erupted as crowds of protesters swarmed the area. "Disband the incompetent World Alliance!" they screamed. The protests grew even more intense when news leaked that the upcoming conference venue was a super luxurious resort. Amid chants of "disband, disband," the media also swarmed in making the situation even more chaotic. The leaders nervously discussed how to appease public opinion. "How are we supposed to appease them this time?" one suggested. "Tisk, just release a few announcements that are as positive as possible. That should do it." Despite being surrounded by reporters bombarding him with questions about their current stance, the Russian president just looked at the crowd coldly and uttered a single contemptuous word: "Fools." Curses like "that crazy bastard" and judgments of "incompetent" rang out endlessly from the people. Suddenly, the Russian president raised his gun high and roared with authority, "Silence!" The crowd stared stunned at the leader's back. He coldly declared, "We don't have time for this." He asserted that it wouldn't be strange. if Friday were to appear right at this very moment. And that would be the most foolish way to die. However, if that entity truly came here to slaughter us, then this is a golden opportunity. It was a strange mix of fear and eagerness, as if they were daring the final boss to appear. The president announced that the World Alliance would gather every existing weapon system from around the globe to this very location. They were ready to turn this place into a dead zone to destroy Friday. Bombers began to fill the sky before the shocked eyes of the protesters. "I know full well that those words are nothing but lies," the president declared loudly to the seething crowd. He bluntly exposed the blatant lies of the politicians. It left the protesters stunned into silence. The atmosphere flipped 180 degrees as quickly as a pancake on a hot griddle instead of them hiding safely in nuclear bunkers. He affirmed that all the high-ranking officials present had volunteered to become bait to lure Friday. With a steadfast gaze, he pleaded, "Please treasure your own lives. The World Alliance will never abandon its citizens." That ironclad declaration instantly extinguished their fury. It was replaced by fear and an awakening in the heart of every citizen. The protesters began to disperse in silence, telling themselves it was time to go home and see their parents, and to cherish their final moments with their families witnessing the somber crowd depart. The Japanese official could only watch in contemplation. It turned out that calming an angry mob took no more than a minute. As night fell, the World Alliance headquarters was brilliantly illuminated. A critical life-or-death emergency meeting officially commenced. A tense atmosphere filled the hall as a total of 3 nations were absent, and the South Korean delegation reported they would be arriving late. Unwilling to waste another moment, the chairman decided to immediately begin discussing countermeasures against the entity Friday. Just as the investigation report was presented, the Russian president unexpectedly cut in, and he demanded that first and foremost a single leader must be elected to guide this alliance. Facing doubtful stares, he argued that right now nothing was more important than time, instead of wasting an entire day listening to reports from over 200 nations. Humanity needed someone capable of quickly coordinating opinions and making the final decision. It sounded like they were choosing a controller for a global survival mode. In 5 seconds flat, the proposal quickly gained support. Arms shot up in unison, signifying absolute approval. Very well, let's begin by nominating candidates. The chairman had barely finished speaking when Russian President Maxim Rychenko coldly cut him off. "It's already been decided. It will be us, the Russians. We haven't even met, and there's already a conclusion that's faster than an electronic vote." This arrogant declaration left the other leaders of France and Singapore utterly stunned. Another head of state quickly intervened. "Calm down, President Rychenko. We need a leader who is elected fairly." Rychenko nonchalantly explained that since ancient times his homeland had always been surrounded by hostile nations. For that reason, Russia had secretly hidden strategic assets all across the country. This allowed them to mitigate the damage from Friday's destruction far more effectively than other nations. Images of mighty military convoys transporting massive missile warheads through a snowy forest served as a testament to their formidable military power. Maxim Rychenko stressed that the success or failure of this meeting depended entirely on Russia's participation, and that his leadership was the obvious price the world had to pay. He pointed a threatening finger at the small flag on the table, causing the Prime Minister of Japan, Sakamoto Jun, to erupt in anger. "Are you trying to divide us from the very start? A price, you say?" Rychenko didn't flinch. He stared intently at his opponent and delivered a heavy warning. "Prime Minister Sakamoto, do you think you can bear the consequences after this whole Friday business is over?" That wasn't a question. It was a warning. The pressure from Rychenko made Prime Minister Sakamoto's face go pale. Sweat streamed down his face in the stunned silence. Another representative wearing glasses voiced his objection. "President Rychenko, if you insist on being this extreme, we cannot possibly cooperate. We demand a sincere apology for that remark." The air was so tense that asking for an apology felt like demanding the impossible during the Cold War. Rychenko sneered in contempt. "How shameless. A country that can't even protect its own president. Wasn't it your nation that live-streamed his assassination for the entire world to see?" He landed another blow, a critical hit to the pride of the Allied nations. "Everyone knows your responsibility for escalating this crisis to its current state is far from small. Am I wrong?" Rychenko's scathing words plunged the entire hall into a humiliated silence. The results of the vote were quickly displayed on the large screen. Maxim Rychenko had officially become the president of the World Alliance with an overwhelming 205 votes in favor. Standing before the alliance's symbol, Maxim Rychenko declared, You will not regret this choice. The statement could be taken as a promise or a warning depending on one's interpretation. In his first act as president, he began to reveal a shocking piece of information. Before this meeting, our motherland conducted an experiment. While the other leaders were still wondering in confusion about the purpose of said experiment, Rychenko established a direct comms link to his military. A voice reported from the other end, "Mr. President, this is the commander of the 3rd Artillery Corps." Continuing his ambitious plan, Rychenko immediately spoke into the receiver. "Right on time. Are the preparations for the experiment complete?" In response to the new president, the commander of the 3rd Artillery Corps confirmed in a clear voice that all preparations were complete and that they had gathered all the subjects as instructed. Far below, in the dark valley, hundreds of innocent civilians were huddled together, completely unaware that death was imminent. With a cold gaze, the commander gave the order. "Begin!" Instantly, his finger slammed down on the launch button. 2 enormous fiery missiles shot up into the night sky. An excited child cried out, "Mommy, look!" pointing toward the deadly mass of metal plummeting down from the heavens. A flock of black crows scattered in a panic, sensing the incredible wave of heat rushing toward them. It was a beautiful sight, in that the longer you looked, the more unsettling it became. In an instant, a massive, brilliant white halo of light erupted, swallowing the entire area, and incinerated everything in a world-shaking explosion. Witnessing the horrifying inferno from a distance, the soldiers could only watch in silence as the sea of fire billowed upwards. On the monitoring screen, a chilling image appeared amidst the ashes and scorched skeletons. Friday had arrived. He stood tall amid the ruins, raised a clenched fist, and let out a loud, excited laugh. The World Alliance received a report that Friday had appeared over the radio. Rychenko cracked a satisfied smile and confirmed it was good news, leaving his assistant completely stunned. He questioned the true purpose of this cruel experiment. Rychenko coldly asserted that when the leader disappears, the entire organization will collapse. He argued that survival was paramount to prepare countermeasures and that those present were shouldering an incredibly heavy responsibility. After dozens of cruel experiments, Rychenko announced he had found a way to lure Friday out by sacrificing 1 million human lives. The entire hall was in shock. Heads of state from the U.S. to Italy were left speechless by this horrifying cruelty. But Rychenko nonchalantly called this not just an achievement for Russia, but the first achievement of the World Alliance. No one could refute his words. They even felt relieved. The heavy pressure of responsibility and the fear of dying at Friday's hands now had someone else to shoulder it all. It felt like they had just escaped a deadline, only to walk straight into an even bigger one. In the dead of night, a helicopter glided over the calm sea under a full moon. The pilot nervously asked the regional commander about the rumor that the Russian president had sacrificed 1 million citizens as bait. He asked, his voice trembling, if this was true, and if Friday had really appeared. The reply he received was chillingly cold. "He's appeared." The man sitting in the helicopter smirked slightly, remarking, "So that demon god has some skill, huh?" He told his subordinate not to overthink things, revealing a face full of scars and sharp, dangerous eyes. This was Choi Bi-hung, the representative of South Korea. He advised his subordinate not to overcomplicate things, but Bi-hung himself was currently in an incredibly ironic predicament. Bi-hung's expression suddenly contorted. Sweat poured down his face, not from fear of the enemy, but because he had to use the bathroom so badly he couldn't hold it anymore. He innocently suggested he relieve himself right there in the middle of the sea, and told everyone to just look away. The horrified pilot stopped him, muttering to himself that this tough-looking national representative was actually an incredibly simple-minded person. Unbelievably naive, even. The stomachache exhausted Bi-hung to the point where he wished the world would just end already, so he wouldn't have to suffer anymore, forcing the pilot to beg him to stay conscious. Meanwhile, in Seoul, the sky glowed red with a sunset that signaled a bad omen. IBS television was broadcasting continuously, breaking news about the national state of emergency as chaos began to engulf the capital. The official announcement was made that President Logan had been assassinated by Friday. This plunged society into absolute panic. People could no longer remain calm. They frantically fought over every last package of essential supplies in the streets. Violent scuffles broke out over a single bag of candy. The situation became even more catastrophic when a giant truck lost control, careening forward at a terrifying speed and crushing a line of cars stuck in traffic on a bridge. The truck driver frantically screamed into his phone, "I told you to get out of the way quietly, but there's no room. You think I want this?" He stepped on the gas, heedless of everything. Meanwhile, up ahead, a little girl was anxiously crossing the street with the sole thought of getting home quickly. In that life-or-death moment, a young boy shot forward like a flash of lightning. Using all his strength, he pushed the little girl out of the giant truck's deadly path just before the impact. A young Doha held the little girl tightly in his arms. Stunned, he watched the truck that had almost taken both their lives. Is that bastard crazy? The little girl's eyes filled with tears and she burst out into a piercing scream. Doha stood in the middle of the haunting scene, trembling with only one thought. What do I do now? That was the moment society officially fell into the abyss of chaos. Right after the Friday incident, the dry crack of gunshots began to echo through the city streets. That chaos ignited an unforeseeable chain of terrorist attacks. Taking advantage of the world's focus on the demon god Friday North, Korea officially launched an invasion of South Korea. Emergency disaster alerts were sent continuously to people's phones announcing that enemy forces were attacking, and ordering everyone to evacuate quickly following the military's instructions. Smoke and fire filled the air as North Korean tanks poured into South Korea, plunging the country into a devastating civil war. One disaster after another struck continuously, making the situation even more hopeless. It felt as if the world had just switched to hard mode, with the difficulty constantly increasing and no off button. During an emergency government meeting, an official proposed, to protect Seoul, we must immediately abandon the area south of the Han River. The opposition roared in protest. Absolutely not. The argument descended into chaos as they started slinging mud at each other. You're only saying that to protect your house in Gangnam. Everyone knows all your land is in Jongno. The sound of heavy military boots stomping into the meeting room cut them off. The newcomer casually questioned the politicians, "Why do you have to make things so complicated? When everything in the end just revolves around just cause and responsibility, aren't we all moving toward a single solution anyway?" With an arrogant smile on his scarred face, the man introduced himself as Choi Bi-hung from the Special Operations Command. He declared that he held a simple and obvious solution, leaving the officials to just stare blankly and ask, "A solution?" Under the fluttering national flag, Choi Bi-hung strode into the main hall and gave a mocking greeting. "Well now, gentlemen, Major Choi is here." He casually explained that he was a little late because this thing was too heavy. An official's face went pale, sweat pouring down in terror. He stammered incoherently. As he realized the horrifying truth before him, a sack dropped to the floor with a heavy thud. Bi-hung smirked and said everyone knew exactly what was inside. It turned out he had taken the head of the North Korean commander. Completely shocked by this insane act, a representative yelled, questioning him, "Why? How could you bring something so disgusting like that?" This was the solution to frantically interrogate whoever gave this monster his orders. Just then, an urgent call came through to the acting commander-in-chief. With shocking news, the People's Army had officially declared its intention to surrender. The official was stunned, his jaw agape, unable to believe his ears. So unification was really happening. Their attitude did a complete 180, shifting from disgust to praise, demanding that Major Choi be rewarded immediately. The government quickly recognized the merits of Choi Bi-hung in resolving internal issues, the most notable of which was the miracle of North-South unification. Amidst the brightly lit Seoul night, he was officially appointed as South Korea's representative on the international stage, a promotion that seemed to rewrite history in a single report. However, behind the glamorous official announcement lay a bitter truth. Those in power simply needed a pawn, someone hailed as a hero, but who in reality was meant to take the fall for all the sins and atrocities. Stepping into the World Alliance Assembly Hall, Choi Bi-hung stood tall before the heads of state. With a defiant smile, he announced loudly, "Sorry I'm late. I am the representative of South Korea." Choi Bi-hung's appearance immediately sent waves of shock through the hall. One head of state slammed his fist on the table in anger. He couldn't accept that while his country was in such dire straits, South Korea would send a mere acting soldier instead of a high-ranking general to the meeting. He snapped, "Does South Korea have no self-respect? Tell them to send someone of an appropriate rank here at once. Get out of this meeting room immediately." In response to these insults, Bi-hung just smirked. What a bunch of nonsense. He calmly removed his translation earpiece and declared, "I won't be needing this anymore, because everyone here is actually speaking the same language, the language of power and selfishness." The room erupted in fury. Someone shouted, "Are you insane? Do you have any idea where you're being disrespectful right now?" The atmosphere was as tense as a taut string. One wrong move and peace would shatter. They threatened to teach this disrespectful soldier a lesson and put South Korea on the international sanctions list. Immediately faced with these threats, Bi-hung simply remarked quietly that he was sick and tired of working under others. He stared intently at the heads of state and let out a sarcastic remark. And yet, in a place like this, you people are still trying to climb all over each other. The representative from Taiwan Jiwei slammed the table and shouted, "You can't even handle the responsibilities of your position and you dare pull these childish tricks." Gui berated them. "You're all a bunch of fools." And he asserted that he came here because this seat comes with responsibility. Not backing down. Byung-hum roared powerfully. "If you want others to respect you, then first you should learn to respect them." His muscular frame stood imposing in the middle of the hall like a challenge. Just then, an elderly representative spoke up coldly. "Hey, soldier boy, even if you're uneducated, you should know your place. You think all representatives are the same, do you?" He pointed out that all the nuclear-armed nations were gathered here. This representative threatened that wiping South Korea off the map would be as easy as snapping his fingers. He then revealed a cruel piece of information he had just heard. "Just sacrifice 1 million people and Friday will appear?" With a sinister smile, he proposed, "So how about we test that new weapon of ours? What do you say?" As soon as he finished, the room fell dead silent as if muted. Instead of fear, Byung-hum broke into a crazed smile that sent a shiver down everyone's spine. All the heads of state are gathered here, under a pretext as clear as day. The atmosphere in the hall reached a breaking point as the heads of state roared in unison, demanding South Korea's immediate expulsion from the conference. Amidst the harsh criticism, Choi Byung-hum remained calm and defiant, retorting, "What, am I a criminal?" Just then, Maxim Rychenko cut everyone off with a powerful command, "That's enough." He coldly announced the end of today's meeting to give everyone time to rest and said they would reconvene at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Although Prime Minister Sakamoto tried to object, arguing that the alliance's discipline must be strictly maintained, Rychenko turned back with menacing glowing red eyes. The terrifying pressure from the chairman silenced Sakamoto. He broke out in a cold sweat. Rychenko turned and affirmed that Byung-hum would still participate tomorrow as South Korea's representative, receiving a confident smile and a confirmation in return. "I'll be there." Night fell. Baek Do-ha tossed and turned in the dark room, thinking about the chaos of the so-called World Alliance and the danger of that man Choi Byung-hum. But then he realized an even more ironic situation right in his own room. "But why are you lying next to me?" The question sounded very serious, but the situation was anything but. In response to Do-ha's bewilderment, Hana casually explained that it was because this whole room, only has a single bed. Not wanting to get involved, Do-ha decided to sleep on the floor, but Hana immediately grabbed his shirt to stop him. The pull was so firm that his plan to sleep on the floor for peace and quiet was instantly erased. Immediately she looked at him with sad but extremely serious eyes, pleading, "Please just hear me out." Meanwhile, in a majestic skyscraper, Chairman Maxim Rychenko stood silently by the window looking down at the panoramic view of the brilliantly lit city. He smirked slightly, uttering a cryptic phrase as if he had arranged everything from the start. "I've been waiting for you." He looked at the Alliance chairman with amusement and said sarcastically, "Waiting for me, as if you knew I was coming. How interesting." Not showing a hint of hesitation in the presence of the evil god, Rychenko coldly asserted that this was all part of his plan. He then stated a shocking figure. "There are still 2.5 billion people alive in the world." Rychenko confidently declared that he had found what Friday truly desires and affirmed that the alliance has countless ways to entertain him. With a sharp, cold gaze, he proactively extended a hand in invitation. "We could become excellent partners." It sounded like signing a business contract, but no one would dare call the contents normal. Meanwhile, in the convention hall's restroom, Japanese Prime Minister Sakamoto Jun was angrily washing his hands, grumbling incessantly about the appearance of that Korean soldier, Choi Bae-hung. He believed the man had completely ruined the solemn atmosphere of the meeting. While adjusting his suit, Sakamoto resolved that after dealing with the Friday incident, he would definitely teach that soldier a lesson he'd never forget. Choi Bae-hung walked out of the stall, letting out a sigh of relief after relieving his burden. Phew, that was close. Whenever I get stressed, my stomach gets all twisted up. A very mundane complaint in a completely non-mundane situation. Witnessing Prime Minister Sakamoto Jun's sullen face, the Korean soldier coldly asked, "Let me ask you a question. What's your plan to annihilate Friday?" Seeing his opponent remain silent, Bae-hung continued to mock him, saying that without an interpreter, Sakamoto probably couldn't even speak English. In response to the provocation, the Prime Minister uttered a single word, "Sex." The answer left Bae-hung stunned, who asked again, "Huh?" Sakamoto calmly explained that no matter the adversity, From times of war to colonial eras, humans have always had that need. He asserted that if someone doesn't do it, they must either be impotent or an alien. Fed up, Bi-hung cut him off. That's enough. Stop talking nonsense. You call that a solution? Sakamoto remained firm in his idea of using a honey trap to lure Friday because, according to him, for an enemy with no organization and no clear purpose like him, conventional logic would never work. Bi-hung burst out laughing mockingly. Who knows, maybe he's interested in old men like you. Looks like you're about to get the chance to save humanity just as you've always wanted. The taunt was delivered lightly, but its damage was on a cataclysmic level. His anger erupted and Sakamoto roared, "You psycho!" Then he slapped Bi-hung hard across the face. He berated him, saying that if it weren't for this crisis, Bi-hung would be nothing but a low-class hired hand, while also warning that his own patience had its limits. Bi-hung lightly touched the mark on his face and calmly reminded him that it was Sakamoto, who had insulted him first. He admitted he was very good at wordplay, but also extremely fair when it came to repaying debts. He declared, "What I receive, I must return. That's my principle." He then used his massive hands to grip the Prime Minister's face tightly. The sound of slapping echoed continuously in the restroom, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. Sakamoto, his face covered in red welts, screamed in panic and humiliation. "What the hell is going on now? Security! Where's security?" He frantically pointed at Choi Bi-hung, roaring his accusation to the security forces who had just burst in. "That soldier just assaulted me. He attacked me, a national leader." In front of everyone, Bi-hung just smirked challengingly and asked a single short question. "Huh?" Immediately, another official rushed forward to bear witness, his face full of gravity. "I saw it with my own eyes. That soldier hit him for no reason at all." From the crowd, a mysterious man in a black suit with blazing red eyes approached, coldly ordering, "Bi-hung, please come with us." Not at all flustered. The Korean soldier calmly retorted, "And if I refuse?" The other man didn't hesitate to threaten, "You might get hurt." At the same time, he clenched his tattooed, menacing hands. Bi-hung scoffed. He realized the situation was getting out of hand, but I'm a representative of a country too, you know. This is starting to get ridiculous. The tattooed bodyguard's past flashed back. Initially, all his efforts were just to become stronger. And so I won again and again, after countless brutal victories. The outcome became too obvious and easy for him. He'd won so much that if he had a list of achievements, you'd have to scroll down just to see it all. In the end, this strongest man bitterly realized that being strong meant living an incredibly boring life, for there were no worthy opponents left. However, reality dealt a harsh blow to his pride. In just a flash, Bi-hung had taken down the undefeated bodyguard and was casually stepping on his head on the restroom floor. His undefeated title vanished faster than it was introduced. Bi-hung looked at the man crushed beneath his boot heel and wondered sarcastically, "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" He looked over at the security staff, who were frozen in fear, and spoke up. "Don't you guys see how unfair this is? You're just following orders. So why should you have to take more responsibility?" With a knowing smile, Bi-hung asserted, "It was them who gave you those vague orders." He casually strolled through the room, looked at the guard lying flat on the floor, and said nonchalantly, "But what can you do? No matter how unfair it seems, we're still the ones who have to take responsibility." That terrifying sound immediately brought back a horrifying memory the guard had tried so hard to forget. It was the deafening roar of military drones hovering in the night sky that he had once heard in the army 5 years ago. Since that fateful day, he had become utterly terrified of that sound. Bi-hung looked deep into his opponent's trembling eyes and whispered, "Have you ever heard the sound that lies on the border between life and death?" The psychological shock was too great, causing the bodyguard to scream in terror and collapse onto the floor. He passed out cold from the sheer terror of witnessing that scene. Bi-hung burst out laughing heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha!" He casually wiped his face, pleased with himself. "I can't believe that trick actually worked." For someone who looks so tough, you're surprisingly naive. Behind them, Prime Minister Sakamoto stood frozen to the spot, drenched in sweat, as if he'd just stepped out of a shower having witnessed the Korean soldier's madness. Sakamoto trembled as he stared at Bi-hung's back. An overwhelming sense of terror washed over him. He was stunned, thinking to himself, "That man is the most insane maniac I have ever met." As he stepped into the elevator with the pale Prime Minister, Bi-hung's demeanor suddenly changed again. He flashed a radiant smile as if nothing had ever happened. He spoke enthusiastically to Sakamoto. "It's great that you apologized, isn't it? I'm a simple guy. I accept apologies easily." His expression changed so quickly that people didn't even have time to process whether they should be scared or relieved. Inside the elevator, Choi Bae-hung casually slung his arm around Prime Minister Sakamoto's shoulders and said with a laugh, "Let's do better tomorrow, okay?" At that moment, Sakamoto could only tremble and force out a reply, "Yes." Haha. But, however, Bahung's smile suddenly vanished as he sensed something was wrong. The moment the doors opened, a horrifying scene was revealed, a body slumped on the floor. Sakamoto screamed in terror, "The president!" He was in shock, unable to believe his eyes, and wondered, what the hell is going on? Bae-hung's gaze turned ice-cold as he peered into the darkness of the hallway. At the far end, illuminated by a green light, the figure of Friday was slowly strolling forward. A chilling, murderous aura enveloped the space, accompanied by a powerful threat. I'm starting to get really pissed off. The demon's face appeared filled with madness, his eyes glowing red like a devil's. Sakamoto trembled as he uttered the fateful name Friday. Faced with such terrifying pressure, Bae-hung could only silently watch the enemy's silhouette with a look of disbelief. Only one thought crossed his mind. I guess I forgot to check my horoscope today. Witnessing the appearance of the demon, the once powerful figures now clung to the Korean soldier like a life raft. Please, soldier, please protect us. Protect. Just a moment ago, they were demanding his punishment. Now they'd changed their tune so fast they didn't even have time to apologize properly. Bae-hung stared into the empty space. He silently asked himself, in the face of their desperate pleas, how the hell am I supposed to win against that thing? Immediately, he reached for and pulled out an HE frag grenade to the shock of everyone around him. Sakamoto's eyes widened in horror when he saw the weapon. That deadly object was right in front of his face. Bae-hung reassured him with a cryptic smile. I never said we were all going to die together. He decisively pulled the pin on the grenade and declared, let's hope this choice is for the good of all of us. The grenade pin fell to the floor. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, a ferocious flame consuming everything. The blast wave tore through the floors from the 98th, all the way down to the 14th in a brutal wave of destruction. Talk about a painful express elevator ride for our boy. Meanwhile, on a windy rooftop overlooking the glittering city lights, Chairman Maxim Rychenko was facing Friday. He proactively extended his hand in an inviting gesture. We could be good partners. Friday just watched in silence, that usual sinister smile on his lips. Noticing his counterpart's silence, Rychenko continued to persuade him, you seem hard to read. Let me elaborate. Two powerful entities stood tall in the night, beginning a dark negotiation that could completely change the fate of humanity. Maxim Rychenko stated with conviction that everything from convening the conference to the devastating missile test was all just a stage set up exclusively for Friday. He knew exactly what this demon took immense pleasure in. The death of humanity. With a smug smile, Rychenko promised to let Friday witness all the deaths he had ever desired because he was the chairman of the World Alliance. However, Rychenko's smile vanished as Friday suddenly and brutally attacked. He coldly choked the chairman, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. With a crazed look on his face, Friday sneered, oh, so this whole thing isn't just human nature, but a play staged just for me. Why? Friday looked at the corpse in his hands with utter contempt. He wondered to himself why an ant would have to pretend to be a human. The story shifts its focus back to Earth, a place where countless creatures coexist. Among them, ants are considered the most successful colony in the animal kingdom. But for the tiny ants, there has always existed an enormous threat, and that is humanity. A young boy with curious eyes was observing an anthill. He casually picked up a large stone and placed it right over the entrance to the nest. With their home blocked by a human, the ants reacted in different ways. Some panicked and scattered, others tried to find a way to move the rock, and some even recklessly attacked the human, that boy with the twisted smile. To him it might have been just a harmless prank, but for the ants it was a matter of life and death. The chaos caused the ants to start slaughtering one another. Amidst that scene, a special ant appeared standing tall, facing the gigantic silhouette of the human. Friday continued his story about the reckless ant that dared to place the corpses of its kin before a human. To someone at the top like him, that act was both interesting and utterly ridiculous. As the tiny ant landed on his finger and uttered a proposal of cooperation, the child couldn't hide his rage. It was like, sorry, but you're getting way ahead of yourself. How dare a familiar creature demand to stand on equal footing with a human? In an instant, he coldly crushed the pathetic ant, ending its delusional fantasy. He asserted to the lowly ants that the only one with the right to cause all this was him. Meanwhile, amidst the shaking skyscraper, Choi Bahung and the Prime Minister were frantically running for their lives. Bahung grinned, pleased with his luck, even though he knew full well they were like fish on a chopping block. The Prime Minister urged that if they could just get that bag, they would all be saved by an ultimate weapon. He asserted that the Chief of Staff was definitely holding on to this important item. The two of them rushed towards the Cosmos Hall where the Chief of Staff was waiting. As soon as he saw his subordinate, the Prime Minister roared, demanding the bag immediately. The black briefcase was held high amidst the chaos, accompanied by a resounding shout demanding everyone to gather around. Choi Bahung declared loudly, "From now on, I'm the new chairman." But the head in his hand made the assistant scream in horror. "What is that head? Don't tell me that's the chairman!" He evasively claimed it was proof of the close bond between himself and Rychenko. But immediately the bodyguard officer drew his gun, roaring with fury. "How dare you harm our president? Execute him on the spot!" The kill order rang out amidst the screams. He told everyone to calm down, but the room quickly turned into a battlefield as security forces and officials began firing wildly at each other. Curses of "you scum," "basa," mixed with the deafening gunfire. They all began to slaughter each other mindlessly without even knowing why. When placed in a group, human emotions suddenly become simpler and more extreme than ever. The moment they start to lose control, they rush down a path of no return, completely forgetting the true nature of the problem. In the chaos, everything unfolds just like a domino effect, turning once powerful individuals into bloodthirsty, crazed creatures. Amidst the stray bullets, Choi Bahung quickly pulled the assistant to cover. Hidden safely, the girl trembled, pleading for help through her tears, but he motioned for her to be silent. "Shh! They're in a frenzy. They'll shoot at anything that makes a sound." Bahung smirked with a mysterious smile amidst the gruesome scene of scattered bodies. An ant silently crawled across the lifeless face of an official. He coldly remarked that in the end people only care about results, then reassured the dying man, "See, I told you so. But don't worry, I got the bag." The official mustered his last bit of strength to praise him. "Good job." "No, that was excellent." Bahung opened the black briefcase, revealing a device inside, and asked, suspiciously, "This is the ultimate weapon to save humanity. Looking at that red button, it feels like this saving is a bit overkill." Receiving an affirmation, "Yes, that's right." He stared at the bright red button bearing a nuclear warning. The official urged him hastily, "The location is already pre-designated. You just need to press the launch button." However, Bahung seemed extremely disappointed. "A nuclear bomb won't do a thing to him. I thought it was some kind of new weapon." The man argued that sacrificing 1 million people right now was necessary to get Friday's attention. With a twisted smile, he declared, "We must live. Only then can the people have hope, right?" Seeing Bahung still hesitating, the man pressed him, "What are you still waiting for? Don't just look at the number. Look at the percentage." He continued to spew cold numbers to justify the atrocity. 1 million people is only 0.004% of the current world population. When Bahung questioned whether unilaterally deciding the fate of 1 million lives like that was wrong, the official's face hardened. He asserted that because they were his people, he had the right to decide. With wide, agitated eyes, he screamed, "Push it, you bastard!" Hearing that even Excel would weep at being so misused, understanding there was no other way, Bahung's finger pressed down hard on the red activation button. But instead of the expected nuclear explosion, there was only a dry, metallic click. He was stunned, his face contorted in disbelief. "I definitely pressed it. Definitely. Why didn't it work? Don't tell me it's broken. Why won't it activate?" His eyes widened, unable to believe that the ultimate weapon had become a useless pile of scrap at the most critical moment. "You lunatic!" A cold growl echoed from behind him. Friday's blazing red eyes bored into the mind of the one who dared to deceive him. Despite the presence of death itself, Bahung let out a slight smirk, revealing his true nature. "See? My specialty has always been pissing people off." Friday stood behind him, towering like a dark mountain, emitting a terrifying pressure that warped the space around him. He coldly realized it had all been a play, staged for his amusement. And he roared with immense power, "I would never be tricked by an ant!" A blinding light began to pour down from the heavens, incinerating everything. It coalesced into a terrifying beam of energy, descending with destructive force, piercing the city's iconic tower and creating an earth-shattering explosion. From outer space, a brilliant streak of light stretched across the Earth's surface, marking the complete and irreversible fall of all humanity. The destructive power of the blow was so immense that the beam of light could be seen clearly from a distance of 4,000 kilometers. In faraway lands, people could only look up in shock at the burning sky, unable to believe their eyes at the scale of the ongoing disaster. To see it so clearly from this far away, full HD, no Wi-Fi needed. Amidst the desolate ruins, Choi B. Hung lay broken, his body riddled with horrific wounds pierced by rubble and steel bars. This hurts like hell. Seeing Friday still looming over him approaching, B. Hung gathered his last ounce of strength, threw a small object towards him and gasped, "Hey, hero, here's a gift from me. I'm about to die, but I'll still give you a gift to be polite." Friday looked on bewildered at the object flying towards him, wondering what it was. It was just a small soda can, but as soon as it hit his face, the dark god's expression suddenly changed. He began to feel uncomfortable, only managing to gasp, "Ah, ah," before letting out a massive sneeze, witnessing the sight of the dark god struggling. Because of his little toy, Choi B. Hung's triumphant laughter echoed through the ruins. "Pfft! Ha ha ha!" B. Hung clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. "Oh my God! My stomach! I can't laugh anymore." Friday looked down coldly at the dying man and demanded, "What's so funny?" With a sharp gaze, B. Hung declared nonchalantly, "It's just, I realized you're not so invincible after all." This statement seemed to strike a nerve with the dark god. Friday moved in close to his face, radiating a murderous aura. "You people need to stop acting so high and mighty. You're truly a disappointment." On the brink of death, B. Hung suddenly made a strange request. "Can I make a phone call?" Friday smirked disdainfully, figuring this was just a pathetic and predictable act from a dying man wanting to call his family. However, Bi-hoon pulled out his radio and reported loud and clear to Commander Jaquan, "This is Major Cho Bi-hoon." Frowning in suspicion, Friday immediately asked, "What is this nonsense?" Bi-hoon revealed some shocking information over the radio waves. "I've just discovered an extremely interesting truth." Even Friday could hear the radiant joy on Bi-hoon's face. A knowing smile appeared on his lips as he entrusted the rest to the commander on the other end of the line. Commander Jackie coldly confirmed, "Understood." The call ended at 7:12 a.m., October 29th, 2024. Witnessing the Korean soldier's bravery, Friday casually remarked, "I like your straightforward style." He stood silently amidst the rubble, admitting that what had just happened was a little strange. But that was as far as it went. Friday looked down at Bi-hoon and wondered what special thing he had mentioned. He began listing the mundane activities of humanity, from going out for drinks and meat after work, grilled pork belly with colleagues, working out and then going home for a few beers, to going to the movies to watch a superhero film and hearing kids cheer, "Go get 'em, Mr. Hero." To Friday, none of that was special, just a dull, ordinary life. His gaze turned icy as he looked at Bi-hoon's wounded body. Friday bitterly realized that even the life he'd never valued had become special from the moment this man appeared. Friday looked down at Choi B-hoon's mangled body and calmly asked, "Do you understand that feeling?" "No, but don't worry, it'll all be over soon. I'm guessing you guys have run out of ways to entertain yourselves." He flashed a brilliant smile under the sunset, but his eyes quickly turned cold. "I absolutely despise this saying, but people always say the end of one world is the beginning of a new one. So don't be disappointed just yet. The future still has plenty of fun surprises to reveal." Sounds like a trailer for a sequel the audience can't skip. After all, life is exhausting when you're always trying to find meaning in everything. Choi Bi-hoon officially took his last breath. His body lay motionless on the rubble in the mournful twilight. Friday stood silently, his opponent's final words echoing in his head. "Plenty of fun surprises." He looked up at the sky where a brilliant halo enveloped the setting sun. Night fell. In a quiet apartment, Do-ha was in a deep sleep, exhausted from the battles. Hana sat quietly beside him, her deep blue eyes observing him with a mysterious silence. She stepped out onto the balcony, standing motionless and looking up at the brilliant Milky Way in the vast night sky. Hana held a lighter. Her eyes filled with a sad weariness, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. She let out a soft, troubled sigh. Phew. Hana stared at an old photo of the soldiers from the 5th Corps where Choi Bi-hoon's smiling face could be seen. Do-ha was drenched in sweat after a harsh training session under the sun. He looked up at the sky, deep in thought. She approached and called out, "Do-ha, let's go." Accepting her invitation, he stood up to change so they could go for a walk together. The world had changed drastically since the horrific incident on that Friday. The signs, warning of danger, were now covered in moss and vines amidst the crumbling ruins. The seasons passed quickly as nature gradually reclaimed the old capital of Seoul. Herds of deer calmly wandered and grazed among the desolate, overgrown buildings. Doha and Hana strolled together through abandoned construction sites with towering cranes standing stark against the blue sky. Still on guard, Doha asked coldly, "Why did you suddenly ask me out instead of challenging me to a fight? If you're just trying to show concern, you don't have to." Hana calmly explained that the arena takes 1 day off each month for maintenance, and besides, learning more about this Jamsu area was a good idea. Looking ahead, Doha couldn't help but be stunned by the bustling scene before him. There was no more anxiety or fear. Instead, there was the sound of children pestering their mothers. "Mommy, buy me more snacks," mixed with orders being called out at food stalls. "2 servings of sundae and a bottle of soju, please." Hana quietly remarked that the atmosphere here was completely different from the ruined world outside. She figured things had become deeply ingrained in people's lives, just like back in the days when humanity could still live a normal life. Doha silently watched the people passing by. He knew that, of course, not every area was as orderly as Jamsu, because each sect had a completely different atmosphere. While he was lost in thought, Hana suddenly called out, "Doha!" She held up a blue bear-shaped cotton candy and asked, "Do you like cotton candy?" Doha scratched his head and admitted, "I don't really have a sweet tooth. I'm a grown man, not a kid you give candy to." "Is that so?" Hana replied nonchalantly. Then she explained how trade works here. "Here we use food and necessities to trade instead of cash. Cigarettes are even more valuable. A single one is worth about as much as a King Sejong bill." Seeing he didn't want it, she decided, "Oh well, I'll just take care of this one myself then." Doha could only manage a wry laugh. "Yeah, ha." As they were walking, Doha's gaze suddenly froze. He saw a little boy with bandages on his face standing listlessly by a vending machine. He wondered to himself, what about that kid? Doha immediately changed his mind. He took the cotton candy from Hana's hand and said, "I'll take this cotton candy." Bewildered, Hana protested, "But I wanted 2 of them." Ignoring Hana, whining for the candy back, he had already walked over to the child. Doha held out the candy and asked in a friendly voice, "Do you want some cotton candy?" The boy coldly ignored him and was about to walk away, leaving Doha stunned. He quickly chased after him, grabbing the boy's shoulder tightly and declaring that he wouldn't let go until he agreed. To eat some, the group stopped at an old shelter in the middle of the forest. The boy quietly held the candy, gently brought it to his nose to smell it, then decided to take a bite. His eyes widened in amazement at the sweet taste. Doha sat beside him, silently observing the child's expression with a gentle gaze. The boy, thoroughly enjoying it, held the cotton candy and savored its sweetness. "Do you like amusement parks? Let's go together, shall we?" The boy with the scar on his nose looked up curiously and repeated, "An amusement park." Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, an official spoke sarcastically to Gyumsu. "You work so hard even on your day off." "Welcome, Sir Hero. We have completed the preparations as you requested." Gyumsu smirked mysteriously. "So these are our esteemed guests. Let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. The new match at the Jamsu Arena has officially begun." A voice boomed from the speakers. "Contestants, let the match begin." A giant with muscles bulging like a monster roared and charged into battle with terrifying strength. In contrast to that ferocity, his opponent was a man in a blue martial arts uniform with an incredibly calm demeanor. A thunderous stomp descended from above, causing the ground to shake violently. It created a cataclysmic explosion right in the middle of the ring. As the dust settled, the man in the martial arts uniform stood tall in the middle of a deep crater, a symbol of 2 fiery red feet on his chest. Gyumsu casually revealed all of his opponents die from ruptured organs. "So what's his story?" "That's what I'm most curious about. It's horrifying. With strikes aimed only at vital points, it's hard for his opponents to survive even if they lose. It turns out this brutal man was once a scholar, specializing in animal research. He used to constantly talk about peace, believing all creatures could coexist peacefully through love, and he even went to Africa to prove this ideal. But then he suddenly vanished without a single trace. There were rumors that he had been eaten by wild animals in the vast grasslands. Many years after his disappearance, a hunter made contact. After discovering something unusual and firing a decisive shot, a mammalogist who was swamped with work was summoned to the scene. He initially grumbled, thinking that an animal behaving like a human was nothing strange. But then he was stunned when he got a clear look at the being in the net. Professor Aguya Kim, the one who had mysteriously disappeared in Africa. Before him was a tightly bound creature. It was screaming frantically, its appearance completely ravaged. At that time, it was hard to even consider him human, as he walked on all fours and had completely forgotten how to speak. The hunter could only report that it was a beast with a human face. Gyumsu looked at the arena and remarked on the importance of one's environment. He believed that humanity had been stagnant for too long, and that a creature only truly evolves when it senses imminent danger. An image of a man with bulging muscles confronting a fierce beast appeared as if to prove that cruel evolution. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing Gyumsu to pause in doubt. A giant hand had smashed through the rock wall, creating deep cracks on its surface. This is what people usually call internal energy, isn't it? From within the cloud of dust, the man in the martial arts uniform emerged, his eyes glowing with a sharp intensity, and the fiery red footprints blazing on his chest. Instantly, a monstrous entity materialized behind him and roared the name CX menacingly. Without giving his opponent time to react, the man in the blue martial arts uniform immediately executed a powerful shoulder throw. The throw, with its incredible force, slammed the giant straight onto the arena floor, creating a terrifying impact and sending up another thick cloud of dust. Another one bites the dust, defeated miserably by that man in blue. Witnessing this terrifying display of power, Gyumsu's lips curled into a sinister and amused smile. He wondered to himself if after so many disasters, humanity had finally begun to change and evolve to a new level. In the middle of the deep crater he himself had created on the stage, the man stood tall, a testament to the reawakening of primal instincts. The scene shifts to a desolate amusement park. Doha excitedly invites Ji-hoon to ride a roller coaster inside a large slide tube. He enthusiastically urged the boy to hold on tight. As they prepared to start, the two of them shot down the slope. Doha laughed with glee, enjoying a rare moment of fun in this ruined world. He played cheerfully just like any other kid here, just like in his own childhood. While Doha was cheering non-stop with joy, Ji-hoon looked utterly bored, his face completely emotionless. But it didn't stop there. Doha then dragged the boy to the pirate ship ride, which was an old swing set. He pushed it forward frantically, comparing the high swings to massive waves crashing down one after another. And then with one overly enthusiastic push, Ji-hoon was flung into the air and tumbled down onto the grass below. Doha excitedly suggested everything from bumper cars to the haunted house, but the boy Ji-hoon only responded with an annoyed expression, a mess of leaves, strewn all over his head. Witnessing Doha's clumsiness, Hana sarcastically asked, "Are you supposed to be a devil?" He tried everything, but the boy wasn't interested in any of the games. Doha, frustrated, complained that he had no idea how to make the kid smile, causing Hana to just sigh and advise him to just take the boy back. Suddenly, Ji-hoon's eyes were drawn to a super cool fighting robot model named Black One on display. Noticing the boy's rare show of interest, Doha immediately turned to Hana and demanded, "Hana, give me a cigarette." The words left her stunned, and she blurted out, "You've finally lost your mind," at a nearby game stall. The old stall owner enthusiastically explained the rules. It was simple: throw a tennis ball and knock down the entire stack of wooden blocks. The old man promised that if you succeeded, the player could choose any prize they liked and would even get an extra turn if they knocked them all down. The entry fee was just one cigarette. Doha borrowed a cigarette from Hana and stepped up to play, completely unaware that the old man was secretly smirking. He had attached super strong magnets to the wooden blocks to cheat. What a bunch of scammers. However, contrary to the old man's calculations, Doha's throw was so powerful it sent the entire stack of blocks flying in an instant, leaving the old man gaping in astonishment. Doha coldly reminded him of the rules to claim another throw, leaving the stall owner to do nothing but cry and beg helplessly. "Wait a minute." As the group left with a pile of prizes, the old man knelt on the ground, sobbing his heart out. That's what you get for cheating. Now that his instant karma had arrived, he resorted to tears. Doha gently asked Ji-hoon if he knew what the most important thing at a park was. Then he handed the Black One robot to the boy as a souvenir to remember the day. Looking at the gift in his hands, Ji-hoon's eyes widened, stunned by the man's sincere kindness. Night fell. In the desolate silence of the ruined park, Doha and Ji-hoon sat together on a high perch, gazing at the starry sky. The boy quietly fiddled with his new toy, seeming to have found a small piece of peace after the stormy days. Looking at Ji-hoon, Doha's mind suddenly flashed back to images of Jun-sik, Yongji, and Sel, the children he had cherished. He gently nudged the boy. "It's getting dark. Let's go home, Ji-hoon. I'll take you home. Where do you live?" But the only response to his offer was a somber silence. On the little boy's face, perhaps home, it was something very heavy for this child. Without a single word in reply, Ji-hoon suddenly jumped down and ran off into the darkness, leaving Doha standing silently in the night, watching his small back disappear. Doha muttered to himself, he's still just a kid, even after being beaten so cruelly. just because of a single toy. He can be happy again. This will definitely be etched into the kid's memory. Doha looked down at Hana standing below and admitted, I only did it to make myself feel better. Selfish, isn't it? Hana didn't answer. She just coldly demanded, give me back my cigarette. Doha calmly replied that he never smoked in the first place. Beneath the starry night sky, the ruins of the old world stood silent, like witnesses to a turbulent era known as Black Friday. Returning to the dark house, Ji-hoon had to face a true nightmare. The voice of his biological father rang out full of menace. I told you not to come home late. I was worried. You know, he frantically asked about the canned meat the boy was supposed to bring back for him. Seeing that Ji-hoon had only brought back a toy instead of food, the man flew into a rage, roaring, Wait a minute! You really didn't bring it back? So you think what I say is just a joke? The man's face was a mask of insanity, with bulging eyes and rotten teeth, ready to unleash his fury on the poor trembling child whose wounds hadn't even healed. Now they were about to be layered, one on top of the other. Doha looked at the bag of canned meat in his hand and wondered aloud, Where do you think Ji-hoon got this canned meat? He smirked faintly, providing his own bitter answer, probably from the cult members betting on matches. Even though today was a rest day for arena maintenance, Jamsu was actually more bustling than usual. In this chaotic world, everything could be bartered from bodies and sex to food and medicine. It all became currency for exchange. Doha bitterly realized a harsh truth. The arena might be the most violent place, but it was on rest days like today, when debts were settled, that the most blood was shed. Ironically, it was thanks to these dark and cruel aspects that the Jamsu system operated with increasing stability and order. They found every way to make money from the blood and bones of others, without a shred of remorse. Doha and Hana walked silently through the dark, deserted alley. Watching the small figure of Ji-hoon leading the way, Doha wondered, why was he so determined to go back? Hana, walking beside him, glanced at her companion and remarked, You seem so different now. She admitted that she really couldn't understand why someone as cold as Doha would go to such lengths for a strange child. Hana advised him, You should focus on your goal of finding your family. That would be better for you. They stopped in front of a dark old house shrouded by trees. Hana pointed, confirming, It's here, Sim Ji-hoon's house. Doha approached and gently knocked on the door, originally intending only to return the item the boy had left behind. But suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from inside, shattering the silence. The crazed screams of the father, as spilled out sickeningly, You're useless. Let's just die together. He kept torturing the boy, both physically and mentally. Without a second of hesitation, Doha kicked the door open and rushed in. A sight that made his blood boil unfolded before his eyes. The wretched father was grabbing Ji-hoon's small, wounded body by the hair, lifting him up. Seeing a stranger barge in, the drunken man roared aggressively. Who the hell are you? How dare you barge into someone else's house? Doha stood silently in the middle of the garbage-filled room, his hand on his head, trying to suppress the absolute rage erupting within him at the cruelty of the man before him. But every cruel thing that bastard of a father did to his own son flashed before his eyes. Doha's gaze hardened, filled with a murderous aura. He whispered, Just as I thought. Sensing the danger radiating from her companion, Hana rushed forward, grabbing his arm tightly to stop him. Don't, Doha! You can't use violence outside the arena. She feared he would violate the sect's ironclad rule and bring disaster upon himself. But Doha completely ignored her warning, stepping resolutely into the trash-strewn room. Hana could only watch with a face full of worry and unease. The terrible father, still holding Ji-hoon by the hair, was startled and spun around, roaring furiously, Who is it? Get the hell out of my house! He squinted at the stranger before him, then suddenly froze in astonishment. Huh. You're the player Beck Doha. The man's drunken face instantly transformed. He broke into a hideous gummy and excited smile. Whoa, is it really you? Am I dreaming? He looked at Doha as if he were meeting an idol in real life. Doha looked at the approaching man with nothing but disgust. The only thing he could smell was the reek of cheap alcohol. The crazed father cheered, claiming to have become Doha's biggest fan right after his first match. He excitedly recounted how he was always in the stands to cheer, with all his might, for the hunter. He bragged that he had bet his entire life savings on Doha's match and won big. He explained gleefully, Thanks to that, I got some canned meat, but my son is so stupid he lost it. As he spoke, he shrugged nonchalantly while Ji-hoon was still lying gasping for breath on the floor. He justified his cruel actions with a self-righteous tone. As a father, I have to teach him a little lesson, you know. Suddenly, he remembered something. He eagerly grabbed Doha's hand to thank him for taking care of his son in the ring. He laughed boisterously, mocking his own rambling, then made a suggestion that made Doha's blood boil all over again. "Next time, I'll count on you to take care of him again, okay?" He couldn't contain his fury any longer. The more he listened, the more he wanted to make him pay the price for how he treated someone weaker, his own son. Before the man could finish his sentence, Doha threw a thunderous punch straight into his face. The father, stunned, clutched his painful face and screamed in outrage. "Why did you hit me, you bastard?" He stumbled back frantically, trying to use the sect's rules as a threat. "Violence outside the arena is forbidden, you know. I'm going to tell Gyunsu." Doha advanced coldly, violently, grabbing the man by the collar and lifting him into the air. His eyes glowed with a deadly red light as he stared into the mind of the coward. Doha growled. "You're a father, aren't you?" He declared coldly. "A father shouldn't do this." Then he continued to punish the man with a brutal assault. This kind of scum deserved to be beaten without an ounce of pity. While the wretched father was kneeling on the floor, trembling and wailing in absolute agony, "It hurts, I surrender, I really give up, I was wrong." Faced with the man's cowardice, Doha maintained a cold expression and commanded decisively, "Apologize to Ji-hun first." The drunken slob immediately nodded his head over and over like a loyal dog. Okay, I'll apologize." But the moment Doha let his guard down, the man's thuggish nature resurfaced. He suddenly used a broken piece of glass to stab Doha hard and roared like a madman. "Apologize my ass! Who the hell is this bastard to come here and lecture me? Is that what your parents taught you?" Caught off guard by the sneak attack, he couldn't react in time. Doha was badly injured. "You think I'm some easy target, too?" He held the broken piece of glass and advanced menacingly, intending to finish off the motionless hunter. "A brat like you should just drop dead." But he was mistaken. Doha's fighting instincts, I wouldn't allow him to fall so easily. The moment his opponent got close, Doha launched a lightning-fast counterattack from the ground, using his legs to lock up and slam the large man onto the floor to his utter astonishment. A normal person daring to fight a rank A fighter hand-to-hand was just asking for trouble. Doha brutally twisted his opponent's leg. The drunken father screamed in agony, "Damn it, my leg, let me go!" Doha's eyes glowed with a deadly red light. He leaned in close and coldly, repeated the man's earlier threat. "You're going to tell Gunsu, are you? But you broke the rules, too." The dry crack of breaking bone echoed. Even while being punished, the man insanely vented his cowardice on his son. "You only bring me bad luck. You like watching your dad get beaten, don't you? You ungrateful little brat!" Ji-hun stood frozen amidst the trash, his eyes wide in horror at the terrifying scene unfolding before him. A voice urgently called out, "Don't just watch. Fight back, you idiot scum like him. He's getting beaten and still wants his son to suffer. He's making a child fight a martial artist. If his son met a scumbag like him, would he even survive?" Doha was completely consumed by rage. He grabbed the man's head and slammed it against the floor again and again. The sickening thuds echoed throughout the room. "You bastard! I'll make sure you never open your mouth again!" He unleashed a relentless barrage of brutal blows on the coward, leaving the man unable to resist. In the midst of the frenzy, a sob cut through everything. "Don't hurt my dad." Ji-hun rushed forward, clinging tightly to Doha, using his small, injured body to beg him to stop. No matter what a child's instinct is to protect their parents regardless of how they're treated. Right at that moment, an authoritative voice rang out from the doorway. "What is this situation? 3 people breaking the rules." Gyumsu and his subordinates appeared coldly. Gyumsu let out a sinister smile, reciting the cult's ironclad rule in a mocking tone. "I did say that violence outside the arena is forbidden." Doha's face hardened. He looked directly at the cult leader and asked suspiciously, "How did you get here?" Suspecting a traitor, he turned to Hana and demanded, "Was it you? Did you tell them?" "Unfortunately, no." Gyumsu glanced out into the darkness where countless eyes were watching from the dilapidated windows and affirmed, "You see, this place has many eyes and ears. So Doha broke the rules. Does that mean you don't want to see your family anymore?" Gyumsu coldly uttered the threat, striking at the hunter's sole purpose in life. Under the suffocating pressure, Doha could only bow his head, bloodstains still dotting his face, full of resignation. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. Your weakness is your family, the ones you're looking for." Gyumsu smiled, faintly satisfied with this submission. "Good. When you do something wrong, you have to be punished, right?" He glanced at the old family photograph, a cruel reminder of the unbreakable rules of this place. The punishment was carried out immediately after. Doha was thrown into a dark, cold cell where only an eerie red light glowed from above. Behind the solid iron door, Gyumsu's silhouette stood silently, watching the imprisoned sinner. Doha sat huddled in a filthy corner, his eyes glowing with a red, hate-filled light in the gloom seemingly brewing an unquenchable rage. Hana appeared outside the cell door. She looked at Doha with disappointment and questioned him. "Are you satisfied now? I told you to just focus on the goal." She coldly pointed out that because of his outburst, now Doha, that terrible father, and even the kid Ji Hun would all share the same fate of being punished. Hana looked at the man sitting motionless on the floor and said bitterly, "I thought you were a rational person. But seeing what you did just now, you're no different from the others here. But if I just kept quiet and endured it, how long would that kid have been abused? Maybe I was wrong in this case after all. Finding another way to punish him would have been better." "The punishment will begin soon," Hana announced as a loudspeaker blared through the hallway demanding the contestants step out into the arena. Faced with her criticism, Doha just smirked with a look of determination. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't regret it one bit." He walked silently toward the call of death while Hana revealed a chilling truth: what the priests here truly desire aren't thrilling matches. Friday was the one who started the disaster. On the day that Superhuman appeared in the sky, humanity was once united as one under the banner of the Allied forces. However, that joint effort didn't yield any meaningful results. Faith collapsed. People began to cling stubbornly to their own views. Protests erupted in the streets day after day, deepening social conflicts. As if they'd forgotten the clear cause of all their calamities, humans began to see each other as enemies. Missile warheads were activated, plunging the world into a sea of blood. From horrific nuclear explosions, humanity's enemy was no longer just Friday, but themselves. They took pleasure in tormenting one another for entertainment. 3 months after the world fell into chaos, the Jamsu refugee camp sprung up amidst the ruins in a world destroyed by the Friday incident. The biggest problem was that people began to lose their humanity. A ferocious man in a suit pinned an old man to the ground and shouted, "Old man, why did you steal my bread? Give it back now." Despite the threat, the old man frantically stuffed the piece of bread into his mouth like a starving animal. Seeing the bread had been swallowed, the man growled, "Don't tell me you already ate it." The only response was a defiant burp from the old man. Enraged, the man roared, "You bastard!" and rained down brutal blows on the frail old man. This became the trigger that set off a chain reaction of brutality. The people around just watched with indifference. Another fight. "I've lost count of how many times this has happened. Careful, don't get involved." The man cursed as he kept hitting him. "You're old anyway. Just hurry up and die." Right then, Gyumsu appeared and coldly stopped him. "You can't do that here." Gyumsu gave a sinister smile and declared, "Violence is precious. It shouldn't be wasted." After that, he led them to turn fighting into a game, according to their rules at the refugee camp surrounded by towering construction cranes. He began to establish a new order with extremely simple rules whereby disputes were only allowed to be settled with bare hands and the fight had to continue until one person accepted defeat. Gyumsu emphasized the final most important rule: fighting outside the arena was forbidden. He coldly warned that if anyone dared to break the law, a severe punishment would be immediately applied. The ferocious man showed no deference. He snapped, yelling loudly, "You think we came here to play?" The old man also showed his displeasure, scornfully retorting, "By what right does Gyumsu think he can hand out punishments?" Faced with this resistance, Gyumsu watched them, silently thinking to himself that humans are inherently controlled by fear. He stood tall amidst the crowd, hands in his coat pockets, and repeated his creed. "Violence is too precious to be wasted." The rule of using only bare hands and fighting until someone gives up was reaffirmed once more like a steely reminder. The law forbidding, yet fighting outside the arena was established to maintain the fragile stability of the refugee camp. It was precisely because of this simplicity that the rules worked miraculously well. For the bewildered populace who had nothing to cling to in order to maintain order in their lives, the philosophy of the Jamsu cult was not to stop people from fighting, but rather, if you must fight, fight in the arena. This was considered the most realistic and moderate declaration in the chaotic circumstances of the time. However, the man with the blazing red eyes still refused to back down. He approached the old man and growled, "We still have to settle this debt, don't we?" Witnessing the bloodshed, Gyumsu smiled faintly, full of calculation, because that was precisely when his plan began. From then on, whenever people started to fight, for petty reasons like not liking someone's face, Gyumsu was always the one who appeared to enforce the law. In a crowd that lived in constant terror, his act of stepping in to resolve conflicts gradually won him the unanimous support of the people. They saw him as a protective deity, a guardian for the weak like them. Following this path, that saying became an unwritten rule, causing crowds to flock to the Jamsu arena rain or shine. This orderly violence created a strange allure, pulling both former supporters and fierce opponents into its crazed vortex. And so a false peace came to Jamsu. Gyumsu was naturally seen as a supreme leader, causing people from neighboring areas to line up in long queues to ask for entry into his domain. However, in a place ruled by strength, the position of leader is always decided by violence. A bald man, his body covered in intricate tattoos, appeared and uttered an insult. "Gyumsu, no matches today, huh?" What an ugly face. He glared at the young leader and declared arrogantly, "From today on, I'm the leader, you bastard." He had come to fight Gyumsu for his territory to steal. Bayor Taif Basamisa, the title of leader that Gyumsu himself had created. The surrounding crowd immediately grew excited, roaring, "Fight, fight!" Faced with the challenge, Gyumsu remained impassive and ordered his subordinates to bring in barriers, setting up an arena on the spot. Murmurs rippled through the crowd about the challenger's identity, that he was a former VKPFC fighter kicked out after a brutally crippling move on an opponent. Many began to doubt believing Gyumsu would be dethroned in this very first match, because from the start they had never liked him anyway. "Thank you." Gyumsu let out a sinister smile and said, "Thanks to you, I can do this sooner." The battle ended to the horror of all who witnessed it. Everyone, isn't violence a sacred thing? It always teaches humans valuable lessons. He declared loudly, "Friday is the true God who has bestowed such lessons upon humanity." Gyumsu began to openly display his absolute faith in Friday. Just like that, he drilled the moral principles and ideals he had created into the minds of the people. The Jamsu branch of the Hero Church was officially established with a colossal statue of God, Friday, standing tall as a new symbol of faith, although some chose to leave Jamsu. In protest, Gyumsu paid them no mind, nor did he stop them, because the number of new followers flocking in had skyrocketed hundreds of times more than before. Here, an even clearer and more brutal system of laws was established. While some spectators began to feel this cruelty had gone too far, the majority of the crowd was drowned in a bloodlust. They screamed insults at the loser. "A piece of trash like that kid deserves to die. Die, you ugly pig!" The crowd then roared with resentment, targeting the one who was victorious. "You ungrateful, unfilial son! You'd even bring your own father into the ring for your own sick entertainment, wouldn't you?" Immediately after the victory, Gyumsu personally came to offer his praise and congratulations on the win. "That was a fine match." He generously offered a privilege. "You are the winner, so I will grant you one wish." The man in glasses stammered out his request. Is a beautiful girl possible?" Gyumsu flashed a sinister smile and replied, "I understand." Lavish rewards were always prepared to stimulate the fighter's instincts. The winner joyfully entered the splendid room and exclaimed, "Amazing!" Gyumsu coldly ordered Hana to schedule the match for a week later and received her absolute confirmation. Back in the fiery arena, the crowd once again began to scream madly for blood. "Kill that unfilial bastard! Kill that ungrateful pig!" The man with the glasses trembled, sweat pouring down like rain as he faced a new opponent with a grotesquely deformed face. That monster was drooling. As he extended a haunting invitation, "Big brother, want to play a game with me?" A game. In the ring, the game the monster spoke of instantly turned into a scene of brutal torture. The joy of victory or the agony of defeat. The distance between them is but a brief moment in time. Witnessing that horrific scene, the crowd in the stands wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, they roared with extreme excitement. To them, this brutal violence was the very cure that released their pent-up frustration and resentment. However, the spiral of violence didn't stop in the arena. Just behind the stands, another scuffle broke out when a man spoke up to intervene. "Stop hitting him! You bastard!" The attacker immediately turned around, full of aggression. He slammed his opponent to the ground and roared, "What are you, my dad or something? Say that again." Just as a fist was about to fly, Gyumsu appeared from behind and coldly reminded him, "I did say that fighting outside is forbidden." With his signature sinister smile, he gently ordered the rule breaker, "Please come with me." Gyumsu led the man into a dark room where the most horrifying punishments awaited. Screams of pain echoed down the hallway as metal pliers began their brutal work. The rule breaker trembled in agony. He couldn't believe the rules here were so extremely strict. Standing behind the torture chair, Gyumsu in his black robe coldly declared, "Perhaps I should cut them even shorter." He set the rules, and he enforced those disgusting rules with his own hands. The sinner sobbed, begging in utter desperation. No, I'm sorry. Please spare me, father. Jumsu smiled faintly, a false, comforting expression, and assured him that he wouldn't kill him, because in 3 months they would meet again. Hearing that, the man let out a small sigh of relief and mumbled his thanks. But that relief quickly vanished when he questioned the time frame. 3 months is, of course, the time it takes for your fingernails to grow back. The answer made the rule breaker freeze in horror, realizing this cycle of torture would never end. In Jam, the law is absolute and incredibly strict. Breaking a rule once could cost you a lifetime of torture, a place where violence is used to suppress violence. Faces twisted in fanaticism continued to cheer, enjoying the false peace that Gyumsu had established as he stood tall in the brightly lit arena. Gyumsu received absolute worship from thousands of followers. This was how he, a self-proclaimed hero, was protecting humanity in the most insane way possible. Looking towards the giant statue of the evil god, Gyumsu smirked with a look of reverence and uttered, "Friday truly is wonderful." Doha stood silently, his terrible father behind the fence. Gyumsu waved, calling out, "Jihoon, over here," then pointed to a spot for the boy to sit. "You'll be able to see the matches from there." Hana stood beside Jihoon while the boy looked forward with worried eyes. His drunken father wouldn't stop insulting his own son through the iron fence. "You useless brat!" He frantically threatened Jihoon. "Just you wait. You're dead when we get home, in the face of such cruelty." A dark red light suddenly flared in Jihoon's eyes. At the same time, Gyumsu used a red stick to draw a circle around Doha and commanded, "Contestant Baek Doha, you are absolutely forbidden from stepping out of this line." He brought the 2 men who had been fighting onto the stage to entertain the crowd. Gyumsu approached the father and reminded him this is the 9th time. "You know that, don't you?" He mocked him, saying it seemed the man enjoyed being punished. The father trembled, trying to defend himself. "Hey, I already told you. I was the one who got hit. I'm innocent this time, really." He shamelessly considered hitting his child a wonderful method of discipline. Gyumsu smiled sinisterly and calmly declared, "I am here to punish you for what you are truly guilty of." Gyumsu gripped his weapon firmly and asserted, "And Doha has agreed to it." Thinking Doha was about to be punished in his place, the father cheered gleefully. "Excellent! Please deal with that bastard harshly. You deserve this." Gyumsu smirked. "Then let us execute justice." Doha stood tall within the circle, his eyes blazing red sharp and ready for the brutal execution of justice. Gyumsu unleashed his fury upon the terrible father. He roared in a fit of rage, "Did you think I didn't see you stab Baek Doha? The rules aren't that hard. Why do you keep breaking them?" Witnessing this brutal punishment, both Doha and Hana were silent, their faces filled with tension. This wasn't a punishment. It was more like a gruesome massacre. From behind the fence, Jihoon sobbed, pleading in utter desperation. "Stop! Please don't hit my dad," the boy cried, taking all the blame on himself. "I'm sorry, hero. I'll do better in the matches." Gyumsu paused. He looked at the trembling child and asked mockingly, "I'm sorry for what Jihoon, your father, disciplines you too, doesn't he?" He nonchalantly planted his twisted ideology into the child's mind. "Getting hit is how you get smarter, so you should understand." Immediately, Gyumsu delivered another fatal blow to the man lying on the floor, causing Jihoon to scream out in terror, "Dad! Unable to hold back any longer!" Doha roared, questioning him, "What the hell are you doing?" But the only response was Gyumsu's cold reminder, "Contestant Baek Doha, you are not to leave the line no matter what. That man is a human being too. He deserves to live. No one has the right to just take another person's life." Doha stood frozen in the red circle. "Do you know why people follow the rules? Because it's the right thing to do. No, it's because morality and ethics are just pretty-sounding words. The only reason is that they're afraid of being punished." Gyumsu coldly asserted, "The law only truly exists when the punishment is carried out." He warned Doha, "Do not under any circumstances step out of that tiny circle, because if you do, you will never ever find out the whereabouts of your family." While Jihoon choked on his sobs, he pleaded in despair, "Hero, please hit me instead. If this keeps up, my dad will die." The boy wailed tragically. "Dad, please don't die. Please spare my dad." Doha stood frozen to the spot, sweat trickling down as he saw his foot right on the edge of the red line. A haunting red light flared in his eyes, pulling his memories back to those nights of pouring rain long ago. In that gloomy house, the young Doha had also once knelt and begged for someone else, but all he received was his father's cruelty. "One more sound out of you and I'll slice your mouth open." Was I not making myself clear? The crying boy standing there now was no different from a carbon copy of Doha back then. The burly man chugging liquor roared, "Bring that thing you call a mother here to Doha." His father was a terrible alcoholic. He threw the empty bottle and screamed at the small child cowering amidst the trash. "I told you to buy liquor, you useless thing." For him, every day was violence and words of bitterness. Even when the boy was starving, the man showed no mercy. "You still dare to put food in your mouth." "You maggot!" Doha told himself. "I was lucky I even survived those hellish days." The boy back then always tried not to anger his father, silently clutching liquor bottles as he walked through the crowd under the sunset. Sometimes he had to comfort himself with the thought, "Maybe he does love me, that's why he doesn't beat me to death." But day by day, the wounds only grew worse. Amidst a stormy, rainy night, a choked sob rang out again. "I'm sorry, Dad." That piece of trash. Back then, the poor child only wished for a single peaceful day. Perhaps God heard Doha's wish. His terrible father had finally passed away. Standing before the body, the young Doha quietly felt true peace for the first time in a house that had only known the whip. He lay sprawled in the middle of the living room, enjoying the freedom he had never dared to dream of before. He longed for a moment of peace, but he was too young to fend for himself and survive. How could he live in peace, yet in that silent space? An overwhelming loneliness enveloped him. It wasn't longing for the one who had tormented him, but an emptiness more painful than any physical wound. The memory snapped off as Ji-hun's heart-wrenching scream pulled Doha back to reality. "Please spare my dad." The child clung tightly to the fence, tears streaming down his face, begging for the life of his dying father. "Dad!" the boy screamed in despair. Hana, standing behind, could only silently observe the tragic scene unfolding. Gyum-soo turned to look at Doha with a cold gaze and asked, "Do you have any idea what you're doing?" "Fuck." Doha coldly asserted, "No parent deserves to die." He could no longer restrain himself. With a sudden burst of strength, Doha spat a mouthful of blood right into his opponent's face. It left Gyum-soo stunned, only able to utter, "Ugh, what the hell are you?" Immediately, Doha used all his strength to lift Gyum-soo up and then deliver a powerful slam onto the ground. A loud thud echoed as Gyum-soo was smashed hard onto the floor. Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Doha lunged forward, his eyes blazing red with killing intent, continuously raining down thunderous punches on his enemy's head. He seemed to have limitless strength. Beaten to a pulp, Gyum-soo still staggered to his feet, calmly wiped the blood away, and declared that he understood Doha had officially refused to follow the rules. He looked toward the unconscious father and coldly stated, "However, his punishment isn't over yet. I'm a little hurt, you know." He smugly considered himself the only one helping Doha find his family again. Overcome with rage, Doha roared, "Shut up!" and charged straight at his opponent, but Gyum-soo was faster. He unleashed a powerful kick that struck Doha squarely, leaving him no time to react. Gasping for breath, Doha uttered, "I'm doing this because you messed with someone else's family." They both collapsed, sitting on the floor, covered in wounds. Gyum-soo looked at the blood streaming down his arm and chuckled sinisterly. "Ahasi, the wound from Sim Ji-hun's father has opened up." He muttered, wondering why Doha would go this far to destroy another's family when he knew from the start that he would never follow the rules. Gyum-soo looked at Doha with a crazed glint in his eyes and asserted, "Monsters like you can never be broken," then calmly declared, "Taming your kind is the real fun." He rationalized that he couldn't stand by and watch humanity destroy itself, but then admitted it was just an excuse to satisfy his own cruel nature. Staring into Doha's blazing red eyes, Gyum-soo spat a vicious insult. "Seeing how obsessed you are with family, I'm guessing your parents were a piece of trash too, weren't they?" Deeply insulted about his past and his family, he couldn't take it anymore. Gyum-soo maintained his cold, mysterious expression. He casually delivered the final deadly words. "And now you'll never get to see your family either," asserting that any hope of finding his relatives had been completely extinguished from this moment on. Gyum-soo continued to mock him in a contemptuous tone. "You keep touching things you shouldn't," constantly taunted and psychologically manipulated by him. With those threatening words, Doha showed no fear. "No matter what it takes, I will kill Friday, the god you all worship." This blasphemous declaration didn't anger Gyum-soo. "How interesting." Instantly, Gyum-soo launched a powerful kick that Doha couldn't block. The blow was so strong it sent the hunter flying, causing him to freefall from the great height into the deep blue water below. Doha sank deeper into the cold water, completely helpless. Standing tall on the bridge, Gyum-soo looked down at the disappearing figure and left him with a haunting message. "I'm very much looking forward to it." A foot in a blue cast appeared evidence of the brutal beatings carried out by the Jam-soo cult. A bloody man was running frantically through a dark tunnel. He couldn't stop cursing. That bastard Jumsu, he kept hitting the same damn spot. I almost died back there. In his desperation and resentment, he screamed, demanding some entity to appear at once. In response to his plea, a figure in brilliant red armor suddenly materialized. It came with a powerful declaration, the Sword of Ruin. The man stared in shock at the strangely dressed stranger before him and yelled, "Who the hell are you? What the hell are you wearing?" He frantically tried to wave him away. "Get the hell out of my sight!" Then, despite his injuries, he charged straight at the person blocking his path. But the one in red armor was a step ahead. He swung his sword, executing the first slash of justice, giving his opponent no time to react. A scream of agony echoed through the tunnel. "Ah, my leg!" He lay motionless in a pool of blood. The man could only scream in bitter resentment and despair. "Why won't you bastards just leave me alone?" The stranger paid him no mind, casually lighting the fuse of a giant firecracker right in the middle of the tunnel. The flame erupted brilliantly, burning away the darkness and illuminating his blazing red armor. A defiant declaration rang out, "Red Superman is here." He stood tall amidst a sea of flames, ready for a crazy new journey in a dying world. "My debut was insane, so damn cool," Red Superman smugly declared after taking down his opponent. The man lay flat on the ground, cursing resentfully. "Damn it! I've never met a hero who'd do some petty crap like you." Ignoring the sarcasm, Red Superman gave a confident thumbs up and replied, "Whatever, I won. Justice always prevails." This idealistic statement only made the criminal angrier. He snapped back, "Where did that stupid logic even come from?" Just then, Jumsu and Hana suddenly appeared from behind in the dark tunnel. Seeing the familiar figure in the fiery armor, Jumsu asked in surprise, "Red Superman, what are you doing here?" The moment he saw Jumsu, Red Superman joyfully cried out, "Yellow Superman!" Before the other could react, he rushed forward, hugged Jumsu tightly, and eagerly asked, "I missed you so much. Are you hurt anywhere?" So the super siblings are actually real. This is so confusing, Jumsu thought to himself. This over-the-top enthusiasm was exactly what a protagonist would be like. He took the opportunity to ask if he had agreed to his proposal. "Because the costume is all ready. But I refuse." Jumsu turned to Hana and said, "The other heroes must be here too." And she confirmed, "They're all waiting in the meeting room." He asked her to go with Red Superman. In despair from the rejection, Red Superman turned to plead with Hana. "Could you be the pink Superman?" Without a second thought, Hana delivered a cold refusal. "Sorry." Rejected twice in a row. Red Superman yelled out in frustration, "Why does everyone keep rejecting me?" Getting rejected like this? It looks like he'll have to go search for his siblings again. Deep within the dark and damp sewers, enormous pipes ran along the cold rock walls. Under the dim orange light, a strong current of sewage flowed through the tunnels. It then poured down from the mouth of a sewer, creating a waterfall that crashed directly onto the rocky ledges amidst the downpour here at the pinnacle of filth. Amidst the stinking piles of trash, one of them excitedly shouted, "Dinner time!" He frantically dug through the heap of waste and cried out triumphantly when he found a strange object. "La la la, I found it." Food, seeing his comrade pick something up. One standing nearby clicked his tongue in disdain. "Those two are spoiled. You idiot." But the one holding the rotten food just smirked deviously and casually justified it. You don't know anything. This is how cheese is made, too." He brought it to his nose, inhaling with enjoyment and declaring, "This aroma and fermentation, it's perfect." Hearing that, the other guy immediately changed his tune. "You're right. Let me have a bite." But he only received a firm refusal, "No." Other monstrous creatures began to emerge from the darkness, their eyes wide with craving as they stared at the prize. "Look, fresh meat," one of them muttered insanely. Calling themselves woodpeckers, they huddled in a circle amidst the rubble, reassuring each other that this place was completely safe and no one could see them. These outcasts of society roared in resentment. "We're not losers." Standing under the gushing waterfall, they raised their hands in unison, praying in utter desperation, "Oh God, please give us food. Please don't let us starve to death today." Under the gushing waterfall in the sewer, the pale creatures were still praying frantically for raw meat and protein. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as a heavy object fell from above. "Look!" they shouted in amazement, seeing a body drifting in the water. Seeing the unconscious Bake Doha, the monsters screamed in absolute ecstasy. "Meat! The gods heard us! We're having a barbecue tonight." Another one had his prayer answered. "Prayers seem to work really well here, hehe." They were manically excited, planning to immediately start a barbecue to feast after long days of starvation. But immediately a deep, gruff voice cut in, stopping them. "Stop, you idiots!" A large fat figure appeared, warning his minions that the man before them was incredibly strong. The fat one even exclaimed with adoration, "He is very strong. I want to be crushed to death by him." In the eyes of the pale monsters, this fat one was the god of abundance, the only one with a plump body in this dark place. He sighed in exasperation, thinking to himself, "Those idiots are starting to cause trouble again. This bunch is truly a mess, but they have a certain innocence to them." The fat one squinted, observing Baekdoha closely, thinking to himself when he saw how beaten up his body was after the horrific battles. The image of the hunter lying motionless in the filthy water closes a painful old chapter. The story's focus suddenly shifts to a luxurious meeting room. There, an imposing octagonal table with a glowing symbol of the character Jin stood under the bright lights. Here, the leaders of the most powerful factions had gathered to decide a new fate for the world. To start the meeting, Gumsu, representing the violence faction, clasped his hands authoritatively and made a demand, "Present your ideas for the evolution of humanity." Right after that, the CEO, a beautiful woman from the pleasure faction with striking red eyes, slowly sipped her wine, asserting that true freedom must come from choices made without oppression. The atmosphere grew tense as Red from the art faction tightened his grip on a flaming sword, roaring a resolute declaration that justice is paramount to Team Leader Choi, the representative of the principal faction. Sitting nonchalantly, but with an air of authority, he affirmed that the top priority is creating a perfect system. Each of these ideals gave rise to a uniquely named faction. Immediately, Seo Rekshin from the survival faction retorted with a world-weary look on his face. He believed that life's true value is only revealed in the harshest environments. Amidst these conflicting views, the woman named Seo from the pleasure faction spoke up softly, suggesting that people develop best when they live in peace. Seo Rekshin replied with contempt, "Keep dreaming. You're just a spoiled brat who's lived a life of luxury." Seo was unfazed. She casually swirled the wine in her glass and said sarcastically that with this, she could also mature in luxury. Seo offered the glass of wine towards Seo Rekshin invitingly, "Want a sip?" But she only received a cold refusal. The atmosphere suddenly descended into chaos as Red Superman unleashed his fury, swinging his sword and shattering the banquet table, roaring, "Let's destroy everything. Heroes are born on the battlefield." Yet Team Leader Choi maintained a terrifying composure. He stated that he had already devised a detailed plan with a perfect stage. At the same time, he demanded his opponent restrain himself because emotions only add more variables. Team Leader Choi adjusted his glasses and coldly emphasized that rules are of the utmost importance. And he warned that if Red Superman crossed the line one more time, he wouldn't get another chance to play the hero. Suddenly, Choi pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at his opponent's head. "To prove that a bookworm can't fight without a weapon," Red Superman growled in response. "I'll show you this isn't a game." In the middle of the tense confrontation, Gui Yumsu sat observing calmly and revealed his true ambition. "That's what I was thinking. I want to turn the Korean peninsula into a giant evolutionary site." He wanted the factions to fight amongst themselves so he could fish in troubled waters. While the powerful were vying for influence down in the sewers, a torrential rain was drenching the pale bodies. The fat man, known as the God of Plenty, ordered his underlings who were gathered around, "Look at the pale green monsters in awe and worship. Oh, our God is so muscular, so classy." The fat man pointed towards Baekdoha. He was lying motionless in the water. "You see," he remarked, "if we just leave him like this, he'll definitely die." A henchman excitedly shouted, "Barbecue party," but was immediately shut down by the fat man who smacked him in the face. "Shut it! If a god kicks the bucket, we'll roast him and he'll become a roasted god, hee." Amidst the thick stench of the sewer, the fat man known as the God of Plenty looked at his pale underlings and asked urgently, "Is there a doctor in here? Save him?" Immediately, a scrawny man, all skin and bones with bulging eyes behind thick glasses, raised his hand and spoke up. "Were you looking for me?" He made a bizarre condition that made the fat man shudder. "If you let me touch your fat belly, I'll save him." The fat man yelled in disgust. What kind of doctor talks like that? To prove his abilities, the weirdo confidently claimed he had saved thousands of lives, but then he pulled out a struggling cockroach from his hand. Witnessing this madness, the fat man could only exclaim, "But that's a roach." The reply was a completely warped philosophy. Roaches are people, too. "Oh man, I almost choked on my food, folks." Witnessing this disgusting scene, the fat man screamed in terror. "You psycho!" Just then, another guy with spiky hair appeared holding a jar of murky yellow water and asked suggestively, "Did you know that 60% of the human body is water?" He held up the strange liquid and exclaimed, "The color is really nice today." The fat man's face went pale as he frantically shooed him away. "So gross, get away from me!" The weirdo was pushed away, but still tried to yell and explain, "But I took a shower today." Doha remained motionless in the filthy water, while the fat man could only sigh helplessly. "Ha! There's not a single normal person here. I guess you're the only one who's halfway normal." Looking at the dying hunter, the fat man decided to resort to his last option. He took out a talisman with the words "health charm" written on it and stuck it right onto Doha's forehead. If sticking this talisman on him works, I guess I have to give it a try. With the blind faith that a good beating could solve anything, he ordered his underlings. "All right, everyone, stand back." In the darkness of the sewer, Doha sank deep into a peaceful dream, where vibrant cherry blossom petals were falling under the sunlight. Through a camera lens, he asked softly, "Are we rolling yet?" The image of his gentle older sister appeared amidst the flower blossoms. Doha called out softly, "Sis, look over here." She smiled brightly at the camera and praised him. "Doha, you're so handsome." Perhaps that was the best time of his life, so he didn't want to wake up. But his memory took Doha to a strange place. A colossal structure was floating in the vast blue sky. "I can't believe something this huge can fly." The little boy turned to ask Doha with eyes full of curiosity, "Have you ever been on a plane?" Doha's voice, full of nostalgia, echoed in the dreamlike space. "No, never." In the middle of the fantastical dream, Yongji excitedly suggested, "Let me fly it. Let's fly to America, okay?" But the boy was immediately hit with a dose of reality. "You idiot, you're not allowed to fly anymore. I won't let you fly either." The image of the adorable cat Jaun appeared. Sella couldn't help but be delighted, pleading, "So cute! Can we get another cat, please?" The little girl hugged the small cat tightly, her eyes radiant with joy. "Its name is Jaun. He's so adorable. We're going to raise one named Cell later, okay?" she reminded him playfully. "You promised, you know." After a day of playing together, as night fell, the whole family sat together under a brilliant night sky, streaked with long trails of shooting stars. The children believed that if you made a wish as a shooting star flew by, then your wish would come true. Junsik excitedly exclaimed, "Then I'm going to wish for a lot of things." In the quiet stillness, his older sister gently turned and asked, "Doha, are you making a wish?" Looking at the beloved faces beside him, Doha smiled faintly and replied, "No, not for me. Nothing is more important than this moment because my wish has already come true." And just like that, his dream, his past, began to fade away. In its place was the image of Doha sitting alone under the meteor shower, a painful, somber note for all the happiness that had vanished. A cruel reality crashed down as Doha was sinking deeper and deeper into the frigid water. He cried out unconsciously, "I miss you, sis." Above ground, the fat guy stood in the pouring rain, tormenting himself. "I was such an idiot to trust those lunatics," he seethed. He looked down at the hunter's motionless body and sighed. "Looks like this is the end of the line for you." But immediately after, an unexpected variable occurred, causing the fat guy to freeze in astonishment. "Huh," he uttered, stunned as he witnessed something impossible happening right before his eyes. What the hell is going on? Doha's blazing red eyes suddenly snapped open in the cold water. He rose menacingly, revealing a muscular-drenched physique to the astonishment of the grotesque crowd. Witnessing this spectacle, the minions roared with excitement. His lordship resurrected him. I knew he could do it. They frantically chanted, "All hail the god of abundance, long may he reign," and then hoisted the fat guy into the air to celebrate before letting him drop straight to the ground with a thud. "Ouch! Oh my God!" He barely managed to let out a cry before his body slammed into the ground. The fat guy lay flattened, muttering in disgust. "Ha! You lunatics!" One of the minions pinned underneath him, however, seemed to be thoroughly enjoying it. "To be crushed by your holy flesh, I'm so happy. Thank you, my lord." Doha stood silently in the rain, his glowing red eyes scanning the surroundings with suspicion. "Where am I?" He sat pensively gazing at the waterfall pouring from the mouth of a giant sewer pipe, beginning a new journey called the Start of Evolution. Beneath the filthy water, awash with garbage and drifting instant noodle containers, a horde of pale creatures were hard at work cleaning. They mumbled with devout reverence, "Today is cleaning day for the upper class. Hurry and clear out all the trash. Recycling will save the planet and we are its heroes." One of them excitedly snatched a container of dirty leftover liquid and gulped it down with a satisfied sigh. "I hit the jackpot again." Another one cheered as he found a tattered roll of toilet paper. "It's toilet paper and there's still a good 20% left." Instantly, his companions rushed over, pleading, "Let me use it just once." But he was flatly rejected. "No way, you'll get sick." Sitting on a rotten log, Doha coldly observed it all and thought to himself, "What the hell is this place? Those morons seem to be getting stupider by the day," he mused. "Am I watching a comedy show or have I landed on another planet?" He looked toward the approaching fat guy with a questioning gaze. The fat guy stood imposingly before him and retorted, "Is that any way to address the man who saved your life?" With a smug look, the fat guy demanded that from now on Doha call him Master. Doha stared silently into the rain, then quietly offered his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." The fat guy casually replied that since he was such a generous person, he would accept his thanks. But Doha had no intention of staying long. He stated decisively, "I'm going back to the arena." Looking up at the towering sewer opening where the waterfall was crashing down, Doha let out a weary sigh. How foolish. Seeing him observing the only way out, the fat guy asked, doubtfully, "You're thinking of climbing up there or something?" The fat guy pointed toward the bare skeletons lying in the cold water and warned, "See those skeletons over there? That's what happens to the ones who tried to climb out. So, these fools, they've lost all hope of climbing up to the world above. That's why they live in squalor and have let themselves become so foolish." The man insisted, "To this day, not a single person has ever managed to climb up there." He advised Doha that it would be best to just give up, that there was no shame in it. The surrounding crowd of pale figures also rushed over in a panic to stop him. "My lord, don't go. Please don't go. You'll die." They added, trembling with fear, that at the end of that river, "There's a terrifying monster lurking." He responded coldly, "It doesn't matter, because I am a god." The pale minions were so moved, they began to cry. They were stunned to realize that all this time, what was inside this man's belly wasn't fat, but pure courage, truly the bearing of a god. The scene then changes to a lush green field under a clear blue sky. Doha and the fat guy stood in silence, looking toward the ruined structures in the distance. The fat guy remarked nonchalantly, "See? There's nothing dangerous about this place." Doha asked, puzzled, "Then why do they live in a place like that?" The fat guy explained grimly, "Because those people, they were shattered a long time ago. They couldn't adapt to the world's dizzying pace of change simply because they were afraid of rumors, so they tried to accept reality in their own way. To kill their will to escape and find relief in gathering with people like themselves, that's what made them accept living huddled in that filthy corner." The fat guy stared into the distance, admitting that when he saw them calling him a god, he also thought that maybe they really needed someone to rely on. Doha turned to look at the man beside him and asked directly, "Master, why did you help me?" The response was just a cold affirmation. "Don't misunderstand, I'm just using you." The fat guy continued his story thoughtfully. Quite a few of the old man's disciples were captured by Gyumsu, and he fell down here helpless. As a master, he felt he had no face left to show his disciples, and at the same time he admitted he was wrong. When he used family to go against Doha, he asked curiously what Doha planned to do if he went back, because even if he met Friday, there was nothing he could do to him. Doha coldly affirmed, "I will kill Friday for my family." The answer left the fat guy stunned with astonishment. What? He couldn't believe his ears and twisted around, asking how Doha could kill a transcendent being like that. He then advised him to say something more reasonable. Doha's expression remained firm and determined. The fat guy looked at him, then clicked his tongue. 0.001% possibility is still a possibility. Doha's confidence had also given him faith in the young man. He ordered, "Follow me." And the two of them led Doha across a windy, grassy field. Standing before the mouth of a sewer where a waterfall was crashing down, the fat guy pointed and said, "Climb up." He revealed that there was actually an easier way, and asserted that Gyumsu was really just testing Doha. According to him, that guy doesn't kill people, he just eliminates them because he believes that living in misery is more terrifying than death itself. The fat guy encouraged him, saying that if Doha could prove he could climb up, he would become completely different from the others, and that would attract the attention of Gyumsu more than anything else. As for killing Friday, although he initially thought it was impossible for a moment, the fat guy believed that maybe it was possible after all. In the pouring rain, the fat guy suddenly demanded, "Give me your hand." Doha asked blankly, "What for?" Instantly, the old man broke his finger, causing Doha to roar in pain. "What the hell are you doing?" The fat guy calmly told him to look closely at his hand, and Doha was shocked to realize the wound had already healed itself. The old man reminded him that when Doha first fell down here, he was nothing but a complete mess. But unexpectedly, he had one difference from other humans, self-healing. Doha was stunned to realize his body was undergoing bizarre changes. But just then, I'm witnessing an incredible healing power. I've only ever heard stories about it before. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. That is the power of hysteria rising strongly in every fiber of his being. Meanwhile, at a meeting of the self-proclaimed heroes, the Red Superman cried out in horror, "That's horrible! What is that thing?" Team leader Choi gently pushed up his glasses and made a sarcastic remark, "Moron," which made Red fly into a rage and roar, "What did you say, you bastard?" Ignoring his anger, Choi began to present evidence of phenomena that defied logic. Something happened to a hiker in Australia. He was climbing a mountain alone and unfortunately had an accident that crushed his hand under a rock weighing over 200 kilograms. This man fought to survive, and in the end he threw the rock away with just one hand. Another example took place in the U.S., where to save a child trapped under a car, a middle-aged woman lifted the vehicle. Team leader Choi presented the examples one by one, then calmly explained, "Simply put, the power of hysteria is a type of strength that exceeds inherent physical limits. It's related to the evolution of mankind, or in other words, the new humanity." Jumsu smiled sinisterly and stated with certainty, "We will all experience it. The evolution of humanity is beginning right now." Under the torrential downpour, Doha's arm suddenly transformed bizarrely. It was bulging with powerful sinews as he emerged from the sewer water. Jumsu looked directly at the leaders of the cults and declared loudly, "New humanity. That is the evolution we will experience thanks to Friday." Miss Seo asked suspiciously, "What do you mean, thanks to Friday?" Jumsu just gave a worshipful smile. "Friday is magnificent. Even Seo Rexon couldn't help but wonder, what does that have to do with human evolution?" Jumsu began his lecture on history, and he wove his adoration for Friday into the logical definitions of the other factions. From Australopithecus to Homo sapiens, there has been only one reason for human evolution survival. He recounted the process from the earliest human species, like Australopithecus to Homo erectus. He recalled a harsh era beset by cold, wild beasts and starvation. It was an age where if you couldn't survive, you were done for instantly, under those severe conditions. When humans were cornered and severely wounded by the fangs and claws of beasts, they desperately fought to survive and changed rapidly. Eventually, they evolved into modern humans, Homo sapiens. During this period, humans began to create huge societies. They established systems, enacted laws, and protected each other to sustain life. But Jumsu didn't want to exist by those rules. Instead, he pointed out a cruel paradox. The problem is because of this. Human evolution has stopped. In his view, the protection of society money and the scales of justice had inadvertently stifled humanity's natural instinct to evolve. Humans of the past had to survive while modern humans worry about how to live. Although both seem like survival, they are completely different concepts. Even during those times, there were still moments of subtle change. When plagues spread, immunity was developed. When wars broke out, technology advanced by leaps and bounds. Even the computer architecture we use today was created by von Neumann during World War II. Geniuses and heroes always rise from chaos. In other words, human evolution has always occurred during crises, and right now humanity is facing an unprecedented one. He hopes for it too. This crisis is also changing human nature, sparking an evolution. The current that had stagnated has finally begun to move because Friday has given us a chance. In the dark sewer, Doha struggled against the rushing water. His arm transformed abnormally with solid muscular masses bulging forth, trying to cling to the slippery cliff wall to find a way out. Doha's fingers clenched with all his might, causing bits of rock to crumble under the incredible pressure. However, the weight of the waterfall pulled him back down. Doha looked up at the distant sewer opening, then fell freely into the water, creating a loud splash that echoed through the space. In the darkness, he lay motionless, letting his body drift aimlessly in the swift current of the sewer, trying to escape this dark place. But he had failed miserably. Amidst the cold water and the pouring rain, Doha's body lay still like someone utterly defeated. He tried to raise a trembling hand, as if wanting to reach the sky, but then it fell helplessly back into the murky water. Witnessing that scene, the pale creatures sitting on a rotten log began to taunt him. "He said he was going to climb up there, did he? In the end, he's just a loser like us." The monsters in the sewer continued their mockery, saying that anyone who sets foot in this place suffers the same pathetic fate. They roared in despair, "That cliff isn't for people like us." Seeing this scene, it was like them seeing their former selves. They too had the will to overcome, refusing to submit to fate. But life wasn't what they dreamed. In the end, they gave up. But ignoring the chatter, a determined red light suddenly blazed in Doha's eyes. He staggered to his feet amidst the rushing water, looking up at the high sewer opening where the waterfall crashed down. With an iron will, Doha once again clung to the slippery cliff wall, mustering all his strength to undertake a life-or-death climb in the rainy night. However, his physical strength seemed insufficient to overcome the harshness of nature. Doha once again lost his grip and fell freely into the water. Witnessing the painful fall, the pale minions cackled with delight. "Keep trying, you'll only end up failing." Their faces contorted with excitement as they watched the hunter struggle. They insulted him madly. "This guy's a real idiot." The mocking laughter echoed throughout the dark tunnel. "Stop it! Don't make a fool of yourself anymore!" The monsters started to get bored of witnessing Doha's hopeless efforts. Time after time, they lost interest in seeing the outcome because they were sure Doha would just fall again. Doha stood silently under the waterfall, his breathing heavy with exhaustion. But his red-hot eyes never left the peak ahead of him. He tensed his body, preparing to reach out with his muscular arm to grab the slippery cliff wall one more time. Just then, the fat guy suddenly appeared from behind. He placed a large hand on Doha's shoulder to stop his reckless action. "At this rate, your mind will break before your body does. Get some rest." The two of them sat quietly under a wooden overhang amidst the downpour in the sewer. A skinny minion with chicken-colored hair. He stood nearby, exclaiming, "Man, the water is really clean!" When the fat guy firmly refused some request, the kid could only sulk. "You guys are so mean." His way of talking to these freaks showed no will to fight, only resentment. The fat guy observed Doha thoughtfully, then remarked, "So the injured parts regenerate, but the pain remains." He shuddered at the thought of the body healing while the feeling of pain remained intact. "That's truly a living hell. Pain isn't easy to deal with." Doha maintained his determined expression. He replied softly, "As long as I can see my family, I'll be fine." Hearing that, the fat man sighed. "Kids need to learn this stuff. By the way, is it true you killed someone? Back then, my student was seriously injured, but no one died." Doha looked at the old man with his blazing red eyes and remarked, "You don't look like that type of person." He didn't want to bring up fighting here. Seeing the atmosphere become tense, the fat guy clicked his tongue. "I guess I asked a pointless question." He changed the subject to rumors. "Oh, right. I heard there are more people like you. Even when their body parts are cut off, they still regenerate. Of course, it's just a rumor, but looking at you, it seems pretty believable." Doha sat silently in the rain, revealing his muscular physique with its bulging muscles. The conversation suddenly took a bizarre turn when someone said that the butt ghost actually exists. The old man explained that this entity doesn't care about gender and always takes the butt it has chosen. To think that there's a ghost in this world, and a perverted one that specializes in stealing butts, no less. The skinny minion chimed in, confirming, "Everyone at the Japanese detention center knows about it." The fat guy wondered how a detention center could still be operating in this day and age. He got his answer about the artisan spirit of the Japanese. They maintain their family business until the very end, whether the world collapses or not. The fat man was still unconvinced. "What does that have to do with a detention center?" Seeing the fat guy dismiss it, the minion snapped, "Stop spreading rumors like that. I'm telling you, I heard that story for real." He grabbed the fat man's face and revealed a shocking piece of information. "That creepy guy, Iomsu, is bringing the butt ghost to Jamsudo." Doha quietly observed the argument, seemingly with nothing better to do. Listening to ghost stories was better than being bored. Meanwhile, the sign for the Hachijojima Detention Center appeared ominously in the rain with an inscription about the law of causality. The scene shifts to the remote island of Hachijojima. In the middle of a fierce ocean storm, bolts of lightning tore across the sky, illuminating a lonely lighthouse battling against the violent waves. Deep in the dungeon, under the faint light shining through the crack of an iron door, a fearsome entity with spiky white hair bound in chains all over his body. That is Osiris Oni, known by the moniker the Butt Demon. Inside the control room, an officer was wearily standing night watch when a knock echoed at the door. A young soldier hurried in carrying a bag of drinks and began to plead. "Senior, please tell me the story of the Butt Demon." The officer could only reply wearily, "I'm exhausted." Seeing this, the young soldier started to turn away. "Please get some good rest then, sir." But the moment he saw the bag of cold drinks, he snapped awake, his fatigue forgotten. The officer quickly called out, "Wait!" The two of them sat down, sipping their drinks amidst the roar of the storm outside the window. The young soldier sighed. This is great. If we had some barbecue, it'd be perfect." He didn't forget to bring up the old topic. "Senior, about that butt demon story. Taking a sip of his drink, the officer smirked slightly. "All right, let me satisfy your curiosity about the butt demon." A haunting image appeared, an old man with spiky white hair, his body bound in chains and covered in bizarre tattoos. Under the dim light that is the one known as the butt demon, imprisoned deep underground at Hachirojima Detention Center, a place completely isolated amidst the open sea and thunderstorms. Endless storms. The thrilling story was passed from one person to another, becoming more embellished each time. This is the only detention center in the entire world still in operation after the cataclysm, a place that holds all sorts of dangerous criminals. And among those prisoners, Bati, the most famous is the one nicknamed the Butt Demon. An old man over 70 given that ridiculous name simply because of his bizarre obsession. At first, everyone thought it was just a name to mock and laugh at. But looking into the old man's piercing eyes and dignified presence, no one could disrespect the entity meditating among the other prisoners. A new prisoner had just been transferred in. The story begins with a troublesome foreigner, a man who once came to Japan as an ice hockey player to compete in the Olympics. But instead of glory, he ended up with a 26-year sentence for beating 5 people to death in a bar. A mass murderer like that is just too dangerous. You have to understand, ice hockey is the most brutal contact sport there is, with its shoulder checks and savage defensive plays. Players lose their cool easily. To let off steam, the league even allows one-on-one brawls. And in North America, there's even a specialized position for it. It's called an enforcer. Welcome to hell. The rookie Jack Lack flashed an arrogant smile. He was once a notorious enforcer in the North American Hockey League. The warden warned him coldly, "Don't start any fights. Try to fit in, especially with that butt demon." Jack furrowed his brow, wondering about the name. He stood imposingly in the middle of the cell, causing the other prisoners to cower on the floor under the newcomer's terrifying pressure. Jack Lack burst out in hearty laughter, revealing a muscular physique with bulging muscles and arms covered in tattoos, a true American style. Now this is what I call a prison. Even though it's all men in here, what needs to be done must be done. He stood nonchalantly in the middle of the cell and asked curiously, "By the way, how's the doctor here? You Asians can't handle my heat." The arrival of this perfect predator was a real headache for the other inmates. The air seemed to freeze, the pressure was terrifying. It made them instinctively hold their breath. Their patience was merely a means of survival against those stronger than them. Humanity uses laws to control everything, but in reality that's just an outer shell. In the end, all living things are dominated by brute force. With biceps measuring a full 24 inches in circumference, Jack Lack held almost absolute control in this place. He was a simple man with a strong will who always acted on instinct without any prejudice. Right now, Jack Lack was craving a living body to release his tension. He let out a sinister smile and revealed, "Just so you know, old man, I haven't showered in a week." A man filled with primal charisma, always the alpha predator wherever he went. His eyes gleamed with excitement. "It's been a long time since I've felt this turned on." He eyed the old man with a lustful gaze and remarked, "Turns out this old geezer is even more virile than the rumors say, huh?" Jack then calmly stated a shocking fact, "And just so you know, I've still kept my purity." He was a sick pervert who wouldn't even spare an old man. Jack Lack's face was flushed with arousal. He gave a twisted smile and ordered cruelly, "So hurry up and take off your pants." And that night, Jack Lack officially lost his purity for the first time in his life. That's a pretty famous story among the inmates. An officer spoke up while on night duty. His colleague sneered with contempt. "How childish. A rumor should at least sound believable. This one sounds too dramatic and boring." The other officer replied casually, "Gundam Nano said the exact same thing you did. Who would believe that an old man could take something so precious from a giant?" His gaze grew distant, at least not until I witnessed that scene with my own eyes. Jack Black's story spread through the prison like wildfire, and the name Butt Demon, which started as a joke, suddenly became a genuine terror. It was what they called the old man's joke turned real. From then on, both prisoners and guards alike no longer dared to speak to or even look directly at that old man simply because they all wanted to protect themselves. In the gloomy hallway, a prisoner named Gundam Nano with cobra tattoos on his head was being escorted out. He mused, "I can't even remember how long it's been since I've gotten to." He had smelled the air of the outside world. "You guys are really something else, capturing someone in a world like this." Impressive, really. But human curiosity is an uncontrollable thing. Gundam Nano stopped in front of Osiris Oni's cell. He leaned close to the iron bars and uttered a taunt. "Hey, Butt Demon, I'm about to get out of here. You'll never get the chance to see or touch me for the rest of your life. What a shame, huh?" "Ha ha." Despite the taunt, the old man remained expressionless, as the man added another sarcastic remark, gloating about his freedom in front of the motionless figure. The other prisoners, standing nearby, could only break out in a cold sweat. A panicked guard tried to intervene. "Are you insane? That's the butt demon you're messing with." The tattooed man just smirked, wickedly casually walking away as a guard urged him on. All right, let's get going." For someone serving a life sentence like the butt demon, escape was supposed to be impossible. Everyone thought the tattooed guy was just pointlessly picking a fight, but perhaps he was too arrogant in thinking he'd never see the old man again. Because right after that, a shocking event occurred. The butt demon had completely vanished. The solid iron bars were easily destroyed, leaving behind a cold, empty cell under searchlights sweeping across the night sky amidst the raging sea. The manhunt began. With the most dangerous man on the loose, security forces immediately launched an intense search across the entire island, from the restrooms to the darkest basements. Not a single nook or cranny was missed in the massive search. They had always prided themselves on their absolute confidence that this prison was an impenetrable fortress. Therefore, they believed that even if he had escaped his cell, he could only be hiding somewhere nearby. But after days of relentless searching, from inside the machinery pipes to the dense forests in the dead of night, they found absolutely nothing. Not a single trace of the old man. It was as if he had evaporated from the prison without leaving a single clue behind. Amidst the crimson sunset reflecting on the sea, an officer stood frozen in shock when he saw a figure standing defiantly by the shore. Because they had so much faith in the prison's security, they never suspected the possibility that he could leave the island. A terrified scream rang out in horror. It's the gay demon." The trembling soldiers couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the only prisoner who had ever escaped was now casually returning from the open sea, having crossed 32 kilometers of ocean. With ferocious waves reaching 10 meters high, that old man had miraculously crossed that hellish sea a free man. He stepped ashore, his muscular body covered in vibrant rose tattoos. Where he went and what he did on the outside, no one knew, but judging by that piece of skin in his hand, he had done something truly terrible. The face of the bespectacled officer turned pale as he realized the old man had turned himself in just to prove to them that their so-called impregnable prison was in fact nothing to him. The young officer trembled, wondering if the old man was simply obsessed with men. But his senior, sitting on the sofa, immediately denied it. Revealing a shocking file, the old man had actually been married 8 times and had over 32 children. A stern warning was issued to anyone who intended to confront him: absolutely never pick a pointless fight with the gay demon. Standing before the dark prison cell, the young officer quietly observed. The terrifying entity was shackled and bound by seals inside. His gaze never left the old man Osiris Oni, who was meditating mysteriously amidst the cold space. Drenched in sweat, the officer mustered all his courage to face the gay demon. If we can't even restrain the curiosity of a child, how can we possibly restrain the curiosity of an adult? He believed that humanity existed because of love and did not hesitate to insult the old man. What you're doing is nothing more than animalistic behavior, chasing after pleasure. I will never become prey for someone like you. Another person had come before the old man, challenging his limits. What would happen to him, I wonder? That was the moment the guard's baseless confidence surged stronger than ever. He smugly asserted that he would never believe the rumors until he witnessed the truth with his own eyes. But the price for that arrogance was days spent bedridden in utter anxiety and regret. When his condition showed no signs of improving, he finally decided to quit his job as a guard. Standing on the deck of a ship leaving the island amidst a sea storm, he quietly uttered a final goodbye. Watching the ship cut through the violent waves, he sighed with regret. At least there they provided food, clothing, and shelter. Where will I live and eat now? While lost in worry about his bleak future, he was completely unaware of a terrifying threat rising from the ocean's depths. Amidst the fierce waves, the young officer struggled desperately as he realized his fatal mistake. I forgot the most important thing. This sea is extremely dangerous. Surviving here is completely impossible. He regretted quitting his job and cursed. That senior officer is a liar. Just as his hand was slowly sinking beneath the cold water's surface, suddenly a slender yet powerful hand reached down from above, grabbing his wrist tightly and yanking him out of the current. Looking up at his savior in astonishment, the officer blurted out, "Huh, the gay demon! The face of the old man!" Osiris Oni appeared fierce and powerful under the dim moonlight. The officer never expected that just after escaping death's door, he would fall into this man's hands. The old man began to philosophize in a bewitching tone. Who can say what is right or wrong when it comes to loving someone? Love is such a pure word. But right after that, his eyes glowed with a deadly red light, a twisted smile on his face. "But young man, I'm not looking for love. What I want is domination." The old man lifted the officer with one hand, like a toy, and declared, "If you were born a man, you must have the desire to dominate both men and women." After that, the officer was never seen again. The storm passed, giving way to a clear, sunny blue sky. An Osiris Oni stood on a Korean beach right next to a giant shipwreck. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as the sound of the waves drowned out his voice. "Tis, the sound of the waves is drowning me out again. That's why I prefer the mountains." Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, announcing that Gyum-soo was summoning him. The old man smirked with excitement. "A Korean? So it turns out I've accidentally come all the way to Korea. If Gyum-soo is calling, then of course I must go." The old man's face showed a crazed expression, his eyes glowing red. He roared with arrogance, "I'm so excited I could pierce through the sky." The gay demon officially began his journey toward Gyum-soo. In a dark room filled with monitoring equipment, a mysterious woman quietly observed Baek Do-ha through a screen. Seeing that he had survived the incident, she softly uttered, "He's still alive. It seems new humans really are different. That must be why Gyum-soo is keeping him." She noted that new humans were not like Fridays. They couldn't fly or shoot lasers from their palms. Their power was simply the potential of the human body pushed to its absolute limit, like the self-healing mechanism of a lizard's tail. Although Fridays were still overwhelmingly powerful entities, she understood that the organization needed Do-ha's special abilities. At this point, even if Do-ha managed to escape that dark sewer, would he not just fall under their control anyway? Looking at the screen displaying the hunter's cold face, the woman thought to herself, if they are both pursuing the same goal, things could get very promising. Meanwhile, in a dark underground tunnel, a surprise party was being held around a bonfire. Excited cheers echoed amidst boxes of cup noodles and other supplies that were laid out. Do-ha looked at the pile of food and wondered, "I thought you guys only ate trash." Their lives are also pathetic, suffering to the extreme, so hungry they even fight over trash. The old man explains this is a welcome party for the new member, so the group brought out their best dishes to treat him. The old man gives the cup of noodles to Do-ha and tells him it'll be ready to eat in 3 minutes. Do-ha quietly lowers his head, looking at the cup of noodles, lost in his own thoughts, amidst the party's lively atmosphere and flickering fire. That cockroach doctor guy suddenly makes a bizarre suggestion. "Do you want to become our king? Someone like you who can't die would be the most perfect cockroach king." Do-ha calmly replies that they already have a god. Having a king on top of that sounds weird, but the doctor immediately argues back that the positions of a king and a god are completely different. A throne can be seized, but a god never can be. Look at these marks on your body. The divine blood flowing through you is like a bolt of lightning. Hearing those praises made them salivate with envy. Seeing this, the doctor guy yells out regretfully that pale weaklings like them could never possess such power. "Hey, cockroach doctor, shut your stinking mouth!" Do-ha looks around at the group of refugees, then asks in a low voice, "But why? Did all of you end up falling down to this place?" The atmosphere suddenly grows somber. The pale faces look down, dejected. Do-ha's eyes glow with a red light as he listens to the heartbreaking story from the man. With a bandage wrapped around his head, the old man chokes up as he recounts how his son volunteered for the arena because he had diabetes. The boy hoped he could earn medicine to cure his father, and he was incredibly confident in his own strength. He believed his efforts would be justly rewarded. But what kind of father could bear to stand by and watch his own son venture into that hellhole? So he went to find and beg Gyum-soo to stop sending his son into battle. But instead of taking pity, Gyum-soo made the boy fight even more, against opponents who grew more and more brutal. And then the most painful outcome occurred. His neck was broken and he died right there on the arena floor. Once you join the fight, you're not allowed to withdraw. You might win this match, but you're not guaranteed to win the next. The father stood up to Gyum-soo and was eventually thrown into this underground cellar. Behind Do-ha, a burly man with an eye patch silently appears. He admits he was once a real fighter and actually loved to fight. The one-eyed man reflects on his past, saying he always saw fighting as just a sport and never wanted to take anyone's life. However, Gyum-soo cruelly demanded that he finish off his opponents. He chose to quit because for him, a match like that was enough. But in that hellhole, the fight only ends when both sides are no longer able to resist. Back by the campfire, the one-eyed man sighs. Friday may have brought disaster to the world, but to me, it's humans who are the real danger. The fat guy bursts into hearty laughter, declaring that Do-ha is the real winner and the best among them. He excitedly raises his water bottle and shouts, "Let's make a toast with water!" Seeing these people still striving to find a way to survive after everything they've been through. Doha gives a small, thoughtful smile. The fat guy suddenly turns to him and asks, "Hey, Beck Doha, now tell us your story. You look like a professional fighter. Where did you learn to fight?" Doha calmly replies that he just mimicked his father from his competition videos. "A real genius, huh? Just learned from videos and already became a fighter." The fat guy asks in surprise, "Your father was also a fighter, a martial artist like me. What was his name?" As soon as Doha utters the name Beck PH, the fat guy's expression suddenly turns dead serious. He stammers, reconfirming the information about the birth date October 28th, 1978, and the hometown of Taebaek in Gangwon province. He even knows that his father was a Korean wrestling champion. Doha stares at the fat guy stunned and asks, "You know my grandfather too? He comes from a fighting lineage, yet he had to teach himself martial arts." The fat guy's eyes widen in terror as he shouts, "You're Beck PH's son." Immediately, the cockroach doctor also panics and screams, "Red alert! Red alert!" To everyone's astonishment, Doha, with his glowing red eyes, just calmly asks, "Is there a problem?" The fat guy sweating bullets mumbles about an unbelievably strange coincidence. The memory takes them back to the golden age of J777, the world's largest mixed martial arts organization at the time. That place was once marked by a legend named Beck PH, a giant 198 centimeters tall and weighing 115 kilograms who dominated the open-weight division with terrifying power. After just 5 fights in J777, he quickly earned a title shot. The power of Beck PH's punch was immeasurable. It completely overwhelmed every opponent who crossed his path. Even 2 formidable opponents were forced to retire immediately due to the serious injuries they sustained after facing him. The news constantly reported on this man's terrible rampage in the ring. Reading your grandfather's record. It's a list of achievements that should be written in the history books. And not just physical damage, some guys even had to give up their careers because of the immense psychological trauma they suffered after facing that monster. And then the most anticipated open-weight championship match in history was officially set between Alexander and Beck PH standing before the media cameras. The champion Alexander confidently declared, "My family is coming to cheer for me. I will absolutely defend my championship belt in front of them." In contrast to that flashy display, when asked if he had anything to say, Beck PH just maintained a frightening silence hidden in his own shadow. The match, which had been expected to be a fiery showdown, ended up finishing with a victory. The one-sided beatdown by Beck PH threw the arena into chaos with frantic screams calling for an ambulance. A panicked doctor announced that his condition was extremely critical. From the stands, Alexander's wife, stunned, called out, "Honey." Through her tears, Beck PH stood silently in the iron cage, staring with a cold gaze at the woman who had actually come to cheer for the loser. This man they call Grandpa was also a cold-blooded, ruthless bastard. Beck PH looked toward his opponent's wife with a twisted, challenging smile. "Then you'd better watch your husband very closely." What followed was a horrifying scene in the ring as the giant completely lost control despite the referee's desperate screams, "Stop fighter Beck PH," and frantically ordered more security. PH still brutally tortured his opponent. The champion's final moments were so horrific. They could only be found on dark websites. His loss of control was inexplicable. No one understood why he was so cruel. This shocking event created a terrible wave of outrage, forcing the J777 organization to merge with VFC. Back in the present, in the underground tunnel, the fat man was still stunned. He admitted that he'd lost sleep for days after watching that live broadcast. He stared at Doha and thought in horror, "But he's the son of that man." The fat man's expression suddenly changed. He broke into a calculating smile and told himself he had worried for nothing. Looking at Doha, he thought, he's probably not like his predecessor. He approached Doha with a cheerful expression, confidently asserting, "Everything will be resolved very easily." Young Master Doha. Meanwhile, at a high-tech base, a hand rests on a model of the globe, which glows with points of energy. Assistant Ju Sangan stood before a system of surveillance monitors. Displaying images of Doha and Gunsu, he reported, "Doctor, the negotiations at the Jiamsiu branch of the Hero Church have begun." The mysterious doctor looked at the world map and coldly confirmed the Neo-Humanity Project has officially begun. He declared that it was also time for their organization to start taking action. A strategic diagram lit up brightly. It was called Project Neptune's Spear. a plan to create the ultimate spear with the sole objective of destroying the entity known as Friday. For how long had humanity been tormented by this entity, living as if in hell on earth? Beneath a gushing waterfall pouring from a sewer opening, Doha stood silently looking up at the dizzying height. The fat man standing beside him offered a simple piece of advice: just keep trying. Doha wondered if there was any special training, but the man casually replied, "No, there's nothing like that." The fat man explained that falling wouldn't kill him. It's just the next step after the pain. He originally thought climbing up would be the big problem, but now he wasn't worried anymore because he believed in your father. That statement made Doha stop short in astonishment. "My father?" he asked. The fat man continued, "Even though I know a son doesn't automatically inherit his father's talent as a sports fan, I always have a sort of romantic expectation." He believed that Doha would inherit his father's strength and that he would get to witness a son surpass his own father, even as Doha was telling himself that he never wanted to be like that horrible man. But the fat man insisted he had seen it very clearly. In you. Haunting memories of Big PH's brutal fights came flooding back, making the fat man exclaim, "He's exactly like Big PH." Doha's eyes flared with a determined red light. Through the pouring rain, the fat man roared his final command, "Now climb to that summit." Watched by the crowd of pale-faced people, Doha strode majestically toward the waterfall, beginning his great conquest to escape the underground tunnel. He would not give up. No matter how many times he failed, he was determined to find a way out. In the surveillance room, Hana quietly observed Doha on a computer screen. She murmured in admiration, "Impressive. He chose the more difficult path." Geum-soo, standing behind her, asked curiously what she thought of Doha. He admitted that even she had to see what an amazing man he was, and Geum-soo hoped that Friday would like him too. Hana believed that Doha would be the first person to escape this underground tunnel. Geum-soo expressed his admiration for her ability to judge character, but then he revealed the real reason he was there. "Because I thought he would come today." Geum-soo gave a sinister smile, revealing that the underground tunnel was actually an altar he himself had created, and Doha was the sacrificial offering that Friday would especially favor. He wanted to offer Doha's immense power to Friday. Geum-soo thought to himself that he could keep his promise to Doha while a radiant image of Friday appeared in all its majesty. In the tunnel, Doha once again fell into the water, creating a giant splash. The fat man scolded, "You idiot! You have to learn to use your senses." He said that just using brute strength would never work. The pale-faced minions sitting on a log had stopped counting the number of times Doha had fallen after the 104th time. The fat man remarked that Doha seemed tireless, truly the bearing of a god. He pointed out that the cliff wall crumbled so easily because Doha was climbing without thinking at all. He looked at Doha and asked, "Do you know what the biggest difference is between an athlete and a normal person?" Doha's eyes glowed with a red light through the rain as he listened to the lesson. The answer is a sharp intuition gained from extensive combat experience. Every time you climb up and fall, you have to learn from the experience. Why did you fall? What was the mistake? Try to think about a sporting event. The ability to hit a small ball flying at 160 kilometers per hour or to throw a ball accurately from a distance of 100 meters. Or like high diving from a height equivalent to a 30-story building. For a normal person, that speed and height could be fatal or leave them crippled for life. The fat man looked at Doha and asked, "Do you think physical training alone allows athletes to do that?" Of course, that's part of it, but the biggest reason is the intuition forged from countless experiences. The body is merely a tool to apply that intuition more flexibly. Science can't fully explain intuition, so use all of your senses to feel every single moment. Doha stood silently in the rain. He now understood the lesson the fat man was trying to teach him. He looked up at the cliff, and his instincts told him that if he focused all his strength on one point, the rock would easily crumble. Doha gently placed his hand on the slippery rock surface to feel it. He began to distribute his body weight onto each fingertip and toe to minimize the risk of the cliff face collapsing. Small opportunities began to add up, increasing the chance of success. In the dark night and pouring rain, Doha silently climbed the steep cliff towards the sewer opening. Down in the underground tunnel, his pale-faced henchmen shouted with excitement when they saw Doha. He was so close to the top. He's almost there. Just a little more. The Cockroach King witnessed this extraordinary effort. The fat guy couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "I can't believe it! He did it so fast! Is this natural talent? It's enough to make you jealous. A guy who became a fighter just by watching videos is now getting hands-on guidance? With his innate talent for learning, he's bound to succeed." Doha's fingers gripped the final ledge. He used every last bit of his strength to pull his muscular body up and out of the sewer opening. Doha let out a sigh of relief after his life-or-death climb. Down in the tunnel, the henchmen roared wildly because their king had done the impossible. Amazing, he did it! He really is our king, avenge us. Amid the resounding cheers, a strange voice suddenly echoed from above, full of admiration. How wonderful! Doha was stunned to see an old man. With spiky white hair and a body covered in rose tattoos, he was sitting there waiting. The old man smirked at the hunter. No wonder. Gyumsu chose you. I bet you can live up to my expectations. Before Doha could compose himself and ask the old man's identity, he suddenly lunged forward, grabbed him in a hug, and exclaimed bizarrely, "Give me a hug." Before he could even process what was happening, in an instant the old man threw him backwards, sending him into a free fall towards the deep water below. In the monitoring room, Gyumsu jumped to his feet excitedly as he saw the show officially begin. Ah, it's finally starting. Hana, smoking thoughtfully, asked, "Why choose that old man, and what's the real meaning of this test?" With a calculating look in his eyes, Gyumsu explained that they needed to prove the evolution of humanity if they wanted to survive. He looked at the screen showing Doha struggling in the water and stated firmly that the old man is a very special variable. Gyumsu calmly revealed that the old man was also a neo-human, just like Doha, and that this very confrontation is what makes things so dramatic and interesting. The old man bared his sharp teeth, his eyes blazing with a crazed bloodlust as he stared down his prey. A haunting declaration rang out, "Bon appetit." Just as he lunged to attack Doha in the rushing current, the old man declared smugly, "A full stomach really speeds up my recovery rate." Down in the water, the fat guy screamed in panic, "Hey back, Doha! Are you okay? Wake up, little brother! Wake up!" Seeing Doha lying motionless with a serious wound on his neck, the fat guy trembled in despair. "Don't tell me. He's actually dead." This incident ignited the fury of all the sewer dwellers. The pale-faced crowd stood up as one in the rain surrounding the old man and, roaring with rage, "Are you looking to die, old man? What did you do to our king?" Even though they were weaker, they were no longer indifferent now that Doha was hurt. Facing the seething crowd, Osiris Oni just smirked contemptuously. "They say cockroaches live in swarms. Turns out it's true. Cockroaches that can speak human. How creepy. You're all just a bunch of vermin that need to be wiped out." The towering one-eyed fighter stepped out of the rain and coldly replied, "I think you're mistaken. We may be losers, but most of us were once real fighters." Behind him, the others also got into a fighting stance, ready for a bloody battle in the face of this resistance. The old man remained unfazed. "A swarm of cockroaches is still just vermin. So what?" He challenged everyone there. This made them lose their composure, and the inevitable happened. The battle erupted in the pouring rain of the sewer. A muscular man with long hair charged forward, furiously unleashing a flurry of thunderous punches on the old man, Osiris Oni. A series of brutal blows rained down as the man screamed madly, trying to take the strange old man's life. He ground his opponent's head into the filthy water, smugly thinking he had won. But the reality was far more brutal. In the blink of an eye, the tables had completely turned. The old man. And Osiris Oni was casually perched on a high wooden beam, coldly pressing his foot down on the head of the fighter, who was now barely breathing in the cold water. Witnessing his opponent's overwhelming power, the one-eyed fighter realized with horror that he was facing a being far beyond his imagination. Deep down, he trembled, telling himself, "My instincts are telling me he's the strongest one in Gang Seal. This battle is no longer about winning or losing. He's the predator who holds the power of life and death." With no way out, the one-eyed man collapsed to his knees, begging in humiliation, "We've always been losers anyway. So please spare our lives. There's no shame in retreating when you know you can't win." The old man, Osiris Oni, smirked contemptuously. "Always the losers, aren't you? How pathetic." He looked at the one-eyed man with a mocking gaze, then suddenly made a bizarre proposal. "All right, then. Let's play rock, paper, scissors." The one-eyed man was stunned, wondering if the old man really wanted to play that childish game. But in the end, he had no choice but to accept. Fine. Both prepared to make their move. The one-eyed man shouted, "All right, rock, paper, scissors." The result of the match left the one-eyed man stunned. He threw rock, while the old man, Osiris Oni, threw scissors, admitting defeat. The old man said calmly, "I lose, so I have to accept the punishment." But instead of a normal punishment, the old man stabbed his own finger into his eye. He casually suggested, "All right, let's go again." His opponent trembled in terror, realizing this insane old man had no intention of stopping this death game. He was just like that monster, that pervert Umsu. He never gives his opponents a way out, understanding that the old man would play until he lost his life. The one-eyed man swam away frantically to escape. I can't die here, he told himself in desperation. But in the blink of an eye, the old man had swum past him and appeared right in front of him. Amidst the swift current, the old man smiled and asked, "Young man, what are you doing?" The one-eyed man was aghast, unable to believe the old man could swim fast enough to catch him in an instant. The old man coldly reminded him, "Running away in the middle of a game is very rude." "Is this why you're running away? I gave you the power to decide the outcome, and yet you still gave up and fled. Are you really that much of a loser?" He looked at the man with contempt, comparing him to animals that could at least be used for food or clothing, while cowards were no different than cockroaches. The old man coldly concluded, "But you should be grateful anyway. Thanks to me," he coldly declared that at least the man had value as food. Witnessing this disgusting scene through the surveillance monitor, Hana couldn't help but shudder and wonder. Why could he act so brutally towards his own kind? She didn't think that in this world. No matter how much humans evolved to survive, they couldn't possibly eat their own kind raw like that. Gyumsu calmly explained, "That's his bizarre way of showing respect. He sees his opponent as valuable prey instead of killing them needlessly." While admitting it was the nonsensical reasoning of a madman, Gyumsu asserted that this very insanity was what made the old man a perfect piece, was for his altar. Because when extremists stand together, they create a perfect combination. Amidst the dark space of the Undercroft, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the end of the tunnel. Friday flashed a sinister, satisfied smile. He thought to himself, keeping that person alive was truly an excellent decision. Save us. I don't want to die. I want to live. Those were the desperate cries for help echoing through the underground tunnel. 3 nights. With bloodshot eyes and a face stained with blood, the old man, Osiris Oni, loomed like a true monster, spreading terror upon the weak who trembled at his feet. He spared no one he saw, even though they begged and had no strength left to fight. The old man clicked his tongue in annoyance, looking at the pale crowd. "Ch! There's no end to killing these insects." Amidst that horrific scene, a fat man was running frantically in a state of absolute panic. He panted, trying to escape this nightmare, but deep down he couldn't stop cursing himself. "Running away again, you idiot! Are you just going to abandon the people who followed you?" He bitterly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything because in reality he had absolutely no talent for fighting. "I'm useless," he told himself in despair. It all started a long, long time ago when he happened to watch a martial arts match on TV. The image of fighters using their bare hands to determine who was superior truly captivated him. That short but dramatic battle ignited a dream in the young boy's heart. The boy back then watched the screen intently and exclaimed with admiration, "That man's punch is so strong." But ironically, he had absolutely no athletic talent. He was always the one left behind on the running track. Despite his efforts training at the martial arts gym, he soon realized a harsh truth: that professional athletes are born with 90% natural talent, while he was just the one who always took the hits during sparring sessions. He was passionate about martial arts, but he was always just a punching bag for others to practice on and improve their skills with a mere 10% of effort. The harsh reality dealt a painful blow. No matter how hard someone without talent tries, they can never beat someone with even a little bit of natural gift. Fortunately, the fat guy back then was very honest with himself. Sitting dejectedly in the middle of the gym, he bitterly admitted his own weakness as he watched true talents shine in the ring during a friendly match at the high school boxing club. The referee's voice rang out authoritatively. "All right, both fighters step into the ring." The atmosphere at Squid Gym heated up by the minute as the two opponents got into position to settle the score. Begin. The fight exploded with decisive blows. Seeing his student land a precise punch, the fat man couldn't hide his joy and shouted, "Nice left hook." Although he himself had no natural talent, he still held a passionate love for combat sports. He knew all the techniques, but he was poor at applying them. That's why he decided to become a teacher and pass on his skills. A sense of pride welled up in him every time he saw a student successfully execute the techniques he had painstakingly taught. He beamed constantly, shouting instructions from just outside the ropes. "Don't let him breathe! Keep up the pressure!" But things don't always go as planned. Watching his student fail, he agonized, questioning himself, realizing the real problem was his own coaching method. Why? He thought to himself. If I were a professional, experienced coach, maybe the outcome would have been different. and my student wouldn't have had to suffer this kind of bitterness. Then the two of them trudged into the locker room. He bowed his head in guilt. I'm sorry, I should have prepared you better. Theory without practice is truly difficult. Having no real combat experience to pass on was indeed a failure. Pathetic. In response to his apology was bitterness from the student. To be honest, I hate combat sports because the feeling of failure is just awful, the boy muttered, revealing that he only joined the boxing team because he heard athletes got to skip class. He didn't even know what boxing was. To him, it was just hellish training, annoying, nagging, and endless regret. The fat man could only stand there silently and reply in his mind, I understand. Maybe getting hit so much messed with my head a little, but for some reason I felt so relieved. In the locker room that year, the student Kim Sang-woo broke into a radiant smile. Even with bandages on his face, he said, Thanks to you, coach, I realized boxing is actually really fun. Seeing that smile, Park Gwang-deok suddenly felt envious, or more accurately, ashamed. He had lied about understanding, but in reality, he didn't understand anything at all. While his student was determined to win next time, Gwang-deok realized he was the one who had always been desperate, looking for a way to run. He always used the word reality to decide on failure for himself, even before he began. A pathetic coward. He was the insecure, timid type who didn't dare face himself. Back to the brutal reality in the underground tunnel. The pitiful man was on his knees begging the old man, Osiris Oni, in desperation. He cried, Please spare my life, sir. I don't want to die. He even tried to find common ground to appeal to his pity. Even our hairstyles are a bit similar. But then a sudden punch sent the old man flying. In the cold water, Park Gwang-deok was no longer standing by in fear. He staggered to his feet in the rain, assuming a resolute boxing stance. Witnessing this scene, the one who was on the verge of death gasped in shock. The god of plenty. The people he often looked down on, yet who always revered him as the god of plenty, were now, even as they were dying, still worried about him. Gwang-deok was no longer a coward. He stood tall, his eyes blazing with determination. He let out a deafening roar, pouring all his will into his declaration. I, Park Gwang-deok, will not run away anymore. A red glint flashed in his eyes despite the blood and rain streaming down his face. Even though he was beaten so badly he was grievously injured and spitting up blood, the corner of Gwang-deok's mouth didn't waver, witnessing a resilience that far surpassed his weak physique. The old man, Osiris Oni, slumped down and burst into hearty laughter. You are the weakest person I have ever seen, haha. But you are magnificent. At least you didn't run. To show my respect, I will speak to you in Korean. Gwang-deok, suppressing his pain, pleaded urgently, Then please spare them. The old man growled, Why does a human try to save insects? The fat man could only answer with all sincerity, I don't understand. But you made someone as worthless as me feel valuable, at least for an hour. Now Gwang-deok was no longer afraid. He was determined to protect those weak people. Only then would his life feel meaningful. But the old man coldly dismissed it. You are wrong. It's only meaningful if valuable people remember you. All those insects will remember is losing their dignity. In that case, do you want to grant my wish? Kill me. I don't want to die of old age. Gwang-deok stared in silent shock at the madman before him. That's why seeing these useless insects makes me even more irritated. If you're born a human, you should do something meaningful. Right. Suddenly, a hulking shadow appeared right behind him. The old man Osiris Oni spun around in shock. Huh! Doha had woken up at some point. His eyes glowed red like a demon's. The old man exclaimed excitedly, Doha, you're awake! I've been waiting. The two faced each other, a challenge in the air. Osiris Oni was overjoyed, believing he had found the one who could end his life. You could be the one to kill. Before he could finish his sentence, Doha struck with lightning speed, brutally grabbing the old man's face. Then he ripped the old man's body apart with his bare hands. Gwang-deok stared in shock at his teammate, who had just returned from the dead. That guy, he's alive, but something feels different about him. Doha found himself wandering in a mystical space where a giant glowing golden tree stood amidst a sea of white clouds. A sense of regret welled up inside him. I wish I could have gone with my brother. But then his eyes froze in astonishment. Huh? My family. Under that tree. The figures of his sister and the children appeared looking unusually peaceful. Doha burst into tears of happiness. He smiled, choking up. So, you're all still alive. He ran frantically towards them, shouting, Sis kids, I'm home. I missed you all so much. But contrary to his expectations, his sister recoiled warily and asked, Who are you? Doha was stunned. He tried to explain in a panic. "It's me back, Doha. I'm your family." His face contorted with anxiety, but he was met only with coldness. "What do you mean, family? Why are you doing this?" "You're really scaring us." Doha's eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie red light. He questioned them in despair. Why are you all treating me like this? Has everyone forgotten about me?" His sister's heart-wrenching scream, "Get away, you monster!" echoed in his mind. Every time he fell unconscious, he was plunged into a nightmare. Doha fell freely, sinking deep into the cold water, his eyes filled with sorrow. Exhausted, Doha jolted awake in the middle of a torrential downpour, sitting in the sewer's current. He clutched his head, trying to banish the recent nightmare. Suddenly, he looked down at the water and froze in disbelief. The reflection of a terrifying monster stared back from the murky water, sending a shiver down his spine. Doha slumped down, covering his gradually transforming face with his hands. He wondered in agony, have I really become a monster? Then who am I? Could it be that the fear of losing his family, the need to see them again, spurred him to survive? And did that incredible life force turn him into this monster once again? The fear for his family's safety consumed his mind. If his sister and the kids saw him now, would they be terrified? Doha bitterly realized the cruel truth. No. As a monster, I could end up hurting my family. He clenched his fists tightly. His blazing red eyes, full of despair, peered through his fingers. Does this mean I'll never get to see my family again? For the rest of my life? Doha roared in his mind. I won't let that happen. Amidst the cold water, he clutched his distorting face in agony. Just then, the old man, Osiris Oni, made a bizarre proposal. In that case, would you like to grant my wish? The old man stared directly into Doha's blazing red eyes and uttered a mad plea. Kill me. I don't want to simply die of old age. One man who wants to die meets another who wants to live to see his family again, two complete opposites. Doha trudged through the water, muttering to himself, That's right. That bastard is the one who turned me into this. The old man continued to ramble on about death. He believed Friday would be the one to end his life, and asked if Doha thought so too. Suddenly, the old man froze, sensing a terrifying killing intent from behind. Doha, you're awake. I've been waiting. Perhaps you're the one who can kill... Before the old man could finish his sentence, Doha struck in a flash. He brutally grabbed the old man's face, completely cutting off his words. A maniacal laugh echoed through the dark space. Despite his grave wounds, the old man, Osiris Oni, still glared at Doha with madness in his eyes and screamed, Old soldiers never die! Doha's eyes flashed with a mysterious red light as he stared back at his opponent with an ice-cold expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Doha channeled all his strength into his legs and unleashed a thunderous kick aimed straight at the old man. The powerful impact made the rock wall tremble violently, shattering into pieces under the terrifying pressure. Doha lunged forward at lightning speed and brutally grabbed both of Oni's legs and hoisted him into the air. The old man's face contorted in agony as he was slammed hard onto the cold ground. Doha held his body as if it were a mere toy. The hunter's rage had been completely unleashed. Doha frantically swung the old man's body and smashed it with deadly force against the sheer cliff face. Completely driven by his killer instincts, he vented all his resentment on the man before him. The continuous sounds of the impacts echoed throughout the cavern, as Doha repeatedly slammed the old man's body onto the ground. The force from the blows created clouds of dust that swallowed them both in the darkness. After the brutal torture ended, Doha stood silently in the pouring rain beside the raging waves. Witnessing the brutal confrontation, the fat man Gwangdeok was stunned, asking himself, Am I really watching a human fight? Witnessing Doha's power surpass all limits, he trembled, unable to comprehend what was happening. This feeling, he hadn't experienced it since the era of the legend Bek Hak. Amidst the rubble, Doha stood tall, his muscular body and blazing red eyes radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Down below in the water, the old man, Osiris Oni, although severely injured, still wore a grotesque smile. His body was constantly emitting strange waves of energy. As he tried to recover, it was clear that he, like Doha, also possessed an extraordinary ability to regenerate. The old man floated in the murky water, calmly philosophizing, If it hurts, it means I'm still alive. Right. He admitted this pain was even more horrific than the time he was hit by a Shinkansen bullet train. Suddenly he realized he was soaked and held up something in his hand. It was Doha's family photo. The old man asked with curiosity, Is this your wife? Seeing his most precious memento in the hands of his enemy, Doha was shocked that his family photo had been snatched during the fight. Seeing Doha's violent reaction, Osiris Oni chuckled with delight. I guess I was right. Of course I should give this to you. But instead of handing it back, the old man slowly and sinisterly began to crumple the photo. Now let's just tidy this up nicely, shall we? Doha stood frozen as he watched the old man crumple the family photo into a small ball in his palm, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. He then casually took the crumpled photo, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it whole. The old man looked at Doha and said with a haunting voice, "Let me inside, Doha." Osiris Oni laughed grotesquely and declared a horrifying truth. "Now your family and I are one body." He looked at Doha with his blazing red eyes, his tone mocking. "This feeling, it's like I'm getting to meet my own grandchild. Don't worry, once it's in my stomach, it'll take at least 3 hours to be completely digested." He could endure the humiliation, but his family was his limit. Unable to hold back any longer, Doha got right in his opponent's face, gritted his teeth, and declared a venomous oath. "I will cut open your stomach and take it out right now." Meanwhile, as the life-and-death battle in the underground bunker was reaching its conclusion, Joseon Han was closely monitoring from a state-of-the-art military base. He watched every development through the surveillance system. He coldly reported, "The target is at the Jiamsiu branch of the Hero Church." A large-scale operation was officially activated. With a firm command, "You will bring the Mamong and Backdoor, in other words, the Neo-Humans, back here." The modernly equipped Spear Special Task Force, ECA, began to deploy into the combat zone. Even though Friday was predicted to be in the operational area, their superiors still gave the order, in case of an emergency, you are authorized to use the Staff of God. For the sake of revenge for the heroes who have fallen because of this monster, so many soldiers and innocent people have lost their lives at his hands. The elite warriors silently advanced into the darkness, ready to sweep away any obstacle to retrieve the target. That's all for this video. Please hit the like button so Gao can release more great series. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.